Mankind stood on the brink of extinction. The evil god Vindrake appeared in the sky, and monsters ravaged the land. 5 of the strongest mages rose to fight. Setsuna ordered everyone to ready their spells. They unleashed a combined elemental attributes fused into one massive strike. The elemental burst slammed into Vindrake, but he stood unhurt. Their magic was dispelled. Vindrake mocked them, calling humans insects, and laughing at their helplessness. Mana dwindled as monsters pressed in. The mages begged Setsuna for direction. He staggered under a blow, bleeding, the battlefield a chaos of fire and ash. He wondered if this was the end. Tired and desperate, Setsuna chanted again and landed a hit that finally wounded Vindrake. He was stunned that the god could bleed. Vindrake declared that was as far as they would go. Blue light flared from Setsuna's chest. In that moment, a memory surfaced. His headmaster had given young Setsuna a necklace said to hold the spirit of time, a single chance to correct a past regret. The headmaster had laughed at his pride but warned it would be needed. Now, regret burned in Setsuna. He should have chosen a different magic path. The light consumed him. He opened his eyes in his classroom. A classmate jostled him and reminded him it was his turn in the blessing ceremony. Leo should not even be here. Setsuna realized he had traveled back 10 years. He smiled, determined not to repeat the defeat. At the ceremony, students whispered about his genius and affinity for every path. A professor called him to choose. Everyone expected long-range magic, safe, powerful from a distance, the path that had once made him the strongest but failed against Vindrake. Instead, Setsuna selected close combat magic. The professor and students reacted with shock and scorn, calling the path outdated and useless body enhancement, only for fighting up close, almost abandoned. Leo protested that Setsuna had said he would pick long range. Setsuna accepted their doubt. He knew the risks, but he also knew Vindrake's weakness. He chose close combat because it was the only way to win. A single close combat mage would now rise to shake the world. As Setsuna selected close combat magic, the glowing symbol appeared on the back of his hand. Gasps echoed through the hall. Students and professors alike were stunned. Cyrus Arclight, head of the long-range magic department, trembled with anger. He told Setsuna that had he chosen long-range magic, he would have been entrusted with Cyrus's full knowledge and promised glory for both mentor and student. Setsuna only thought to himself that glory would mean nothing 10 years from now. Humanity's downfall was 10 years away, 5 until the appearance of the evil god. He possessed knowledge from the past timeline but little practical skill in close combat. The real challenge was mastering it before that day arrived. A campus announcement summoned second-year students to their respective classrooms. Setsuna realized he didn't even know where the close combat department was, and Leo was nowhere to be found. He asked a few students for directions, but they either ignored him or smirked behind his back. Word had already spread. Setsuna Cromwell, the prodigy, had chosen a dead-end path. Deciding to find it himself, he headed toward the courtyard, where a map was posted. There, he stumbled upon a commotion, 3 boys ganging up on a lone girl. They had taken her brooch, mocking her for owning such a fine magical tool. The girl fought back using close combat magic, summoning a mana blade, but the long-range students laughed. A blast of fire knocked her down. She tried to stand, furious and desperate, saying she'd never hand over the gift her mother had worked years to buy. Another fireball was about to strike when Setsuna appeared, pulling her out of harm's way. The bullies froze in disbelief. One recognized him, the boy who had chosen close combat. The leader grinned, calling it the perfect chance to humiliate him. Setsuna stayed calm, thinking how even a weak magic path could still win if used skillfully. The girl warned him that they were upperclassmen, but he stepped forward anyway. The fire user attacked again, hurling flames. Setsuna focused his mana into his legs using physical boost, accelerating so fast he could glide across the ground. The enemy couldn't keep up, his aim faltered. Setsuna cut through a fireball with his mana blade, leaving everyone stunned. He explained that when magic clashes with magic, the one with greater control prevails. Precise control, that was what had once made him the strongest mage alive. He admired the potential of the mana blade and tested its strength, combining it with speed. The fire user, enraged, began charging an enormous spell. His companions warned him to stop before the instructors intervened, but he ignored them. Setsuna closed the distance before the incantation finished and struck him with a single mana-infused punch. Next time, the departmental exams begin, and Setsuna's advance shows no sign of stopping. The fire user fell unconscious from Setsuna's mana fist strike. The other two boys and the girl froze. Setsuna watched quietly, confirming that within his range, close combat magic could hold its own against long-range types. One of the boys, shaken, could hardly understand what he had seen. Close combat was supposed to be weak, yet this power was real. Setsuna stepped toward him and extended a hand. The boy handed over the brooch without protest, gathered his fallen friend, and left with the others. Setsuna turned to the girl and returned the brooch. She accepted it with relief and introduced herself as Layla Rosewill. He gave his name in return. She seemed surprised to meet someone known for mastering every magic path, and wondered why he would choose the least respected one. Setsuna kept his reasons to himself. Layla reminded him that the department orientation had already begun. They started moving across the quiet outskirts of the academy toward the close combat building. The path was empty, fitting for a field so unpopular. On the way, Layla asked about the blade he had formed earlier. Setsuna said it depended on control, not power. She listened, trying to follow, while he considered how versatile close combat spells could be. If mastered, they might one day counter the evil god's magic. A memory came to him, his headmaster removing his gloves to reveal two glowing seals, one on each hand. It was unheard of for anyone to hold two different magic paths. The headmaster had promised to explain the secret when the time came but died before that day, assassinated after the evil god's rise. Setsuna had since vowed to uncover the meaning of that second seal and the strength it hid. Layla pointed ahead. The small training hall of the close combat department stood at the campus edge. A professor waited at the entrance, irritation already visible. Their lateness drew his attention immediately. He mocked Setsuna's arrival, brushing aside Layla's attempt to explain. Whatever fame Setsuna carried meant nothing here. Setsuna met the hostility without reaction. He asked if a teacher of close combat magic should not have pride in the field he taught. The question only deepened the professor's annoyance. He turned sharply and ordered Setsuna to follow. Inside, students struggled with heavy black steel boulders, each containing a crystal core that had to be extracted using close combat magic. None had succeeded. The professor stopped before an empty station where a larger rock waited and told Setsuna to prove the possibilities he had spoken of. 10 minutes, no more? Layla objected, saying the task was unfair, but the professor ignored her. Setsuna stepped forward, placing his hand on the rough surface. The professor offered him a chance to quit, smirking as if the result were certain. Setsuna stayed silent. He began to focus his mana. The noise of the training hall faded as energy gathered around him in controlled layers. He intended to earn recognition here and move one step closer to his goal. The professor muttered about density and difficulty, thinking even he had taken half an hour to break one. He reminded Setsuna that there would be no second attempt. Setsuna didn't respond. Mana condensed along his arm, forming the blade he had shaped earlier. The watching students paused their work, sensing the difference in his control. The aura around him shifted, sharp and measured. He adjusted his stance and prepared to strike. Each motion was deliberate. The episode opens with Setsuna striking the black steel rock with his mana blade. The professor's scolding was cut short when a sharp crack split the boulder apart. The dense surface shattered into fragments, and a glowing crystal rolled into Setsuna's hand. The hall fell silent, the professor frozen in disbelief, while whispers spread among the students who couldn't believe what they'd seen. The professor tried to deny it, claiming it was impossible to destroy the rock in 10 seconds and accusing Setsuna of cheating. His anger flared, but before he could continue, a tall, broad-shouldered man appeared behind him and clamped a hand on his head. The room stiffened as the man spoke casually, calling the professor out for bullying students again. The name Lionel carried weight. He was the head professor of the department. Zachary, the instructor, stammered in surprise. Lionel yawned, irritated to have been disturbed from his nap, and mocked him for being unable to notice that Setsuna had simply read the rock's mana flow and struck its weakest point. He ordered the students to gather, announcing that Zachary would now demonstrate a mana guard. Before Zachary could protest, Lionel's fist met his chest with crushing force, sending him flying across the training hall. Setsuna watched closely, realizing that Lionel's mana control was far beyond normal. Lionel turned back, sizing him up with an approving grin. He said Setsuna had done well for someone in the lower-ranked close combat department, and encouraged him to keep at it. Setsuna replied that close combat magic was no reason to lose to any other department. He would use its strength to reach the top of his grade. Lionel, amused by the determination, said that if Setsuna ever wanted to learn magic, he would teach him personally. As he walked off, he thought to himself that an unexpected contender had appeared, someone with the same reckless drive he once had. He turned again and formally introduced himself as the head professor of the close combat department, announcing that the representative selection for the upcoming exchange match would soon begin. The exchange match was a prestigious event where all 8 magic departments competed in a tournament for honor and recognition. Each department chose one representative. Setsuna remembered that, before his regression, he had been the champion representing the long-range combat department. This time, he couldn't afford to miss that chance again. His eyes drifted to the fragments of the shattered rock. Leono noticed and mentioned that Setsuna wasn't the only one who had passed the test that day. Another student had already extracted a crystal using nothing but his fists. The fragments scattered around them had come from that earlier attempt. Leono called out the name of the student, Drago Okred. A tall, red-haired boy stepped forward, the aura around him heavy with raw strength. He recognized Setsuna immediately, and questioned his reason for joining close combat despite having affinity for every other magic path. Setsuna's answer was simple: there were things he needed to accomplish through close combat magic alone. Drago laughed off the reasoning and compared Setsuna's slight build to his own hardened physique, trained through 17 years of family tradition in close combat. As mana gathered around his arm, he swung a powerful punch, not aimed directly at Setsuna but close enough to send a violent wave across the room. He declared that he wouldn't allow someone like Setsuna to take the representative position for a joke. Setsuna assessed him quietly, remembering Drago's name from his previous life, the only close combat mage known across the academy back then. Accepting the challenge, he agreed to face him. Lionel stepped between them, saying their duel would take place in a week's time. Drago warned him not to think about running away. If he was a close combat mage, he should fight until the end. The surrounding students began speculating about who would win. Some placed bets in whispers, others simply watched with excitement. Layla approached Setsuna, asking if he could really win. He replied with calm honesty that he couldn't, not as he was now. The answer stunned her, but before she could question him further, he added that he had a plan. He turned and began walking away. Layla hurried after him, following through the back path of the campus until they reached a wide clearing marked by an enormous tree. She looked around, puzzled by the secluded place. Setsuna explained that it was a hidden training spot he had discovered long ago. It was here, away from the academy's eyes, that he intended to grow stronger, strong enough to surpass his limits. This was where his resolve hardened. Within a week, he vowed to become 3 times stronger. Layla looked up at the towering tree, struck by its size and ancient presence. It had to be sacred, centuries old, maybe even 1,000. Setsuna, watching the light shimmer across its bark, realized the tree was acknowledging him once again. Layla noticed a faint glow and asked what it was. Setsuna explained that the light was the tree's blessing, something granted only to those it recognized. With that holy mana, he could restore his energy completely. He remembered finding this place before his regression and felt a quiet satisfaction. As long as he remained here, he could train without the fear of running out of mana. Layla admired his determination. She thought about how Setsuna had helped her before. This time, she wanted to return the favor by helping Setsuna. Deciding to scout the training grounds, she made her way to the close combat department. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with disbelief. Drago was in the middle of training, lifting a dumbbell so heavy that most wouldn't have dared to touch it. Students stared in awe. He called out to Professor Lionel, asking if the black steel rocks were still in the yard. Lionel, cigarette dangling from his lips, gave him a lazy look and joked that he hoped Drago didn't plan to crush them all. Drago, walking past, said he only intended to borrow them. Moments later, he was seen doing push-ups with 5 of those dense rocks stacked on his back. Layla couldn't believe what she was seeing. A punch from someone like that could probably kill a man. She grew anxious, wondering if Setsuna could really stand against such power. Back at the sacred tree, Setsuna sat calmly, absorbed in a martial arts manual. Layla arrived, frustrated that he seemed so relaxed, and told him what Drago was doing. Setsuna only nodded, saying it was expected. Drago trained his body relentlessly. But this, too, was part of his plan. He gathered mana in his eyes and began analyzing the text in front of him. Layla asked what he meant, and he explained that a physical boost was about channeling mana into specific body parts: legs for speed, hands for strength, head for memory. As he spoke, his eyes moved rapidly over the pages, memorizing entire techniques in moments. Once finished, he placed the book aside, joining a small stack beside him, and said that memorization was only the first step, practice would make it real. Setsuna began to move, channeling mana through his body as he glided and struck with precision. Layla watched, amazed by his speed of learning, but he was not satisfied. Breath heavy, he admitted that it still wasn't enough. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and he staggered. Layla rushed to his side and noticed his hand turning purple. He assured her it was fine, he was only pushing his muscles to their limit. Now, he would focus on using mana to heal, reinforcing his body through cycles of destruction and recovery. Layla protested, begging him to slow down, but he refused. Competing with Drago required more than half measures. He planned to repeat this painful cycle 1,000 more times before the week ended. She was shocked, unable to imagine enduring even one round of such strain. But Setsuna only smiled to himself, remembering his past. As a child in the orphanage, he had struggled to use even the simplest magic. Day after day, he practiced alone, failing repeatedly. Yet with each failure, his control improved, just a little. The memory strengthened his resolve. If he could endure that time, he could endure anything now. Back in the present, he pushed through the pain with renewed focus. Layla, moved by his determination, began to train alongside him. She realized that people called Setsuna talented, but in truth, his strength came from relentless effort. Days later, the day of the match arrived. Drago greeted him with his usual confidence, remarking that he hadn't expected Setsuna to show up. Setsuna stood firm, declaring that he wouldn't run, he was representing the close combat department and had no intention of backing down. Liano stepped between them, cigar in hand, and asked if they were ready. Both nodded. The match began. The match began with Setsuna's swift strike, his mana blade flashing toward Drago, who blocked it with solid precision. Setsuna quickly realized his opponent absorbed every blow through a dense mana guard. When Drago shifted to offense, Setsuna dodged and deflected, his movements fluid under pressure. The clash of their auras sent shockwaves across the arena, leaving the audience murmuring in disbelief. He deflected another heavy hit, knowing a direct one would finish him. Remaining calm, he focused on defense while Drago's strikes grew more aggressive. To the crowd, it looked like Setsuna was on the verge of defeat, but Liano saw otherwise. Each movement from Setsuna redirected the attack perfectly through controlled mana flow. Drago's frustration mounted. Every swing met resistance, never weakness. His voice carried his anger. The silence from Setsuna's side felt like mockery. He fought harder, pushing his body, while Setsuna stayed steady, reading every motion. Layla's worry grew. After all that training, was he still no match for Drago? But Setsuna understood the fury behind each blow. Drago was fighting for pride, the pride of a close combat lineage looked down upon for generations. Both warriors summoned mana blades, light scattering across the arena. Their strikes collided in flashes of blue and white. Between the clashes, old memories surfaced for Setsuna, the ridicule he'd faced for choosing close combat magic, the quiet determination that followed. Then, at last, his blade connected. The impact sent a sharp crack through the air as Drago's mana blade fractured. Shock crossed his face, disbelief burning into anger. He rushed forward again, abandoning precision for power. Setsuna focused, channeling mana through his body. His movements blurred, faster and lighter, as he activated physical boost acceleration. Layla realized what was happening and felt her pulse quicken. His training was paying off. Liano watched silently. Drago's brute strength and endurance were unmatched, but Setsuna's control and timing were something else entirely. Drago sensed he was losing ground. He forged another mana blade, gathering every ounce of his energy into one attack. His aura expanded, raw and unstable, shaking the floor beneath him. Setsuna stayed composed, tracking every shift in his opponent's stance. Drago lunged. The flurry of strikes forced Setsuna back toward the corner. Drago's muscles swelled with mana, his veins pulsing as he prepared the final blow. Layla's breath caught at the sight. The sheer power was overwhelming. The punch tore through the air, then through nothing. Drago froze, confusion flashing in his eyes. Setsuna's figure still stood before him for a split second, then flickered out. The image dissolved into light. He realized too late, it was an afterimage, left behind by a surge of mana. Setsuna had already moved. Before Drago could react, Setsuna appeared behind him, silent and focused. The mana in his blade shimmered faintly as he gathered his strength. The arena fell still. One decisive motion followed, a clean, sharp slash that cut through Drago's aura and ended the fight. Liano watched closely as the match reached its climax. Setsuna took advantage of Drago's relentless attacks, countering with perfect timing. Both had fought fiercely, but Liano finally declared the result. The match was over, and the winner was Setsuna Cromwell. The crowd erupted into cheers. Drago, struggling to stand, drew gasps from the audience. Some doubted he could rise again after that hit, others admired his endurance. Drago knew the final strike hadn't been fatal, the mana blade had been restrained just enough. When Setsuna offered his hand, Drago accepted it, still breathing heavily. He asked what drove Setsuna to fight. Setsuna's answer was simple: to never lose, to protect what mattered, and to become stronger than anyone else. Drago smiled, admitting defeat and acknowledging Setsuna's strength. Setsuna returned the gesture, recognizing Drago's power as something that might one day aid humanity against the evil god. Liano approached, amused at Setsuna's reckless courage in facing Drago head-on. Raising Setsuna's hand, he announced him as the official representative of the close combat department. The cheers grew louder, echoing through the arena. A few days later, Liano reminded Setsuna to behave before meeting the other representatives for the exchange match. Setsuna simply nodded and entered the hall. The moment he stepped in, someone mocked him, surprised that the close combat department even had a representative. The student's smirk deepened as he added that Setsuna's department hadn't won a single match in 100 years. He pressed his foot down on Setsuna's, taunting him further. Setsuna stayed calm, recognizing the emblem of the enchantment magic department. Then he pushed back, stepping hard in return, remarking that maybe this was how the enchantment department greeted others. With quiet determination, he said that history didn't matter. This year, the close combat department would win. The taunter stumbled as Setsuna withdrew his foot, glaring but saying nothing. Before tension could rise further, a tall man with long hair passed by, suggesting that they let the match decide who was superior. His presence silenced everyone. Setsuna immediately recognized him, the headmaster. Carol, from the summoning department, greeted him with excitement, promising to give her best in the upcoming matches. Setsuna remembered her, a powerful opponent from the previous timeline, one who had once bested him in fierce combat. He knew not to underestimate her. The headmaster gathered the representatives' attention, congratulating them for earning their positions. He explained the rules of the inter-school exchange, a one-on-one tournament format with randomly chosen opponents. The first match would be close combat versus enchantment magic, Setsuna's fight. The second, healing magic against long-range magic. The third, formation magic versus summoning magic. The fourth, special magic versus alchemy. The headmaster described the event as a chance to learn from other departments, encouraging them to prepare as they saw fit. The matches would take place in 10 days. As the crowd dispersed, Setsuna lingered. This was his only chance to approach the headmaster. He called out to him, respectfully introducing himself as the close combat representative. The headmaster recognized him and waited. Setsuna gathered his courage and made a request. If he won his match, he wanted the headmaster to teach him his magic. The headmaster raised an eyebrow, curious. He pointed out that Setsuna specialized in close combat magic, while his own expertise was in summoning, a completely different art. He doubted it would benefit him. But Setsuna clarified, he wasn't asking about the summoning magic the headmaster was known for. He meant the other magic. The headmaster's expression shifted instantly, surprise breaking through his composure. No one was supposed to know about that. The headmaster's aura filled the room with violent gusts as rage flickered across his face. He couldn't believe Setsuna knew about his second seal. The pressure was suffocating, yet Setsuna stood firm, feeling the overwhelming mana swirl around him. This power was a warning, but also a test. The second magic was humanity's hope against the evil god. There was no turning back now. He explained calmly that while he couldn't reveal his reason, a victory for the close combat department after 100 years would shatter the world's expectations. That alone was worth striving for. Extending a hand, he faced the headmaster's scrutiny head-on. The headmaster's aura didn't fade, but his tone shifted. Suspicion lingered in his eyes as he said that if Setsuna managed to win the championship, he would share the knowledge of his second magic. Setsuna bowed with gratitude, promising to claim victory no matter how difficult the path. The headmaster simply told him to keep that spirit alive. Later, while eating bread in the courtyard, Setsuna thought about how uneventful school life felt after 10 years of battle. The bread was surprisingly good, Layla had been right about it. But with only 10 days left before the exchange match, he couldn't afford to waste time. Just then, a voice interrupted him, mocking his preparations. A stone fist came flying. Setsuna dodged instinctively, and steadied himself as dust rose around him. From behind a wall, the mage from the enchantment department emerged, laughing that he'd aimed for Setsuna's blind spot. Setsuna quickly realized what he was dealing with, a golem, infused with life through enchantment. He questioned the mage's behavior, but the reply was filled with arrogance. The mage declared it was simply a continuation of their earlier encounter, and that there was no need to wait for the official match. Setsuna's mana flared across his arms as he prepared for a counter, remarking that the situation was a result of the mage's own choices. The bell rang, signaling class time. Students began walking by, and several more golems appeared behind the mage. Realizing it could cause trouble if anyone reported him for bullying, the mage retreated, warning that the real match would be different. Setsuna watched him go, analyzing his technique. Controlling that many golems at once required real talent, but leaving without picking up someone's fallen bread was simply bad manners. The next day in training, Liano gathered the students and announced they'd be reviewing the fight between Drago and Setsuna to prepare for the exchange match. When asked what they had learned, Drago admitted he'd lost control of both his mana and emotions. Setsuna, on the other hand, recognized that he lacked the raw strength needed to overpower Drago. Liano praised their honesty, reminding them that acknowledging weaknesses was the first step toward growth. Layla asked if their training would reflect the upcoming tournament. Liano confirmed it would, explaining that Setsuna's first opponent, Noel from the enchantment department, specialized in using multiple golems for both attack and defense. Since those constructs had physical bodies, the battle would resemble close combat more than long-range magic. For practice, Liano assigned Drago to simulate fighting as multiple golems, attacking from all angles, while Setsuna would focus on deflecting and countering. As the mock battle began, Drago charged with renewed determination. His punches came faster than before, forcing Setsuna to rely on instincts alone. His reaction still lagged slightly, but Liano's voice guided him to read Drago's movements, anticipate the feints, and counter precisely. Their fists clashed repeatedly until both fell to the ground, drained but satisfied. Drago admitted it had been a good match. Liano handed them water, remarking that with a bit more training, Setsuna would be able to handle several golems at once. Setsuna agreed, reminding himself never to lower his guard no matter how confident he felt. Watching him, Liano couldn't help but notice how fast Setsuna adapted. Drago had solid fundamentals, but Setsuna's combat sense was on another level entirely. As days passed, the long-awaited event arrived, the 78th Elmridge Magic Academy exchange match. The crowd buzzed with excitement as names and departments flashed across the arena. Some spectators scoffed at the closed combat department, calling it a lost cause. Among the crowd, the blonde-haired bully from earlier smirked and said he was betting on Setsuna this time, the dark horse of the tournament. From another section, students pointed out actor from the long-range magic department, relaxed and confident before his match. He was set to face the winner of the opening round. The announcer's voice boomed as the arena's terrain shifted into a vast desert, a randomized stage. Noel's eyes gleamed. The sandy ground favored his style. The audience cheered his name, confident he'd crushed the close combat representative. Layla, unimpressed, shouted back for them to watch carefully. Underdog or not, they'd see who would really fall. The arena went silent as the announcer declared the start of the first match. Paired in anticipation. The first match was about to begin. Noel stepped forward, holding a small black steel fragment in his hand, proudly displaying it for everyone to see. He explained that it was a special mineral used to create golems by fusing it with sand. Dropping the fragment onto the ground, he activated his spell, and from beneath the surface, a massive golem made entirely of black steel rose up. He then revealed a pouch filled with more fragments, boasting that Setsuna's chances of victory were nearly impossible. Moments later, Noel scattered multiple fragments across the desert floor, summoning a small army of golems. The crowd gasped in disbelief at their sheer number. Layla tried to count them, but Noel cut her off, declaring that the golems could be created endlessly on this terrain, making it impossible for Setsuna to even approach him. Spectators whispered that the outcome was already decided. It was foolish for a close combat mage to even stand there. Confident in his advantage, Noel offered Setsuna a chance to say his last words. Setsuna only muttered that the whole thing seemed disappointingly predictable, not the trump card he expected. That remark sent Noel into a rage, and he ordered his golems to crush him. As a wall of sand rose and the air filled with dust, visibility vanished. The audience could only hear the sound of thunderous footsteps and crashing stone. Some thought it was over already, while others strained to see through the cloud. Noel laughed, convinced of his victory, until dark silhouettes began collapsing one by one. When the dust began to settle, several shattered golems lay motionless on the ground. In their midst stood Setsuna, his mana blade humming faintly. He had already adapted to the black steel's properties and carved through the constructs effortlessly. Noel's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to summon more, but before he could complete the spell, Setsuna had already closed the distance. Noel barely registered the blur of movement before a solid punch struck him across the face, sending him tumbling through the sand. As the dust cleared completely, only one figure remained standing. The announcer's voice trembled as he declared Setsuna Cromwell the winner of the first match. The arena erupted into stunned silence before bursting into disbelief. Layla cheered proudly, her voice cutting through the noise. Some spectators couldn't accept the result, claiming it was pure luck or that Noel had overexerted himself. Others were simply amazed. After 100 years, the close combat department had finally won a match. Among the staff, Professor Cyrus Arclight scowled at the conclusion, muttering Setsuna's name under his breath. From the stands, actor of the long-range magic department observed the scene with a cold, calculating look, already planning countermeasures. As the announcer prepared for the next round, Layla called out to Setsuna, waving for him to sit beside her. He joined her, deciding to observe the upcoming battles to pick up strategies for later matches. On the field, Carol from the summoning department battled fiercely atop her summoned beast. Her opponent from the formation department struggled to close the distance, yet even under pressure, their movements were sharp and disciplined. Watching them, Setsuna noted how their coordination and timing could be applied even in close combat situations. Layla commented that other types of magic always look so flashy, but she still wanted to grow stronger as a close combat mage. When Setsuna asked her why she'd chosen such a path, she recalled a childhood memory, how she and her younger brother had once been attacked in the forest, and were saved by a close combat mage. Since then, she'd wanted to protect others the same way. Setsuna told her that dreams born from such moments weren't childish at all. If she held on to that goal, she would definitely grow stronger. Their conversation was interrupted when a familiar voice called out to Setsuna. Turning around, he saw Leo Foray Elmcrest, the second strongest mage of the long-range department back in their academy days. Leo greeted him warmly, teasing him about the girl beside him, which caused Layla to turn red and quickly excuse herself. Once she left, Setsuna asked why Leo wasn't representing his department this time. Leo admitted that he'd been tricked. The current representative, actor, had used underhanded tactics to win the spot. He warned Setsuna to stay cautious. Actor would do anything to claim victory. Setsuna quietly absorbed the warning, realizing he'd be facing not just power but deceit in the rounds ahead. Elsewhere, shadows moved through the corridors. 3 kids chatted idly nearby, unaware of a presence watching them. Hidden in the dark, actor knelt beside an ornate box. As he opened it, soft light spilled over the delicate flowers inside. A grin spread across his face. Something sinister was already in motion. The second round began with an announcement echoing through the arena. The next match was between the long-range and close combat departments, set on the stage known as the Scorching Hell, a blazing field suspended over molten chasms where a single misstep meant instant defeat. Spectators murmured nervously. Even approaching the opponent would be nearly impossible under such conditions. Once again, luck favored the long-range mage. In the shadows near the control station, actor and Professor Cyrus stood together. The professor smirked as the stage shimmered into existence. Actor praised the effortless manipulation of the stage setup, calling it an impressive display of underhanded skill. Cyrus replied that he would personally ensure the insolent close combat mage learned regret the hard way. Meanwhile, far from the arena, Setsuna warned Layla not to touch a strange vase placed on the table. He recognized it immediately as a contact-triggered magic tool, likely designed to drain mana from anyone nearby. Layla was startled, demanding to know why such an object was even there. Setsuna explained calmly that it was another trap meant for him, the 7th one so far. When she asked if he was alright, he said he had been careful enough not to trigger any of them. Inwardly, he was certain of the culprit. Actor had grown bold, setting traps without leaving even a trace of evidence. A knock interrupted their thoughts. When Layla opened the door, 3 young children stood outside, smiling shyly and holding a bouquet of flowers. They explained that someone nearby had asked them to deliver it to Setsuna. Layla assumed it was a fan's gift, wondering why the sender hadn't given it personally. One of the children said the man had been too embarrassed. Before she could respond, one of the kids began coughing violently. The bouquet slipped from her hands and fell onto the floor. Setsuna froze, his eyes widened as he recognized the dark spots appearing on the girl's skin. He had seen those same markings long ago, on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he kicked the bouquet away. Layla, alarmed, asked what was happening. Setsuna replied that the flowers were venenum, a poisonous plant notorious for its deadly toxins. Within seconds, all 3 children began coughing and collapsed to the floor, their breathing shallow. Rage flickered through Setsuna's eyes. Using innocent children as weapons was beyond cruelty. He quickly examined them and muttered that they wouldn't survive without immediate treatment. Only a skilled healing mage could neutralize the toxin. Layla asked if their lives were truly in danger. Setsuna nodded gravely and told her to stay back, warning that the poison was contagious through mana flow. But Layla refused to retreat. Instead, she took off her mana brooch and held it close, her voice steady as she told Setsuna to trust her this time. Setsuna's eyes widened slightly. He recognized that brooch. A rare magical artifact capable of storing mana. As she activated it, a soft light enveloped the children. Layla explained that her mother had embedded a healing spell into the brooch long ago, to be used in emergencies. Under the glow, the dark spots on the children's bodies began to fade. Relief washed over Setsuna. Layla confessed she never thought she would actually use it for something like this. Setsuna thanked her sincerely before grabbing the poisonous bouquet, mana flaring around him. He said he would take care of the rest. He ran through the streets, his mana burning against his veins. Venenum released its most lethal toxins the moment its flowers bloomed. If he tried to dispose of it near people, countless lives would be lost. As he sprinted toward the forest, faint markings began to spread across his own skin. The poison was already seeping in. He reached the sacred ground where the ancient mana tree stood, glowing faintly in the distance. With the last of his strength, Setsuna hurled the bouquet into the air and cleaved it apart with a single strike of his mana blade. The petals scattered in a flash of light, the poison dissipating into harmless motes. The mana tree shimmered brightly in response, purifying the air around him. Exhausted, Setsuna collapsed briefly to one knee. His body felt heavy, the poison eating away at his strength. Still, he forced himself up and began staggering back toward the arena. Back at the tournament, the audience whispered in confusion. The announcer checked the time and regretfully declared that Setsuna had failed to appear, and therefore, by rule, would forfeit the match. Actor smirked confidently from his side of the stage. But before the sentence could be finished, a strained voice interrupted Setsuna's. He stumbled into view, his body covered in faint purple spots, his breathing uneven. Despite the poison's toll, his eyes burned with resolve. He declared that he would not forfeit. Actor's grin widened as he looked him over with mock amusement, remarking that it was foolish to challenge anyone in that miserable state. Setsuna didn't reply. His gaze stayed fixed on the opponent before him, the true cause of all this. The second round began under the blazing arena lights. Actor stood confidently, amused that his earlier gift of poison had reached its mark. Setsuna recognized the taunt and the cruelty behind it. He knew innocent children had suffered because of Actor's scheme, and the anger in his eyes made that clear. Actor only feigned confusion, pretending to know nothing, his smugness feeding Setsuna's resolve. The signal to start the battle echoed through the arena. Actor unleashed a volley of storm magic, sending violent gusts slicing across the field. Setsuna evaded each strike, moving through the turbulence with effort. His breathing was uneven, his mana flickering irregularly. Drago, watching from the stands, noticed how Setsuna's energy seemed distorted. The remnants of poison were still circulating in his body, slowing his reaction and numbing his focus. Though the sacred tree had purified most of it, the recovery was incomplete. From the audience box, Cyrus watched with a satisfied grin, confident that the plan to humiliate Setsuna was unfolding perfectly. Setsuna's mind, however, was elsewhere for a moment. He looked toward the stands, hoping Layla had managed to get the poisoned children treated. The concern distracted him just long enough for another burst of wind magic to graze his shoulder, drawing blood. Actor saw the stumble and pressed his advantage, circling him with relentless attacks. The crowd's impatience grew. They began to murmur that Setsuna was merely running away, unable to stand against a long-range opponent. Their mockery reached Actor, who taunted him further, trying to push him into despair. But Setsuna could sense the arrogance in his attacks. There was precision, but no intent to finish the battle. It puzzled him until he realized the reason. Actor was creating distance, widening the gap between them with each step. When Setsuna finally halted and looked around, he saw the battlefield had transformed. Streams of molten lava now divided the ground, leaving him isolated on a crumbling platform. Actor stood safely across the chasm, a faint smirk on his face, pleased by the perfect trap he had constructed. The spell had been cast quietly during their exchange, a slow manipulation of terrain disguised within his wind magic. With the advantage now absolute, Actor summoned another powerful storm spell, his magic flaring across the arena. Cyrus watched in satisfaction, convinced that Setsuna would not withstand the next barrage. But just as the attack built up, a familiar voice from the stands broke through the noise. Layla had returned and shouted that the children were safe. The moment her words reached him, Setsuna's expression shifted from exhaustion to focus. His movement steadied, and a light of determination flared again. The change startled Actor, who realized that Setsuna's aura was no longer fading but strengthening. Setsuna had been activating his own cells throughout the fight, using his physical boost to burn away the poison within him. While Actor was busy manipulating the battlefield, Setsuna had been enduring, waiting for the right moment. Now that his body was freed from the toxin, his movements regained their sharpness. He saw through Actor's remaining spell preparations and understood the rhythm of his casting. The lava between them was still dangerous, but not impossible to cross. Actor unleashed another strike, confident that Setsuna had no footing left to counter. But Setsuna used the surge of his mana blade to repel the storm itself, forcing the energy back in a violent flash. The crowd gasped, stunned by the reversal. Even Drago could not hide his shock at the precision behind that counter. Actor attempted to nullify his own magic to prevent backlash, thinking that would end the exchange. Yet, in that same instant, Setsuna moved, closing the impossible distance in one motion. His leap was fast enough to blur the air. Before Actor could react, Setsuna's blade stopped inches from his neck. The wind died, the arena fell silent. Actor collapsed, defeated. Setsuna stood tall, his breathing heavy but steady, and looked down at his fallen opponent. There was no triumph in his gaze, only quiet anger for the harm done to the innocent. He left Actor with a single thought: to seek forgiveness from the children he had endangered. The crowd erupted as the announcement declared Setsuna Cromwell the winner. The stage trembled, the rocks beneath their feet beginning to crumble, marking the end of another fierce battle. The rocks beneath their feet began to crumble as Setsuna and Actor teetered on the edge of the arena, moments from plunging into the lava. Setsuna realized Actor was unconscious and leapt from boulder to boulder, managing to catch him before he fell. Carol's summoning magic intervened just in time, lifting them both to safety. The audience erupted in relief as Carol praised her summoned beast for a job well done, while Setsuna received first aid. Carol remarked that he would have been fine even without her help, and Setsuna acknowledged her timely rescue. He recalled Carol from the summoning department, one of the strongest contenders for companionship, talented and composed. If she continued to win, he knew he'd face a fierce opponent ahead. In the stands, murmurs spread about the close combat representative's victory. Many doubted him before, but if this continued, it would be an unprecedented streak. Watching from afar, Cyrus seethed with rage, vowing never to forget the humiliation dealt by Setsuna Cromwell. Rejoining his companions, Setsuna was welcomed by Layla, who congratulated him on his performance. Drago, having heard from Layla, noted how hard the battle had been. Setsuna asked about the children affected by the poison, and Layla reassured him they were resting in the infirmary and would recover soon. Relieved, Setsuna thanked her, until a chill ran down his spine. He sensed an ominous, cold presence filled with killing intent. When Layla asked what was wrong, he simply remained alert, wondering what sinister force lurked within the tournament grounds. Days later, Setsuna trained alone, reflecting that the final match was only a week away. That mysterious aura still haunted him. He needed a new power to counter it, and he knew exactly who possessed it. He called out to Lionel, who approached with mild confusion. Setsuna asked for his guidance once more, addressing him by a name that startled the professor, Fist of Comet. Lionel hadn't heard that title in years. Setsuna had only known it from stories within the magic core before his regression, tales of a close combat mage so powerful he could defeat dragons with a single blow. Bowing, Setsuna requested to learn Liano's magic. Though surprised, Liano asked why he sought even more strength when he was already formidable. Setsuna's answer was simple: his current power wasn't enough. He refused to lose to anyone, not even a god. Amused by his determination, Liano agreed to teach him, despite the risks of such training for a still-growing body. Setsuna watched as immense mana gathered in Liano's fist, the air trembling from the sheer energy. Liano explained that this was the very technique that earned him the title of Fist of Comet, a spell consuming vast mana, usable only once per battle. When he struck, the force carved a clearing into the ground, the earth itself shuddering from the blow. Setsuna could barely believe the sight. Liano warned that the technique required continuous mana accumulation, making it unsuitable for tournament duels. Setsuna, unfazed, accepted without hesitation, determined to master it. Liano nodded, impressed, and led him away to begin their training. Elsewhere, Carol enjoyed a calm tea break, chatting cheerfully with a companion about reaching the finals. When asked about her confidence against a close combat opponent, she answered modestly that victory or defeat often came down to luck, and she only hoped for a fair, good match. Offering another cup of tea, she rose, unaware of the faint glow forming at the back of her neck. In the next moment, a seal appeared, and Carol collapsed unconscious. Her companion watched quietly, his expression unreadable. Whether she won or not no longer mattered. What mattered was that if circumstances shifted, the plan would still proceed. The chapter opens with Setsuna training under Professor Liano. After finishing another intense session, Setsuna asked for his evaluation. Liano was genuinely impressed. He hadn't expected Setsuna to memorize the entire sequence of the technique in less than a week. Privately, Liano admitted that it had taken him over 2 years to master it himself. He commended Setsuna for his remarkable progress, stating that he had now learned the legendary close combat spell once known as the Fist of Comet, but more accurately named Charged Bullet. Soon after, the arena echoed with the announcer's voice, declaring the long-awaited final match of the 78th Elmbridge Magic Academy Exchange. The favored champion, Carol from the Summoning Department, was set to face the rising underdog, Setsuna from the Close Combat Division. Excited chatter filled the audience. Many bet on the undefeated summoner, while others had begun to cheer for the newcomer who had surprised everyone. In the crowd, 3 children from before waved, calling out their encouragement to Setsuna. The stage for the final match was set in the ruins of the goddess, surrounded by a reinforced magical barrier to contain the immense energy that was sure to be unleashed. Layla felt relieved that, for once, the battleground wouldn't disadvantage Setsuna. Liano, watching quietly, hoped she was right. Setsuna glanced toward the headmaster, thinking that if he won today, the promised lesson on a second magic must be fulfilled. Carol, facing him with composed determination, shared a polite wish for a fair match. The battle began. Carol immediately summoned Fenrir, a beast embodying the essence of a raging blizzard. Setsuna sensed a biting chill in the air and braced himself. Fenrir lunged forward, its icy breath freezing the ground beneath them. Carol's precise command kept the pressure constant, giving Setsuna little time to react. With a burst of power, Setsuna activated his physical boost tenfold and dashed through the frost. In a blur, he struck Fenrir cleanly, drawing gasps from the audience. Layla cheered, believing he had gained the upper hand, but Liano explained calmly that summoned beasts, being condensed mana, could heal rapidly. Carol smiled as Fenrir recovered, praising its resilience before amplifying the creature's strength. Setsuna quickly analyzed the battlefield, realizing that the frozen air was trapped by the barrier, reinforcing Fenrir's ice attacks. Meanwhile, the mysterious man who had earlier marked Carol with a seal observed the match from afar. He murmured that in this frozen domain, Fenrir's strength would only grow, curious to see how Setsuna would respond. Setsuna knew that a prolonged fight would only worsen his chances. Against 2 long-range summons, endurance meant defeat. He decided that the battle had to end swiftly, with Charged Bullet. The audience murmured that the close combat representative was on the defensive and had little hope of defeating the summoner. Liano, however, remained silent. He knew that the Charged Bullet required time to charge and wasn't meant for one-on-one battles. Yet, with Setsuna's precise mana control, there was a chance he could gather energy mid-fight without pause. Even so, it was a nearly impossible feat. Carol sensed something unusual in Setsuna's stance, and decided not to give him time to prepare. She summoned another creature, Garuda, a majestic aerial beast, to fight alongside Fenrir. The audience erupted in awe at the simultaneous summoning, and Liano acknowledged Carol's immense skill. Both beasts launched their attacks in unison, wind and frost tearing across the arena. Setsuna held his ground, gathering mana into both fists. When the collision came, he released the energy outward, repelling both summons and stunning everyone watching. He acknowledged Carol's strength and the skill that had brought her this far, but warned that it was now his turn to strike. Mana swirled violently around his hand as he prepared to unleash Charged Bullet. At that moment, far away, the suspicious man snapped his fingers. The hidden seal on Carol's neck ignited, and she screamed as the spell forcibly activated. Setsuna froze, alarmed by the surge of unfamiliar energy radiating from her. The magic felt overwhelming, dark and unnatural. Watching her lose control, he could sense that this wasn't ordinary summoning magic. Setsuna's expression hardened as realization struck him. The mana's signature, ominous, chaotic, and divine, could only belong to one source. He wondered in dread whether this was the same dark power of the evil god's magic making its return. The arena trembled as Carol, under the mysterious man's control, began summoning one creature after another. The air warped under the pressure of immense mana. Shocked gasps rippled through the stands. No ordinary summoner could sustain this many callings at once. Lionel immediately sensed the anomaly. The mana flooding the field wasn't coming from Carol at all. Realizing the danger, he called for the match to be stopped and the barrier removed, anger flaring as he demanded to know what the formation mages were doing. Hidden in the shadows, the suspicious man watched with amusement. He whispered that the barrier could only be broken by the one who cast it. Somewhere nearby, the formation mage trembled, his neck marked with the same dark seal of control. Within the sealed arena, Setsuna fought desperately against the countless summoned beasts. Between attacks, he tried to trace the flow of mana back to its source, convinced the true manipulator was close. But the enemy seemed to read his thoughts. The man mocking his attempt to search amidst chaos. An eagle-like beast swooped down, striking Setsuna with its talons. The impact sent him crashing into a stone pillar, shattering it in two. Blood poured from his arms as he struggled back to his feet. Layla cried out in panic from the stands. The mysterious man smirked from the shadows, confident of his victory. He mused that locating the source of this magic while surrounded by so many beasts would be impossible. With his arms wounded and stamina fading, Setsuna's defeat was only a matter of time. Lionel, scanning the field, grimly assessed the situation. Setsuna had no time to prepare his charged bullet. Carol, meanwhile, was nearing her limit. If the spell wasn't stopped soon, her mana could collapse entirely, and she might not survive. Through the haze of battle, Carol's eyes briefly cleared. She cried out for Setsuna to flee. He called back to her, realizing at last that she was being controlled. A single tear slid down her cheek and landed on one of her own summoned beasts, as she whispered for him to escape before she was forced to kill him. But Setsuna refused to retreat. He faced the raging monsters head-on. The headmaster observed silently from afar while Leano searched frantically for the cursed formation mage, knowing that Setsuna's mana reserves were already more than half drained. Time was running out. A smaller beast lunged forward, its horn piercing Setsuna's thigh. Pain shot through his leg, and he staggered. The audience murmured uneasily, some whispering that Carol's assault had gone too far. The hidden man watched with a satisfied grin. With Setsuna immobilized, he commanded the beasts to finish him. Fenrir lunged, its massive jaws clamping down on Setsuna's left arm. A scream tore through the air. At that instant, fragments of memory surfaced, Liano's lesson during training. He had once asked his students what mattered most in battle. Drago had answered strength, while Setsuna had said minimizing damage while closing distance. Liano had corrected them both, saying the true core of close combat was unwavering fighting spirit, the will to strike back, no matter the pain. Now, with his arm trapped in Fenrir's fangs, Setsuna finally understood. Through gritted teeth and fading strength, he focused his mana into his remaining arm. The hidden man's expression turned to horror as he realized what was happening. Setsuna had been charging his attack all along, disguising the buildup behind his injuries. The man shouted in disbelief, recognizing too late that Setsuna had endured the damage intentionally to mask his preparation. Setsuna's thoughts sharpened. The beasts were berserk, their movements wild and unstable. If he could strike at their shared mana core, the link that tied them together, he could end this in one blow. From the stands, Drago and Layla watched in breathless silence. Summoning the last of his energy, Setsuna declared within himself that all his remaining mana would be poured into this final strike. Power swirled violently around his right fist, the condensed energy of every ounce of will and endurance he had left. He released it, the charged bullet. The impact erupted like a thunderclap. The blast tore through Fenrir and the other summons, dissolving them into streams of raw mana. A brilliant beam of light streaked across the battlefield. The summoned beasts dissolved into motes of light. Carol collapsed, unconscious, and Setsuna caught her before she hit the ground. Relief washed over him. The crowd reacted in stunned disbelief. Rumors spread immediately that the summoning department's star had been defeated. The announcer declared the winner, Setsuna Cromwell. It was the close combat department's first victory in a century. Cheers erupted, voices full of awe at the blow that had ended the chaos. Near the barrier, the suspicious man watched his plan unravel. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated Setsuna's growth. Turning to the formation mage he had used as a pawn, the man withdrew the control seal from the mage's neck and stepped away. His usefulness ended. Liano moved first across the arena. He checked the formation mage and confirmed the man was alive but unconscious. With the seal removed, the barrier collapsed. The headmaster descended into the ring and moved to Carol's side. He recognized the signs of external control and called it the work of a device. He healed Carol with a touch of mana until her breathing eased. To Setsuna, the headmaster kept his promise. He acknowledged Setsuna's true power and told him to come to the chamber the next day to begin the lesson on the second magic. Later in the infirmary, a doctor scanned Setsuna with mana. Externally his wounds were stabilizing. Internally he still carried damage from the fight and the poison. Bandages wrapped his chest and arms. Visitors came in a steady stream: Layla, Drago, the 3 children who had been poisoned, and Professor Liano. The kids praised him with shy excitement. Layla and Drago offered respectful congratulations. Setsuna greeted them with a tired smile and said he'd recover. When the others left, Liano sat by the bedside and spoke plainly. The formation mage had been found with the seal removed. Someone had attacked and knocked him out. Carol would be questioned once she woke. Liano asked if Setsuna had any idea why he'd been targeted. Setsuna had no certain answer, only a sharper suspicion that the tournament had been manipulated from the shadows. That night, a figure approached Carol's door in the dark. A ward shimmered on the frame, meant to block intruders. The man behind the seal had the means to bypass protections. His intent was clear: eliminate Carol first, then erase every trace linking him to the deed. As the intruder raised his hand to strike the sleeping summoner, Setsuna intervened. He manifested a mana blade in a single motion and deflected the hostile spell. Setsuna's expression hardened, his mana blade glowing faintly in the dim light. His words carried both disappointment and resolve. He did not like meeting Leo like this. Leo laughed, admitting that he was surprised to be exposed so soon. He had been sure no traces were left behind. Setsuna, though, was already convinced after witnessing his actions moments earlier. Suggesting they talk elsewhere, Leo led him out of the infirmary, away from the scent of medicine. Outside, Setsuna felt the strain in his body. His internal wounds had yet to heal. Leo turned to him, remarking on the cold intensity in his expression before asking how long he had known the truth. Setsuna recalled the day of the blessing ceremony, how Leo had vanished suddenly, and how the loss of his position as the long-range department representative never made sense. Actors' tricks alone couldn't have caused it. From that moment, unease had taken root. What he saw today only confirmed it. The same mana from the final match now flowed through Leo's attacks. Leo's composure faltered as faint red lines spread across his face. He demanded to know who Setsuna was referring to, the so-called Great Being. The sinister mana twisting around him left no doubt in Setsuna's mind. Leo was a subordinate of the evil god. Setsuna readied his mana blade, determined to stop him. Leo, however, spoke with unsettling calm, declaring that he could no longer allow interference. His body shimmered faintly as Setsuna charged forward. The mana blade cut through him without resistance, leaving Leo untouched. The sensation was eerily familiar. Setsuna realized Leo's body was protected by a form of mana nullification granted by the evil god. Leo boasted that no attack could reach him. Setsuna thought quickly: if the nullification only activated upon contact, then striking from a blind spot might work. He moved behind Leo, but before he could strike, Leo's detection magic flared faster than his movement. A burst of yellow-orange mana struck Setsuna squarely, throwing him back. Leo admitted he had wanted to face Setsuna at full strength, praising his growth before remarking that close combat magic rarely reached such heights. It didn't matter anymore, he said, Setsuna would die here. Setsuna staggered to his feet, pain shooting through his injured thigh as blood seeped from the reopened wound. He demanded to know why Leo was doing this. Leo answered flatly, claiming he was simply tired of the world, likening his actions to destroying a sandcastle built by another. Setsuna's anger flared. Memories of burning fields and fallen comrades flooded his mind. He shouted for Leo to stop, questioning if the man before him was truly the same friend he once knew. Leo's expression twisted as he struck again and again, forcing Setsuna to defend desperately. He reminded himself that his mana blade wasn't ready for long combat, it had to be used at point-blank range. He steadied his breathing, recalling the feeling of his strike from before. There was still a chance. As he prepared to move, Leo's next spell came too fast, his casting almost instantaneous. Setsuna's thoughts raced, this speed, this power, it could only be from the evil god. A sudden command cut through the chaos. Everything halted as white flames ignited across the night sky. The overwhelming light tore through the distorted mana, and a massive white dragon descended above them. On a nearby rooftop stood the headmaster, his presence radiant and unyielding. The headmaster descended alongside his white dragon, apologizing for his delay. Setsuna, exhausted but standing, acknowledged that his arrival had already saved him. Facing Leo, the headmaster identified him as the one behind the chaos of the exchange match. Leo admitted it without hesitation. The headmaster explained that he had traced the residual mana to him, earning a faint smirk from Leo, who called it expected of the academy's finest. With visible regret, the headmaster said he never wished to suspect his own students. Light surged around him as he resolved to restrain Leo Foray Elmcrest. The white dragon unleashed a brilliant torrent of energy that shook the ground. Setsuna could only marvel at its overwhelming force, yet Leo remained unharmed. Leo acknowledged the dragon's strength but claimed that, without the divine authority he carried, he might have been in danger. The headmaster recognized it as true mana nullification, a power long believed only theoretical. He mentioned an ancient warning from the archives of the House of Silverrock. When unknown darkness awakens, the world will face ruin, and nullification will rise among those powers. Leo's tone grew sharper as he pointed out that the same law applied to the headmaster himself. Gathering elemental energy in his hand, he shaped it into a compound of 3 elements, and hurled it forward. The headmaster's eyes gleamed faintly as he ordered Setsuna to step 2 paces right. They moved just as the blast tore through the space where they had stood, leaving Leo briefly stunned that it missed. The headmaster countered that Leo's magic was not the only one capable of defying limits. Leo's grin tightened, and he gathered more energy, vowing to erase them both. The headmaster accepted that the battle would not be an easy one. Setsuna, watching the mana distort the air, realized that if they fought seriously here, the entire academy could be destroyed. The headmaster called to him, and Setsuna understood immediately. The old mage invoked a flight spell, his chant summoning ethereal butterflies that lifted both him and the dragon into the sky. Leo quickly realized the intent, to move the fight away from the academy, and followed, amused that the headmaster still clung to duty. High above, the white dragon unleashed another brilliant blast. Leo answered with his own, the impact pushing the dragon's energy back. He taunted the headmaster, suggesting he yield and let his student have the victory. The headmaster replied that his retirement would come only when the academy was safe. Setsuna, concealed behind the dragon's wings, took advantage of the clash. As Leo focused forward, Setsuna descended at high speed. Leo noticed at the last instant and conjured a barrier, confident in its protection. Setsuna's mind was calm, choosing close combat magic had been the right path after all. As he fell toward Leo, his mana condensed around his fist, forming a spiraling aura of light. The impact came with a thunderous crack. Leo's barrier shattered into fragments, the divine energy dispersing in sparks as Setsuna's strike landed clean. The blow sent Leo crashing down, his earlier smile fading into disbelief. The headmaster acknowledged Setsuna's performance, remarking that even magic nullification had its limits, and that his timing had been exceptional. Setsuna, steadying his breath, reflected that his decision to pursue the path of direct attack magic had paid off, bypassing the reaction delay of nullification spells. Confident in the result, he informed the headmaster that the issue had been resolved. The headmaster praised his technique and urged him to rest and treat his wounds. Leo, who had been watching, slowly rose to his feet. His tone carried admiration and challenge as he admitted that Setsuna had once again exceeded expectations. Setsuna, surprised that Leo could still stand after taking that hit, realized the duel wasn't over. Leo gathered a tremendous surge of mana, channeling it into a devastating spell. Setsuna drew his mana blade in response, but the weapon proved ineffective. The next moment, the spell struck him directly, hurling him against the wall. The impact left him dazed, his consciousness slipping away. In his fading awareness, he recognized the nature of Leo's attack, an advanced fusion of long-range magic and nullification. Before darkness took him, Leo's laughter echoed faintly, proud of his accomplishment. Setsuna's mind spiraled into a dream from the past, a time when he and Leo had trained together as students. Back then, Setsuna had effortlessly demonstrated his long-range precision, drawing playful remarks from Leo, who jokingly aimed at him in return. But the memory darkened. The scene shifted, and Setsuna saw his fallen comrades. Their faces twisted with blame and sorrow as they accused him of failing them, of being a leader who couldn't protect anyone. The guilt and pain of their voices echoed until everything dissolved into silence. He awoke suddenly, gasping for air. Layla was beside him, her expression a mix of relief and concern. She explained that he was in the academy infirmary and had been unconscious for 3 days. Setsuna processed the information with quiet disbelief, defeated twice now, once by Leo and again by the power of the unknown entity behind him. When he asked about the headmaster, Layla mentioned that he was likely in his chamber after a meeting with Leonel. Despite his injuries, Setsuna insisted on going to see him. Layla tried to stop him, worried about his condition, but he apologized softly and left. At the headmaster's chamber, the meeting was just concluding. The professors departed with brief words, some feeling uneasy about the burden they were now expected to bear. Leonel, on his way out, patted Setsuna on the shoulder, half amused and half sympathetic about his recent defeat, before leaving him with a reminder that Layla and Drago had been worried. The headmaster welcomed Setsuna with calm reassurance, glad to see him awake. Setsuna bowed his head slightly, apologizing for having disappointed him, and asked about what happened after he had lost consciousness. Pain rippled through his body as he struggled to stay upright. The headmaster urged him not to push himself and began recounting the events. After Setsuna's collapse, Leo had stood victorious but visibly drained. He admitted to overexerting his mana yet seemed amused by the fight's outcome. Before departing, he expressed his intent to meet the headmaster again someday and disappeared into a portal of swirling energy. The headmaster had considered pursuing him but stopped, sensing something beyond that portal unlike anything he had ever encountered. Returning to the present, Setsuna's expression grew grim as he recalled the strange presence he had sensed from within the portal. He realized it was not merely Leo's power, it was something greater, something foreign. When the headmaster asked if he knew what it was, Setsuna hesitated, understanding that the truth he carried was heavier than words could easily convey. In that moment, he knew the path ahead would not be easy. Defeat had shaped him once, strengthened him twice, but this third time, it would define him. Setsuna's next battle, the one that would determine his destiny, had already begun. The headmaster removed the glove from his left hand, revealing the second seal etched into his skin. He studied Setsuna carefully, asking if there was something more he knew beyond this. His tone softened as he admitted he wanted to believe him, yet needed to understand how he knew what he did. Setsuna hesitated. The idea of revealing the truth about the future clawed at his mind. Images of fire, the evil god, and a city reduced to ashes flashed through his thoughts. Even if he spoke of what he had seen, could anyone believe it? The headmaster's voice broke through his silence, asking if there was a reason he couldn't speak. Something clicked in Setsuna's mind. He asked the headmaster to examine the necklace of revival. When the headmaster did, his expression changed. The blessing of the spirit of time had vanished, its power spent. That could only mean one thing: it had been used in another timeline. Setsuna confirmed it. 10 years in the future, he had activated the necklace's power because he carried too many regrets. The headmaster listened quietly, understanding the weight of the revelation. The pieces fit together: his own death, the destruction of the world, and the evil god's return. Though the truth was difficult to accept, the evidence was undeniable. The headmaster acknowledged that such a reversal of time would have required immense sorrow. Placing a hand on Setsuna's shoulder, he commended his strength for bearing such tragedy alone, and assured him that he would no longer face it by himself. For the first time in a long while, Setsuna allowed himself to smile. Gratitude replaced the heaviness in his chest. Perhaps, with the headmaster's help, there was still hope to rewrite the world's fate. The headmaster decided to teach him something new, a form of magic unknown to standard systems, a technique meant to counter the evil god itself. They left the chamber and arrived beneath the sacred tree, an ancient place filled with memories of their training. Setsuna felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling how he had once practiced there as a student. The headmaster explained that spirit magic was unlike ordinary techniques. It fused one's essence with that of the spirit world, using mana as a bridge, and granted abilities that defied normal boundaries. Setsuna was intrigued by the possibilities, though the explanation barely scratched the surface. The headmaster's golden eyes glowed faintly as he decided to demonstrate rather than continue explaining. Setsuna noticed that same golden light, the same he had seen during the battle against Leo. The headmaster smiled faintly, proposing a small test. Though Setsuna found the idea strange, he understood the lesson behind it. Despite multiple attempts, he couldn't win even a single exchange. The headmaster revealed that the glow came from the spirit of time itself, a precognitive power that allowed glimpses a few seconds into the future. He spoke of other spirits as well, each granting unique gifts: the spirit of wind enabling flight, the spirit of water allowing passage through solid matter. Setsuna was stunned. If he could master such a system, he could blend it with his combat magic to create something far beyond his current skill. Yet there was a condition. Spirit magic required forming a contract with a spirit, and that process began with a preliminary step. The headmaster decided to let him try immediately. Closing his eyes, he merged his mana with the surrounding air, his body glowing faintly. He instructed Setsuna to quiet his mind, to feel rather than think, and to let his awareness blend with the world around him. Setsuna obeyed, reaching out with his senses. He called out inwardly for the spirit's power, but felt nothing. The headmaster observed quietly, then noted that the failure likely stemmed from the turmoil within Setsuna's heart. To become one with nature, he needed to achieve stillness. Setsuna realized his thoughts were clouded by constant urgency, always striving to grow faster, stronger, more capable. He tried again, attempting to empty his mind. The headmaster reassured him that it had taken him years to achieve harmony, but that Setsuna had time before the evil god's return. Setsuna disagreed. Time was no longer a luxury. The apostles could strike at any moment. At the mention of apostles, the headmaster grew serious. Setsuna explained that they were beings from the same realm as the evil god, each wielding powers unlike any known form of magic. Leo's ability to disintegrate spells was proof of that. He had faced only one apostle before returning through time, and even with his strongest long-range magic, victory had been narrow. The headmaster recognized the connection to the 12 dark powers once recorded in the Silverrock family's ledger. There were likely others hiding within their world, unseen but dangerous. He cautioned Setsuna to remain calm. Strong emotions could easily lead to disaster. Before dismissing him, the headmaster mentioned the upcoming joint training in the dungeon, where Liano would explain further. It would be a chance for Setsuna to push beyond his limits, though the path would be brutal. For now, he urged him to rest. Distant echoes of monsters stirred in the shadows, a sign that the coming storm was already beginning. Leo entered a shadowed chamber beyond a heavy iron door. Dark creatures stirred in the dimness as he greeted them casually. One of the monsters sneered at his late arrival, but before Leo could respond, a massive, horned figure stepped forward, the 10th Dark Apostle, Zagan, radiating killing intent as he warned him not to test his patience. From above, a clownish man hanging upside down from the ceiling, the 9th Dark Apostle, Poker, mocked Leo's failure. He reminded everyone that Leo had acted without orders, failed to kill even a single student, and returned injured. He demanded to know how Leo intended to take responsibility. Leo brushed it off, claiming he had simply lost his composure when facing his best friend. His tone was light, but the room tensed as the others recognized him, the 12th Dark Apostle, Leo Ferre Elmcrest. Zagan ordered him to wipe the smirk off his face, his hand lifting for a strike, when a sudden voice halted the tension. A calm yet commanding tone filled the air, reminding them that as apostles of the Great Being, they should not waste time with petty squabbles. The presence belonged to the 2nd Dark Apostle, Satanakia. A gust of wind passed through the chamber, and even Leo was impressed by the weight of that aura. Satanakia redirected their focus, demanding personal reports. Zagan still bristled with hostility, offering to handle Leo personally if he interfered again. Pooker volunteered to assassinate him instead, claiming it would be more entertaining. Satanakia dismissed them both, saying the task had already been assigned, and that the one chosen would not fail. Days later, after the exchange matches, life at the academy resumed quietly. Layla approached Setsuna during class, surprised to see him attending so soon after his injuries. He assured her he was fine for theory lessons, though she doubted it, sensing that something heavier lingered behind his calm. In his mind, the words of the headmaster echoed, a private conversation after the battle. The existence of the evil god and his apostles was to remain secret from the public. Only a few trusted professors would be informed, and the search for Leo was now in their hands. Training in spirit magic would have to wait. Returning to the present, Setsuna apologized for worrying Layla, though his thoughts were already elsewhere. He had to recover quickly and grow stronger. Professor Lionel entered, calling the class to order. He announced the upcoming joint training between faculties, an opportunity to not only study one another's combat styles but also to surpass individual limits. Setsuna understood immediately that teamwork was the true goal. Lionel revealed that the training would take place in a one-star underground dungeon. Participation was voluntary, but danger was guaranteed. The training would begin in 2 weeks, giving everyone time to prepare. Setsuna quietly resolved to heal before then. Layla invited him to dinner, insisting that proper recovery started with good food. He agreed, realizing she was right. As they walked, whispers followed him through the halls, admiration from students who had once mocked him, now praising the close combat mage who had triumphed in the exchange match. Layla found it amusing how quickly opinions shifted, and Setsuna admitted she was right again. Ahead, 3 boys blocked their path. One of them, Carl, a noble with a strong reputation, stepped forward, recognizing Setsuna as the winner. The name spread quickly among nearby students. Carl was known for his powerful bloodline and rumored army prospects. Carl extended an invitation to join his noble salon, a private circle reserved for the highest-ranking mage families. It was rare for anyone without noble blood to be offered a place, and the onlookers whispered excitedly. Yet Carl's thoughts were more self-serving. Having the champion of the exchange match in his group would elevate its status. He added that such connections were vital for Setsuna's future, warning that wasting time with an unworthy companion, like Layla, would only hold him back. Setsuna rejected the offer immediately, telling him that bloodline had nothing to do with true magic, and that the real waste was continuing this conversation. The crowd murmured in disbelief, some even laughing at Carl's humiliation. Enraged, Carl summoned his weapon and lunged at Setsuna, but before his strike could land, Layla intercepted him. She twisted his wrist and pushed him back, reminding him that personal fights were forbidden in the academy. Carl spat out an insult, calling her a commoner, but his friends dragged him away before the situation could escalate further. Watching her stand firm, Setsuna realized that Layla's strength had grown in ways he hadn't fully noticed before. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. Turning, he saw Carol approaching, her expression bright and grateful. She thanked him for saving her and mentioned that she wanted to properly express her gratitude. With a shy smile, she invited him to visit her room, a request that left Setsuna momentarily speechless as the next chapter of his path quietly began to unfold. Carol thanked Setsuna for saving her and decided to prepare a homemade meal for him. He accepted politely while she started cooking. Layla offered to help, thinking it was just cooking after all, though her flustered expression suggested otherwise. Drago entered, puzzled by his invitation. Carol laughed lightly, saying more people made things livelier. Layla noticed the use of healing ingredients, and Carol proudly called them healing foods. Setsuna quietly reflected on the headmaster's words. Carol's missing memories of Leo's incident might be due to shock or perhaps tampering. Though relieved she was safe, he feared others could be targeted next. Drago noticed his expression and told him to stop overthinking, to rest once in a while. From the kitchen came the sounds of chaos, and Setsuna thought it resembled combat training more than cooking. Drago smirked, calling it nonsense, but soon Carol asked him to help. Moments later, he appeared reluctantly in a maid's apron, grumbling while Carol giggled. When the meal was ready, Carol presented the dishes proudly, and Layla apologized for making too much. Setsuna decided to finish everything, using a physical boost to speed digestion. Layla asked if he was fine, and Setsuna replied that the egg soup tasted rich and deep. Drago, still in the apron, announced that it was his doing. As they ate together, Setsuna thought how peaceful this felt compared to his past life, when the evil god destroyed everything. He vowed silently that such tragedy would never repeat. 2 weeks later, dungeon, joint training day at the dungeon entrance, Drago noted that Setsuna looked ready. Setsuna thanked him, crediting the healing meals for his quick recovery. Being on the same team brought him comfort. He could rely on Drago now. Two upperclassmen approached Mifune from the formation department, and Yuzuha, his teammate. After introductions, Mifune seemed cheerful and confident, while Yuzuha remarked on Setsuna's calm aura. Drago found Mifune unusually cheerful for a senior from the formation department, and Setsuna quietly agreed. Yuzuha, standing beside him, carried a calm yet unsettling aura. Her gentle smile seemed almost too practiced. Mifune laughed in response to their impressions, but for a brief moment, his eyes darkened, as if something else stared back through them. Soon, Professor Giovanni Bertolini began the briefing. The formation and close combat departments would train together in the ancient dungeon of the Sealed Demon, a one-star area filled with undead and monsters. Each student's results would be recorded by a memory bracelet, with rewards based on points and loot collected. The top team would receive academy medals, and anyone exceeding 100 personal points could join the kingdom's Magus battalion training. Setsuna thought of the battalion, the strongest mages of the realm, and his lost comrades. He wanted to see them again. Giovanni handed out bracelets, warning them not to go too deep, and to use mana for teleportation in emergencies. Setsuna set his target at 200 points. At that same moment, Drago voiced the same goal. They exchanged a knowing glance, silently challenging each other. The professor raised his hand, signaling the start. The atmosphere thickened with tension and purpose. The joint training had begun. Setsuna and Drago dashed in as the dungeon gates opened. The ruin of the Sealed Demon, a one-star dungeon built by an ancient civilization, spread out before them, its depths still mostly unexplored. Every creature inside would treat them as intruders. Setsuna noted that even with teleportation magic, this would be a dangerous mission. Drago whistled in awe at the vast underground hall, impressed by its size. Kneeling, Setsuna examined a strange plant, wondering if a whole civilization once lived here. He recalled the headmaster's words about this training being vital for future missions. His current goals were clear: master spirit magic and earn every possible point. Mifune and Yuzuha soon caught up. Mifune laughed about their speed, while Yuzuha pointed deeper into the ruins. Students gathered to discuss splitting paths. One suggested turning back, but Mifune insisted the deeper route held the real rewards. Setsuna quietly admitted that for a point-based challenge, Mifune wasn't wrong. When asked if he was worried, he tapped a wall, saying it felt hollow. Drago confirmed curiously, and Setsuna pointed out that the vegetation looked out of place. He suspected a hidden chamber. Mifune dismissed it as coincidence, but before Setsuna could finish explaining, Drago smashed the wall with a single punch, revealing a new passage. The group stared in surprise. Mifune grinned, calling it a splendid sight and praising Drago's strength. As they advanced, a huge boulder crashed towards Setsuna, but Drago cleaved it apart with his mana blade. Setsuna complimented his energy, and Drago replied that he wanted close combat mages to earn respect, and didn't plan on losing him. A glow flashed behind Setsuna, and he narrowly dodged an arrow aimed at his neck. White light erupted from a magic circle ahead, forcing them to react quickly. Drago admired Setsuna's sharp response and suggested clearing traps to ease the senior's path. They spotted a treasure chest. Just as Drago reached for it, Mifune fired a mana arrow, claiming it for himself with a smirk. His bracelet glowed, 15 points. Drago gritted his teeth. The same thing happened twice more, with Mifune outpacing him each time, earning 30 and 40 points while Drago stayed at 0. Even when Drago battled an armored demon, Mifune stepped in at the last second, landing the final blow and stealing the credit. Nearby, Yuzuha calmly fought demons beside Drago, collecting 30 points to his 10. Another chest appeared. Mifune reached it first again, raising his total to 55. Breathing hard, Drago heard Mifune remark that while he was strong, he lacked vision, and would never catch up that way. Their current points stood at Mifune 55, Yuzuha 30, Setsuna 25, Drago 10. Setsuna frowned, calling out Mifune's behavior. Dungeon exploration, he said, required fairness and sharing rewards, yet Mifune was robbing his juniors. Feigning innocence, Yuzuha turned to Mifune, who only chuckled. He said using others was part of human nature, and if Setsuna disliked it, he could try to stop him. Setsuna studied Mifune carefully. The man's dual formation circles gave him teleportation ability and a tactical edge, but even that had limits. Yuzuha, too, remained oddly detached from earning points. Her calm expression hid something deeper, something Setsuna couldn't yet name. Mifune smiled as he strode ahead. Their scores climbed, Mifune 80, Yuzuha 50, Setsuna 35, Drago 10. Then Setsuna paused. The air in the next chamber felt wrong, heavier than before. Mifune spotted another chest radiating faint dark energy and approached eagerly, declaring it his. Setsuna tried to warn him, but Mifune ignored it, claiming that only fools hesitated. The chest snapped open, unleashing a surge of corrupted mana. A massive shadow took form before them, far beyond the level of a one-star dungeon. Setsuna's heart sank. Whatever this creature was, it didn't belong in ordinary training. Setsuna froze when he saw the figure emerging from the shadows, a skeletal face crowned with twisted gold, snakes slithering between its jagged teeth. It was the King of Death. His dark flames radiated a nightmare-like aura that chilled the air. Setsuna could barely believe a being like this existed in a one-star dungeon. The creature's gaze burned through them, its voice cold and ancient as it cursed the intruders who had disturbed its rest. Drago, still trying to process the situation, glanced towards Setsuna. He understood the danger immediately, and told Drago to take Mifune and escape while he held the monster back. Drago, ever confident, simply wondered how many points a monster like that would be worth. The thought made Setsuna smirk for a moment, finding his friend's spirit reassuring even in a crisis. A massive magic circle formed around them. The King of Death began his assault, releasing volleys of black fire that shattered the floor. Drago noticed the creature's strategy, magic circles hidden across the room, each ready to strike. If not for his mana guard, he would have been caught in the first blast. Setsuna analyzed the spell structure and quickly realized this enemy's intelligence and magic level were equivalent to a 4-star mage. The danger was beyond what they had trained for. When another magic circle appeared near Mifune, Setsuna called out, warning him just in time. Together, Drago and Setsuna attacked, their movements sharp and instinctive. Drago reached Mifune and extended a hand. Though hesitant, Mifune took it. Their brief truce was uneasy but necessary. Across the chamber, 2 glowing circles formed above Yuzuha, who seemed distracted by something unseen. Setsuna rushed to her side, blocking the attack. She smiled faintly, her calmness strangely out of place in such chaos. Something about her composure bothered him, but he pushed the thought aside. Realizing they needed to end it quickly, Setsuna called for Drago's attention. Without needing words, both knew what to do. Drago grinned, already anticipating their next move. Mifune, standing at a distance, watched them with thinly veiled envy, thinking about how he could still turn this to his advantage. His smile hid his greed as he pretended cooperation, while secretly plotting to steal the points once the battle ended. Drago sensed his deceit but ignored it for the moment, focusing on the real enemy. Setsuna, meanwhile, thought back to his unfinished training with Liano. He remembered struggling with a charged bullet technique that had failed against Leo in their previous mission. That failure had driven him to push harder. He recalled how Liano had given them magic-infused weight bands, an old but effective method to build strength, and how he had worn them ever since, despite the strain. Now was the moment to release them. The bands dropped to the ground, heavy and clattering against the stone floor. Setsuna felt a surge of power rush through his limbs. Mifune, confused, wondered what kind of training they had undergone. Setsuna's aura flared as he enhanced his body with physical boost magic. Drago seized the opening, delivering a powerful kick to the King of Death's skull. The monster tried to summon one last spell, but it was too late. Their combined strength overwhelmed it completely. The King of Death collapsed, his flames flickering out like dying embers. Silence filled the chamber. Both Setsuna and Drago checked their bands and saw the result of their teamwork. Each had gained 50 points. Setsuna noted that their strikes must have landed simultaneously, splitting the reward evenly. Mifune could hardly believe what he had witnessed. He had underestimated them, assuming they were holding back. Now he realized their true strength and understood why they were feared among the close combat mages. Setsuna turned toward him, noticing a wound along his arm. He stepped forward to examine it, asking where Yuzuha had gone. Before anyone could answer, the ground began to tremble violently. Cracks spread beneath their feet, and the stone floor gave way. Mifune stumbled toward the edge, but Setsuna caught his arm just in time, pulling him back to safety. Below, the ruins shifted and revealed swarms of undead crawling through the darkness. Their hollow eyes glowed faintly, filling the chamber with a cold dread. Drago realized the danger and urged retreat before they were surrounded. As they pulled back through the collapsing tunnels, Setsuna couldn't shake a lingering thought. Something about this dungeon was far more sinister than they'd been told. Whatever force was at work here, it wasn't just a one-star anomaly. As the undead swarmed from all sides, Setsuna focused his energy, aiming precisely for their heads. Even with their teamwork, the creatures kept coming, their bodies collapsing and rising again under the pull of dark magic. Mifune grew frustrated. No matter how many they defeated, the points on his band didn't increase. Setsuna quickly realized why. The darkness itself was reviving the fallen. Drago gritted his teeth, slashing through another wave. There seemed to be no end to them. Mifune muttered that something was off, that these monsters didn't belong in a one-star dungeon. Setsuna, scanning the surroundings, sensed a sinister current beneath their feet. The true source of the magic was coming from the lower floors. He asked if the others could feel it, though Mifune doubted him. Setsuna, however, was certain. The energy might even belong to Yuzuha. Drago suggested they head downward. Mifune tried to object, unsure if he wanted to follow, but Setsuna pointed out that staying behind alone would only mean a slower death. Mifune bristled, accusing Setsuna of underestimating him. Setsuna replied calmly, saying he was only being realistic. Mifune's skills so far had been limited to stealing Drago's points. Mifune scoffed that such tactics were simply part of his strategy, cursing the undead and the dungeon but reluctantly agreeing to follow. As they moved deeper, Mifune noted how easily Setsuna and Drago coordinated in battle. They seemed used to fighting together. Drago smirked, telling him to save his breath for combat. Setsuna's senses sharpened. The source of the dark magic was close. Ahead, an eerie presence awaited them, an enormous eyeball creature, pulsing with black veins and floating midair. Setsuna had never seen anything like it. Normally, dungeons drew energy from magic circles, not living entities. While Setsuna studied it, Mifune plotted silently, waiting for a chance to strike and steal the points once the monster fell. But Drago caught his intent and drove an elbow into his side, knocking him back. Stretching his shoulders, Drago seemed almost eager to fight again. Setsuna attacked first, destroying the eyeball and earning 10 points. But their victory was short-lived as the undead began to rise again, more restless than before. He suspected they had angered the dungeon by breaking its source. From now on, they would need to fight strategically to clear the area and earn what they came for. Drago, still grinning, welcomed the challenge, claiming it was a good way to release tension. Mifune tried to shake off his frustration and decided to aim for 100 points before escaping. Setsuna then asked him about Yuzuha's whereabouts. Mifune claimed ignorance, suggesting she might have fled in fear, but Setsuna doubted it. Even when the King of Death appeared earlier, she hadn't shown fear. Something about her had been off from the start, and now, combined with the strange monsters and dark energy, he began to suspect something deeper, possibly linked to the apostles. If that were true, Drago and the others were in grave danger. The undead surged again. Drago charged forward eagerly, cutting them down one after another, laughing at the bonus points each kill brought. Together, they pushed through the horde, their bands steadily tallying up. When the dust finally settled, Setsuna checked his band, 225 points. Drago followed with 210, while Mifune lagged behind at 125. Mifune declared he was done and started preparing to leave. Drago asked if he wasn't going to help find Yuzuha, reminding him she was part of their team. Mifune brushed it off, saying she had only joined yesterday and probably escaped already. That answer made Setsuna pause. Yesterday? Something didn't add up. As Mifune pressed his band to teleport back to the surface, nothing happened. Panic flashed across his face. The return function was disabled. Setsuna concluded they would have to find another way out. Drago tested his own band and confirmed the same. The air suddenly thickened with that same oppressive energy. Setsuna could feel it again, stronger and closer than before, the same magic that had fueled the undead. He decided to go deeper in search of Yuzuha, instructing the others to return if possible. Mifune mocked his concern, wondering if he was infatuated, but Setsuna ignored him. Drago refused to let him go alone and joined without hesitation. Mifune protested that they should inform Professor Giovanni first, but Setsuna told him to handle the report himself. He could still sense Yuzuha's mana faintly. As the two advanced, Mifune hesitated before following. His fear battled with curiosity, and the dread of being left alone. Drago caught up and patted his shoulder, telling him to come along so they could all make it out together. Mifune reluctantly agreed, grumbling that neither he nor Drago could sense Yuzuha's mana anyway. Setsuna simply replied that experience had sharpened his detection. The air grew colder as they descended, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Somewhere ahead, a faint sound echoed, a low, haunting hum. They turned a corner and froze. There, sitting at the center of a glowing magic circle, was Yuzuha. Her left eye was pale white, veins spreading unnaturally across the left side of her face. She looked up at them, her voice trembling as she begged for help. Drago looked toward Yuzuha, as he asked if she was all right. Mifune glanced around, his expression tense, wondering aloud what was happening. Setsuna raised a hand, stopping them from getting closer to Yuzuha, his voice calm but commanding as he warned that this was no ordinary situation, it was an ancient trap. While the others hesitated, Setsuna's mind raced. He sensed no signs of activation within the dungeon itself, which could only mean the trap came from an external source, perhaps an item imbued with dark magic. The pattern was disturbingly familiar. He remembered seeing something similar in his previous life, a cursed relic once sold on the black market. He was certain Yuzuha hadn't triggered it willingly. Someone else was pulling the strings. He quickly concluded that the only way to nullify the trap was through a specialized magic weapon. Taking charge, he stepped forward and prepared his mana blade, murmuring a series of incantations. Drago, without hesitation, gave him the go-ahead. Setsuna's mana surged, his blade glowing as the enchantment took effect. He brought it down against the magic circle, shattering its dark pattern in a single strike. The circle dissolved, vanishing into the ground. Yuzuha stirred, her consciousness returning, but the left side of her body convulsed as though crushed by unseen force. She collapsed into Setsuna's arms, weakly murmuring words about not letting him go any further before losing strength again. Setsuna froze for a moment, confused. He didn't understand what she meant. Dark waves began to seep from Yuzuha's earrings, the cursed energy pulsing visibly. Setsuna's eyes narrowed. So the source was the earrings after all. Mifune blamed Yuzuha's recklessness and asked what would become of her now. Carrying Yuzuha on his back, Setsuna replied that he wasn't sure yet, but regrouping with the others was their best option. They could report everything to the professors later. Even as he spoke, he couldn't shake the feeling that this incident was too unnatural. It had the Apostle's shadow written all over it. Drago cut in, saying they should focus on getting out first. Setsuna agreed and asked Mifune to use his bracelet for teleportation. He tapped it, but nothing happened. As expected, he muttered bitterly, realizing the bracelet wasn't functioning. Suspicion fell on Giovanni, wondering if he had provided defective magic tools. Setsuna checked Yuzuha's bracelet next, only to find it dead as well. The teleportation seals had all been disrupted. Before they could act further, the entire area began to shake violently. Mifune gasped, it was an earthquake. Drago shouted for everyone to run. The ground split, dust and debris filling the air as rocks tumbled from above. Mifune cursed under his breath, unable to understand what was happening, while Drago threw his fists at a massive boulder, his mana-charged blows echoing through the narrow corridor. Setsuna quickly assessed the situation. The path ahead was completely blocked by rubble. Using brute force would only waste energy. He suggested they search for another route instead. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in the dungeon, Layla and her group were scouring the tunnels. Hearing faint cries, she called out to see if anyone was there. A weak voice responded. She rushed over, helping her team remove the rubble to free a trapped student. As they pulled the injured student out, Layla knelt and used healing magic to ease the pain. The student asked about the others, and another weakly mentioned that someone was still trapped behind the collapsed wall. Layla's heart tightened with worry. She silently prayed for Setsuna and Drago's safety. Back in the buried section, Mifune murmured in disbelief, unable to process how everything had spiraled so quickly. Drago asked if Setsuna could use his charge bullet technique to clear a path. Setsuna replied that he had thought of it, but the risk was too great, it could trigger another collapse. They were exhausted, and the air was growing thin. When Drago asked for alternatives, Setsuna admitted there was one way, but it required going deeper underground. With their condition, he couldn't bring everyone along. He decided to go alone. Mifune protested, reminding him that the lower floors were filled with powerful monsters. Setsuna acknowledged the danger but explained that the earthquake was likely caused by the dungeon boss awakening. The interference in their teleportation magic confirmed that a stronger mana presence was suppressing their own. This was no longer a one-star dungeon. Drago, despite the dire situation, couldn't help but admire Setsuna's calm deduction, calling him as knowledgeable as ever. Setsuna only nodded to himself, Years of dungeon exploration had taught him how to read mana patterns like this. Mifune told him that he and Drago would hold their ground and wait for good news. Setsuna promised he would return, determined to save them all. Drago reminded him to mark his path along the way, and Setsuna agreed before setting off into the dark passage. As he descended further, the air grew heavier and colder. He could feel the thick aura of death surrounding him. While fighting off waves of undead, his mind wandered briefly. He wondered how far the limits of close combat magic could reach. If only he had a fire or purification element, dealing with these creatures would be much easier. Close combat spells relied purely on force and lacked elemental power, but lately, he had begun to feel something stirring inside him, a faint burning sensation, as if another power was awakening. He cut through the last wave of undead and continued deeper, searching for an escape route. Back at the block tunnel, Drago was tirelessly breaking apart smaller rocks. Mifune, slumped against the wall, spoke bitterly about how he had always relied on shortcuts, pretending strength while others trained sincerely. He called himself the fool for not realizing sooner. Drago, focused as ever, told him there was no time for regrets, they had to survive. A faint voice echoed through the rubble, asking if someone was there. Drago shouted back, his heart leaping at the sound. From the other side, students responded that they could hear him. Layla's voice soon joined in, desperate but hopeful, calling out for Drago and asking about Setsuna. Drago yelled back that they were alive, though Setsuna had gone to find another route. Mifune tried to reply but his voice failed her, exhaustion taking over. Layla urged her group to clear the debris faster. Deeper below, Setsuna could feel the dungeon's atmosphere shifting. The mana here was dense and suffocating, the very heart of the dungeon. Ahead, a faint glimmer caught his eye, a small, half-open door radiating dim light. It could be a path to the exit. Yet, as he approached, he sensed a barrier blocking the way, strengthened by dark energy. It was strange, despite the suffocating pressure, the chamber beyond was eerily empty. His instincts screamed for caution. A sudden tremor passed through the ground. Setsuna looked up, eyes widening as something massive loomed above him. A gaping maw with jagged teeth lunged from the darkness. He rolled back just in time as the creature's jaws slammed shut where he had stood. When he turned, he froze. The monster had two heads. The air trembled from its roar. Before him stood a double-headed hydra. Setsuna stared up at the double-headed hydra, the creature's corrupted flesh and the way its severed heads knit back together making his skin crawl. The dungeon's anomalies converged here. Whatever animated this beast was tied to a far darker source. Only someone wielding power like the evil god could force such resurrection. The hydra spat a glimmering projectile. Setsuna rolled out of the way, instincts telling him it was venom. If this fight dragged on, the dungeon would only worsen. He inhaled, steeling himself to finish the thing quickly. He drew his mana blade and moved in. Memories surfaced unbidden, his past battles with hydras. They never died until every head was destroyed. Their skulls were thick. A blade rarely did lasting damage. The trick had always been to find the soft spots. He charged. His first strike split one head cleanly. He vaulted back as the hydra sprayed green poison. Some of it splashed his armor, burning like acid. The beast began knitting the missing head back to its neck, the regeneration a mockery. Killing only one head wouldn't suffice. He needed to sever both at once. A flash of frustration came with the memory of past failure. He had once tried to wield blades in both hands and failed. Liano's reprimand echoed. The body must catch up to the mind, and for close combat mages, internal mana conditioning took years. Setsuna had trained with weight bands, pushed until his body adapted, but dual wielding remained precarious. He forced himself to be practical. Start safe with a single sword, stabilize, then attempt two. He pushed forward again, muscles burning, poison stinging his lungs. The hydra lunged. Both heads slammed into a stone wall in a blind charge. For a heartbeat they were disoriented. Setsuna seized the moment, manifesting a blade in each hand and driving both through the beast's necks in simultaneous arcs. When both heads hit the floor at once, the monster shuddered and did not regenerate. The exceptional recovery that had sustained it faltered when all heads were taken together. Setsuna's double blade trembled in his grip. The technique was far from perfect, but it had worked. A slow clap echoed from the shadowed corridor. A man stepped forward, wiping his palms, eyes bright with cruel amusement. Giovanni, Professor Giovanni Bertolini, applauded Setsuna's victory as if inspecting a finished product. Setsuna glanced up, breath ragged, and named him aloud. Giovanni noted Setsuna's calm, suggesting the student had expected him to appear. Setsuna kept his voice steady, asking the questions that mattered. Was Giovanni an apostle, and why push so far to turn students into puppets? Giovanni's smile twitched. Watching Setsuna in the exchange matches had sparked something in him, an idea that thrilled his darker curiosity. He admitted to wanting an undead body as a plaything, to fashion Yuzuha as a puppet. She had approached him naively. He had given her an earring that bound her will and turned her into what she was now. She should have been grateful to be remade, he scoffed, calling her foolish for not appreciating the gift. Rage flared hot and bright in Setsuna's chest. Words failed. Giovanni's casual cruelty was a blade itself. He stepped forward, knuckles white, promising retribution for every violated life. Students clawed at the rubble until one of them gasped that he could not move. Drago yanked free the trapped youth and heaved him into the open, breathless and alive. Layla rushed over, relief breaking across her face as she checked the rescued student. Around them, others helped pry away fallen stone. Dust settled. For the first time in hours the earth seemed to quiet. Drago laughed hoarsely, grateful and exhausted, and thanked everyone for their effort. They had escaped to the surface at last. Layla scanned the horizon and noted that the tremors had subsided, and the red glow that had suffused the dungeon was dimming. Drago guessed that Setsuna must have defeated the boss. Mifune, checking his bracelet, announced that the device's mana signature had returned. Layla urged them to move up so the teleport function could send them back to safety. Drago hesitated only a moment before telling Layla he would go check on Setsuna. He left the group in her care and plunged back into the dark. Layla nodded and promised to wait at the rendezvous. Drago sprinted onward. Deep in the collapsed chamber, Setsuna stood over Giovanni, blade still wet with Hydra ichor. His voice was low and cold. The professor had engineered this, he would pay for it. Giovanni only smiled, amused by the hatred in the young man's eyes. Setsuna launched himself forward. He used Frost Phantom, a trick of speed and cold that blurred the air around him. An ice shard flashed up from the floor and sliced at Giovanni's cheek, but the professor merely chuckled. He praised the move as effective against a direct attacking close combat mage and taunted the limits of such tactics. Setsuna realized the depth of Giovanni's preparation, formation magic woven into traps and counterattacks, the professor's circuits triggering at predetermined moments. His own mana was already drained from the Hydra fight. Giovanni's formations required prearranged anchors, teleport spots and activation nodes, much like Mifune's setup. Setsuna tested that theory and paid for it when a poison slash bit his shoulder. The wound began to spread its burning sickness through his veins. Giovanni sneered that Setsuna was pathetic and urged surrender. Setsuna spat back that he would never yield and would break the curse he'd placed on Yuzuha. The professor's reply was a grin and an offer of terms: give allegiance, and perhaps the curse could be undone. He seized Setsuna by the hair, trying to force obedience. The idea of pledging himself to such a man was an insult. Setsuna struck free and lunged again. Giovanni flickered away with a practiced shift of formation magic, teleporting into the shadows. Setsuna read the mana trails and followed, fast enough to reach the arrival point the moment Giovanni reappeared. He slashed, catching the professor across the throat. Giovanni's shock was genuine. Nobody had unraveled his teleport pattern so quickly. Before the student could press the advantage, Giovanni's hands and face knit back together, regeneration coursing through him. Setsuna realized, in horror, that Giovanni was not merely human. The professor confessed with proud malice that a great being had spared him at the brink of death and granted him immortality. He considered himself the being's masterpiece. He spoke of humanity's weakness, aging and death, and of his desire to bestow immortality upon chosen ones by turning them into undying puppets. Yuzuha had been a foolish, eager recruit who failed to understand the earring's true nature. For Giovanni, she was a prototype. For Setsuna, she was a person to be saved. Consciousness began to slip from Setsuna as poison and fatigue coalesced into darkness. Then he felt a surge of mana, not his, but approaching fast. Giovanni, believing the ritual to bind Setsuna complete, had already started a conjuration and encircled the student with a glowing pattern of ancient script. A massive rock hurtled through the corridor and smashed into Giovanni, who was flung off balance and thrown towards Setsuna. The blow disrupted the ritual and landed Giovanni within reach of a mana-infused punch. Drago's timing had been perfect. The two friends exchanged quick words. Drago asked after Setsuna's wounds. Setsuna asked for news of the others. Drago confirmed Layla and the surface party were safe. The small reassurance steadied Setsuna. Layla had become reliable. His worry eased for one beat. Giovanni, recovering in a ragged, furious state, reached into something embedded in his skull. He howled an invocation, calling out to the hydra carcasses he had left behind. The corpse matter convulsed, scales knitting and bones reforming. A voice from Giovanni twisted into something inhuman as he commanded a fusion. Hydra, merge. Warned that Giovanni might rise in a new, worse form, Setsuna barked at Drago to keep his guard up. Giovanni roared that he would not forgive being forced to use the relic entrusted to him by the Great Being. The item pulsed darkly, venomous energy coiling like a serpent. Giovanni's flesh started to shift, sinew rearranging into a snake-like shape. Setsuna's consciousness blurred as pain surged through his body. Each breath felt heavier, his thoughts scattering amid the chaos. At this rate, both he and Drago would be finished. His vision dimmed, and just before the darkness claimed him, he caught a glimpse of a faint flame flickering nearby. Something was there. A presence. The headmaster's words echoed through his fading awareness. Spirit magic was not about thinking, but about feeling. One had to empty the mind, let go of reason, and merge with the spirit through pure instinct. The meaning struck him. So this was the state of emptiness, where the spirit's presence could be felt. Summoning his last strength, Setsuna extended a trembling, blood-stained hand toward the tiny flame, silently begging for power to protect his friends. A harsh voice thundered in his mind, ordering him to be silent. In an instant, the dungeon vanished. He was standing in a desolate realm, the ground cracked and dry, jagged rocks floating weightlessly through the air. Confusion hit him. This place felt far removed from the dungeon, as if it belonged to another world altogether. Then, before him, rose a massive being, a towering form of living fire. The sheer intensity of its mana pressed down like a storm. Setsuna could barely remain standing. The fiery titan's gaze bore into him, its aura searing. Heat washed over him even at a distance. The spirit's tone carried disdain, unimpressed by a human's plea. Rocks spun around him, trapping him within a circle of flame. He could feel his skin burning, the air itself turning molten. Still, he held his ground. The spirit's voice rumbled through the air, claiming it had no obligation to listen, its flames blazing hotter as the surroundings ignited. This world, once cold and still, was now turning into a furnace of pure wrath. The flames licked at his body. The agony was unbearable, yet Setsuna's resolve hardened. If he failed here, everything would end. He needed to reach the spirit, no matter the cost. The spirit noticed his endurance. A human should have collapsed long ago, yet he still clung to consciousness. Then the mark of the spirit of time shone faintly upon his skin. The entity paused, recognizing the power it sensed within him. Setsuna's body trembled, his words steady even as fire devoured him. He wasn't here for selfish gain. His purpose was to end the evil god's reign and protect those still fighting above. The spirit's rage flared again, dismissing the idea as futile. No human could resist this realm, or its eternal flame. But even as the world burned, Setsuna refused to yield. His determination pierced through the heat. The spirit observed him in silence. The flames roared higher, testing his will. His thoughts wavered, fragments of memory, voices of his friends, and glimpses of the real world drifted in and out. He struggled to breathe, to move, yet one thought held him together. He couldn't die, not until the evil god was defeated. With that final burst of resolve, he broke through the flaming prison, pushing aside molten rock. His body trembled, his mana nearly spent, but his heart burned stronger than ever. He called upon the spirit once more, not for himself but to ensure no one else would fall to the darkness above. The flames calmed. The spirit regarded him with faint amusement. A year had passed within this distorted time, a single moment outside, yet an eternity of endurance within. The fiery being found itself reluctantly impressed. As Setsuna collapsed, unconscious but unbroken, the spirit marked his hand with its seal and vanished, leaving behind a quiet promise. Back in the dungeon, Drago's battle raged on. Giovanni's serpentine form towered over him, his attacks unrelenting. Drago's guard faltered. His nerves had gone numb from the previous strike. Ice-infused mana tore through his defenses. Giovanni mocked him, his words dripping with arrogance. The next blow would finish everything. Drago's body refused to respond, but in the depths of his fading mind, he saw his parents, his father's proud smile, his mother's warmth. He remembered his father's words, to be the shield that protects others, to embody the strength of the close combat mage. He whispered a silent apology, knowing he could no longer move. Giovanni laughed, preparing to end it, until he paused. The air trembled. Drago was no longer where he stood. A surge of heat cut through the cold. Flames rippled through the dungeon's shadows. Giovanni turned, eyes narrowing as an unfamiliar pressure filled the air. A figure stepped between him and Drago, hair now glowing orange, eyes blazing with the same fire that once tried to consume him. Setsuna had returned. Setsuna moved in a burst of blinding speed, carrying Drago to safety before vanishing again. Giovanni blinked, confused by the sudden disappearance. A scorching heat followed. Setsuna had already reappeared behind him, his attack landing before Giovanni could react. For the first time, Giovanni felt unease. The strike was more than physical, it burned through his regeneration. The flames clung to him, defying logic. This wasn't ordinary magic. A realization struck him: the human possessed two different magical crests, two lines of power etched into his very being. A tremor ran through Giovanni's frame. The thought of fear crept in, but he rejected it with rage. He was undead, a being beyond life and death. Poison surged through his veins as he unleashed a vortex of venomous mist, convinced that nothing living could withstand it. Yet Setsuna's mana flared, and the flames formed a shield around him. The poison evaporated on contact. Giovanni's composure faltered. The human had nullified his attack merely by releasing energy. It made no sense. He studied Setsuna more closely. The boy seemed half-conscious, his movements wild and instinctive, yet impossibly precise. It wasn't strategy, it was instinct guided by the spirit within him. Giovanni realized that if he could just restrain that body, he could end this battle. Ice blades surged from his hands, locking around Setsuna. He prepared the final strike, but a figure stepped between them. Layla's mana blade intercepted the attack, sparks scattering through the air. She stood in front of Setsuna, blood tracing down her arm, her breath ragged yet steady. Giovanni sneered at her interruption. His focus had been so entirely on the flame-wreathed human that he hadn't sensed her approach. He readied his blades again, determined to cut down both at once. Layla's eyes flicked towards Setsuna. His body trembled, heat radiating off him, flames spiraling like living energy. His consciousness seemed to waver, yet something deeper kept him standing. She remembered his words, that strength came from resolve, and that even someone like her could grow if her heart didn't waver. In another realm, Setsuna found himself once again standing before the spirit of flame. The fiery landscape pulsed with energy. The spirit regarded him with disdain, unimpressed that he had been consumed by such a small degree of its fire. Setsuna felt frustration rise. He thought their bond had already been forged. His eyes caught the faint image of Layla fighting within the dungeon, and desperation surged in his chest. He demanded to know how to control this power, how to return. The spirit's response was indifferent. It claimed no responsibility for guiding him. This was the first time it had ever shared its power with a human, and the rest, it said, was for him to discover. Back in the dungeon, Layla fought fiercely, her mana blade clashing against Giovanni's ice. Each strike left her weaker, yet she held firm. The memory of Setsuna's encouragement echoed within her, to trust her resolve, to never rush but to never give up. The spirit's voice rumbled through Setsuna's mind, challenging him to prove his will, to show whether he would perish with the woman he sought to protect, or rise above fate itself. The words reignited his strength. Setsuna's eyes snapped open. His body burned with renewed vitality as he surged forward, flames trailing behind. Giovanni barely had time to turn before the attack struck. The impact was devastating, a manifestation of spirit and human will fused into one. The flames roared, swallowing Giovanni whole. Setsuna's voice carried through the flames as Giovanni staggered before him. He spoke of immortality, of how humans, bound by time, are forced to grow and struggle. Only in the face of death, he thought, had he truly understood the meaning of the fire spirit's magic. Giovanni's expression twisted with disbelief. His body dissolved into ash before the words could reach completion. The battlefield fell silent. Layla rushed towards Setsuna, her eyes wide with concern. She asked if it was truly him, trembling at the sight of his now burning crest. Setsuna reassured her with a faint smile, thanking her for protecting him. He checked her injuries, his tone gentle despite his exhaustion. Layla brushed it off, relieved to see him safe. Drago joined them, surprised by Layla's arrival. She explained that their senior students had escaped through teleportation magic, but she had stayed behind, following her intuition. She had sent word to the professors, and reinforcements were likely on their way. Before Setsuna could respond, a wave of dizziness struck him. His body collapsed to the ground, his hair fading back to black as consciousness left him. Moments later, a group of students arrived, clearing debris and rushing to the injured trio. They found Setsuna, Drago, and Layla still breathing. The rescuers praised their survival and explained that they had come after hearing the situation from Mifune. Even in his weakened state, Setsuna urged them to tend to Layla and Drago first. When he next opened his eyes, the scent of disinfectant filled his nose. White curtains, soft light, the infirmary again. He thought wryly that he was becoming a regular patient here. The warmth of the battle's flame still lingered faintly inside him. Professor Liano entered with his usual calm presence. He told Setsuna that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Drago, Layla, and the other students were safe, and the aftermath of the incident had already been resolved under the headmaster's orders. Setsuna felt a quiet relief at the news, though uncertainty still clouded his heart. Liano grew solemn as he mentioned Leofere Elmcrest and the Academy's recent failures. There had been internal investigations ordered by the headmaster, but Giovanni's schemes had slipped through, endangering their students again. The professor bowed his head, apologizing for it. Setsuna asked him not to lower his head, insisting that he too bore responsibility. A twinge of pain ran through his body. Leonel explained that it was the after effect of overusing mana. The wounds were healed by magic, and someone had already treated him on the spot. Setsuna wondered who that might have been. A knock sounded at the door, and Leonel smiled knowingly. Professor Zachary entered, carrying a tray of peeled apples. Setsuna greeted him, still confused by the gesture, until Leonel nudged Zachary to speak his mind. Zachary apologized for how he had treated Setsuna during the orientation test. He admitted that his bitterness came from his own past, once a promising student, then abandoned after being placed in the close combat department. Seeing Setsuna, someone capable of any magical path, willingly choose the same field had stirred resentment in him. Yet now, after witnessing Setsuna's strength, he felt pride instead. The close combat department had earned the highest score in the joint training, and Setsuna himself had broken all previous records. The upcoming collaboration with the Magus battalion was cancelled, but Zachary found himself content, proud that Setsuna had proven their worth. Setsuna sensed a genuine change in him. He apologized in turn for his own behavior, and the two shook hands, the tension between them finally gone. After Zachary left, Liano handed Setsuna a small half-glove. He explained that it was to cover the crest on his hand, one unlike any other, a mark of the spirit's power. Spirit magic, he said, was an ancient art, forbidden since the Great Magic War a century ago. The church still regarded it as taboo. Setsuna was warned never to reveal it publicly. The words echoed in his mind. He remembered studying the war in history, never imagining that spirit magic itself had been its cause. He asked how Lionel knew such things. The professor replied that the headmaster had told him everything, the evil god, his apostles, the truth of spirit magic, and even Setsuna's regression from the future. Only the two of them knew the secret within the academy. Setsuna felt an odd comfort in that. For once, he didn't have to bear the truth alone. Liano placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him that regardless of his past life, he was still Setsuna Cromwell, a student of the close combat department. Grateful, Setsuna asked about the headmaster's whereabouts. Lionel said he had found traces of the apostles and was away following the lead. When Setsuna tried to rise, Liano pressed him gently back down, promising to explain more once he recovered. After the room fell silent again, Setsuna stared at his left hand. The crest pulsed faintly beneath the glove. He thought of the battle, how close he'd come to losing everything without the spirit's aid. Though Layla's presence had steadied him, he doubted whether he could control such immense power again. He unwrapped the bandage, revealing the mark glowing softly against his skin. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, proud and sharp. The spirit mocked his weakness, reminding him that no human could command such power easily. Setsuna looked around, searching for the source, but saw no one. Then an orange light drifted through the room, swirling before him. It took form, a small, fiery creature with feline features, its fur shimmering like molten gold. It perched on his shoulder, tail flicking lazily, and announced its presence. The spirit of flame had manifested in the human world. Setsuna blinked at the small creature perched on his shoulder. He asked if it was really the spirit. The animal bristled at being addressed casually and introduced itself as Blazer, insisting the name be remembered. Even in this diminutive form, something about the spirit's presence felt off. The towering titan he'd faced earlier didn't match this playful feline. Blazer leapt from bed to bed and peered out the window, marveling at the sprawling human world below. He declared the city vast and fascinating. Setsuna noted that the spirit had shrunk to fit a human frame. Blazer explained that his true form demanded far more mana than a human could safely host, so he had chosen this compact shape for now. Setsuna seized the chance to ask about the great magic war a century ago, and whether Blazer had taken part. The spirit shrugged off the history lesson, claiming no interest in the past and preferring the present moment. Then, without warning, Blazer darted out of the infirmary and across the courtyard. Setsuna scrambled after him, snapping a glove onto his left hand and thinking ahead. If the Holy Church ever learned a spirit lived with him, trouble would follow. He had to keep Blazer hidden. Outside, students gaped at Blazer, mistaking it for a strange, lively pet. Setsuna chased after the spirit, breathless, while Blazer teased him about his weakened body and whether he could keep up. Noel appeared in the courtyard and barked at Setsuna, taking the victory at the exchange match as cause for scorn. Setsuna ignored him, calling after Blazer instead. Carl intercepted, making a veiled comment about the red-haired girl. Setsuna deflected and moved on. Mifune caught up, noticing Setsuna panting. Gossip swirled among nearby girls praising Setsuna's joint training score. Mifune, blunt and pragmatic, scolded anyone mocking his friend, then explained Yuzuha's situation. She was unconscious but alive, now detained and under professor interrogation. Setsuna asked if anyone had seen a small red animal. Mifune pointed toward the courtyard window. Blazer bounded into a flower bed, and students rushed forward, buzzing with curiosity at the unfamiliar magical beast. Actor spotted Blazer from the terrace and tensed. He suspected a magic creature, and still smarting from exposed underhanded tactics during the exchange, readied himself to seize it in the name of Academy safety. Blazer reacted before Actor could move, repelling the attempted capture with a sudden flare of flame that sent Actor stumbling back. The courtyard fell silent for a beat. Had that small creature really breathed fire? Blazer, tail flicking, took a haughty tone, scolding anyone who'd attacked him. The students muttered uneasily, agreeing it was best to leave the matter alone. Layla appeared, drawn by the commotion, and looked at the little flame beast with wary curiosity. Blazer, not missing a beat, offered a half-joke about burning anyone who bothered him, obviously teasing, but the warning carried an edge. Setsuna called down from the terrace to warn Layla, then moved at once, only to be stopped by a sharp stab of pain in his leg. He winced, thinking the little spirit would scorch anyone who threatened her. Layla sensed something in the air and turned just as Blazer, small and furious, announced that he was already on guard. She crossed the gap and softly thanked the creature for saving Setsuna in the dungeon, sitting down to offer the apple she'd brought. Blazer accepted the gift with a huff and a grudging compliment. Setsuna noticed the spirit's mood had shifted from savage to oddly domestic. At the cafeteria, Drago watched Setsuna eat with an amused grin and asked about the strange animal on Layla's lap. Setsuna kept Blazer's true nature private. If the Holy Church learned a spirit lived with him, trouble would follow, so he called it a magical beast and tried not to reveal too much. Layla brushed off thanks with modesty, saying she was only returning a favor. Around them, students buzzed about Setsuna's top score in the joint training and craned for a look at the odd creature. Blazer basked in the attention, teasing Layla that future gifts would earn her special treatment. Setsuna felt a brief, private relief that only he could hear the spirit's voice. Drago produced a letter from home, beaming that his parents were proud of the department's result and that he could finally boast about being a close combat mage. Conversation turned toward Giovanni. Layla wondered aloud about his true identity, and Setsuna admitted they'd learn more after Yuzuha's interrogation. He still suspected Giovanni's Hydra fusion marked him as something worse than a mere rogue professor, but he lacked proof. Drago pointed at the speed and unfamiliar quality of the flame that had helped Setsuna. Layla and Blazer both noted the same conclusion. The power came from the tiny spirit more than from Setsuna's usual close combat techniques. Setsuna explained the state of emptiness he'd fallen into. It was hard to describe, but it had let him tap something other than brute strength. Blazer, now content, teased him about his domestication and dismissed the fuss around him. Cyrus Arclight approached, and the cafeteria's chatter fell thin with tension. Students muttered that the long-range professor was coming to admonish someone. Cyrus strode over, eyes sharp, and demanded to know what the animal was and whether it was a banned magical beast. Setsuna's heart sank. He had to keep Blazer hidden. Before he could answer, Zachary stepped forward and claimed responsibility for registering the creature, covering for him with an offhand apology. Cyrus snapped about proprieties and paperwork, scolding Zachary for lowering himself on account of a student. Zachary took the ribbing with a strained laugh. Drago, fed up with the theatrics, slammed his hand on the table to cut through the tension, and loudly praised Zachary for the close combat department's training success. Leonel and Setsuna echoed thanks. Cyrus scoffed, told them to file the paperwork by morning, and stormed away. Setsuna let out a breath. Blazer's temper was on a knife edge and he needed another moment before the spirit's irritation flared. As the group dispersed, a blue bird flew in bearing a scroll and dropped it at Setsuna's feet. He unrolled it and read. The headmaster's letter congratulated him on acquiring spirit magic but warned of the danger of learning it while still injured. The headmaster regretted being away and entrusted Liano with finding a suitable teacher to train Setsuna in his absence. Setsuna's chest tightened with gratitude and a new, weighty responsibility. Elsewhere, an older figure read the same dispatch with furious eyes. He slammed the parchment down and muttered that the headmaster had no right to expose the location. An elder steeped in the academy's ancient archives declared that if down in Silverox, the headmaster, chosen student, proved incompetent, he would deal with Setsuna himself, by hand if necessary. The urgent magic conference had dissolved into chaos. Dawn and Silverock's report met scorn and disbelief. Some attendees laughed at the suggestion of apostles and the evil god, others demanded evidence that simply did not exist. When the headmaster left the chamber, his shoulders were heavy with the weight of dismissal. Liano fell and stepped beside him, polite and steady. The headmaster admitted the meeting had been tiring, and Liano answered with the restraint of a subordinate who knew how fragile certain truths could be. Reversing time with forbidden spirit magic was not something to mention lightly. Still, the danger of apostles acting in secret could not be ignored. The headmaster's proposal might at least buy the academy time. When the headmaster asked after Setsuna, Liano replied that the student was recovering, though still pushing himself. When Setsuna woke, Carol sat close by with a tray of food. She explained she had heard he was ill and wanted to help his recovery with a recipe Drago had taught her. She mentioned walking Blazer around the town with Layla and bringing fruit for the strange little spirit. Its chirp had sounded oddly like a small, contented cry. Setsuna listened, grateful and embarrassed by how easily the spirit adapted to human company. Carol admired Layla's calm way with Blazer. She sensed no hostility there, a rare and gentle quality. Setsuna's thoughts turned inward. Spirit magic had been forbidden for centuries. It had sparked the Great Magic War 200 years ago, when those who mastered such powers clashed and left ruin in their wake. Only a handful ever wielded it. The knowledge was a poison in polite society. Exposure meant interrogation or worse. Yet the very possibility of controlling spirit magic felt like a step towards stopping the evil god. If history had shifted around him, if Giovanni's rampage or Leo's betrayal were new variables, then every choice carried consequence. A few days later the group prepared to leave for training. Farewells were light but earnest. Drago bragged about family letters and pride in the close combat result. Layla and Carol reminded Setsuna to be careful. The journey would be long and they would travel by lizard carriage, awkward for many, but familiar to Setsuna from his prior life. He mounted easily and settled in, the rhythm of travel already steadying his mind. The road offered a rare quiet. Between stretches of chatter, Setsuna and Liano talked about motion sickness and the unfamiliar sway of the carriage. Then, ahead, human figures stood in the path. Lionel slowed. The three women were not bandits. Their calm, precise bearing felt wrong for passers-by. They introduced themselves as servants of Morgana, a name Setsuna had seen in the headmaster's letter. The voice that answered them seemed layered, not merely one person but a chorus tuned to another presence. Lionel watched carefully. He too recognized the danger. These were not ordinary humans. Setsuna suspected constructs, dolls animated by alchemy or spirit craft, and when they spoke it became clear their master was far from benevolent. Their challenge hung in the air, testing whether Setsuna himself had been chosen by fate or by mere happenstance. Lionel's demeanor shifted from diplomatic to ready. He drew a great mana sword with an effortless motion, the edge humming as arcane energy gathered along the blade. Setsuna readied himself beside him. The servants moved in synchronized grace, and the first clash of magic against metal shattered the road's fragile calm. Setsuna braced himself. To gain Morgana's recognition, he would have to defeat the dolls. Leonel stood ready beside him, resigned to the inevitability of combat. The enemy moved first, a sphere of compressed water forming between their hands. Leonel ordered him forward and intercepted the blast himself, cutting through the torrent with his mana blade. The impact rippled through the clearing, scattering droplets like shards of glass. Their opponent observed calmly through the dolls. Setsuna's eyes caught the glint of another weapon, water infused with lightning, its energy writhing with lethal intensity. Leonel warned him to stay alert. Even a touch would be enough to paralyze. Setsuna focused, recalling how dangerous elemental attacks were for close combat magi. Unlike those who fought at range, their mana was intertwined with their bodies. One wrong movement and the backlash could tear them apart. The voice of Morgana's projection drifted through the battlefield, condescending and clear. She mocked the old art of close combat, declaring it obsolete in an age ruled by golems and summoned constructs. Her dolls pressed harder, their strikes fast and synchronized. Setsuna admitted to himself that the woman had a point, but he refused to yield. Close combat magic was not yet at its peak. He dashed forward, breaking past the rhythm of their assault, and struck two dolls hard enough to send them crashing into the ground. They were not destroyed, merely forced into temporary stasis. Drawing on instinct, he recalled the weapon most suited for this terrain. The mana blade in his hand shifted form, adapting to the uneven ground, his body moving with the precision of countless hours of training. Leonel's presence grounded him. When another doll darted toward the professor, Setsuna called out, adjusting their positions through practiced coordination. Every movement built on their shared understanding, technique layered upon technique, mana weaving through muscle and will. Together, they began to turn the tide. Then the dolls clasped hands, forming a circle. Energy gathered in the air, coalescing into a massive sphere of mana-infused water. The barrier pulsed like a living thing, impenetrable by ordinary means. Setsuna calculated quickly, even charged bullets would dissolve on contact. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Blazer scoffed at the spectacle, dismissing it as a mere trick. Setsuna barely had time to react before the crest on his hand flared, his hair and eyes igniting in hues of amber flame. The spirit's power surged within him, wild and hungry. Blazer's excitement crackled in his thoughts, urging him to unleash destruction and end it in one blow. But Setsuna pushed back. This was a test, not a battle to the death. He needed Morgana's recognition through his own strength, not borrowed power. The light dimmed, his breathing steadied, and the fire receded. Moments later, the dolls lowered their hands. The hostile energy faded. Morgana's distant voice returned, this time calm, commanding her servants to guide the intruders. Confused but cautious, Leonel and Setsuna followed as one of the dolls led them deeper into the forest. Inside an ancient grove, a figure awaited them. The true Morgana regarded Setsuna with quiet curiosity. She spoke of his restraint, how he had chosen not to wield spirit magic, even when pressed to the edge. Setsuna explained his reasoning. The danger was too great, the risk to nature, and the lives within this forest too heavy a price. Morgana's eyes softened, a flicker of respect hidden beneath her sharp tone. She called him soft-hearted, but praised his discipline and judgment. Recklessness, she said, would have ended him before he reached her domain. With that, she acknowledged him, a rare honor, and agreed to guide him in taming the spirit within. Blazer bristled immediately, indignant at the idea of being tamed. Morgana smirked, calling him a boastful pet bound to a fragile form. The spirit's pride flared. His power surged through Setsuna's body without restraint. Setsuna gritted his teeth, forcing control over the torrent of energy as flames licked the ground around him. The pressure grew suffocating, threatening to ignite the entire grove. He steadied his breath, feeling Morgana's gaze linger on him, not with disdain, but with interest. If he lost focus, the forest would be consumed in seconds. Yet amidst the chaos, a strange calm filled him. He had no need to prove strength through destruction. This moment would instead become the lesson that marked the beginning of his true mastery over the spirit's power. Blazer unleashed a surge of fire toward Morgana, the air twisting under the heat. Setsuna instinctively reached for balance, and before the flames could strike, Morgana raised her hand. The lake stirred, its still surface rippling to her call. Leonel, watching, realized she was drawing power from the water itself. The lake rose in a spiral, taking the form of a vast serpentine dragon that coiled above them, radiating raw, elemental energy. With one motion, she sent it crashing down. The fiery spirit was engulfed in a wave of blue, its flames smothered beneath her command. Setsuna, caught within the surge, felt the pressure of both fire and water clashing around him. Morgana's tone was steady as she explained that the spirit within him had yet to form a true bond. Its strength was wild, its nature untamed. Only through genuine recognition could he ever control its power. Setsuna, steadying his breath, understood the gulf between mastery and force. Morgana spoke of the path ahead, unity with nature, entry into the spirit realm, and earning a spirit's trust. He had skipped the first step, she noted with faint disapproval, blaming the headmaster's lax teaching. Setsuna thought her remark almost irreverent, yet she was right. The forest around them pulsed faintly with life, and she declared it his training ground. Beginning the next dawn, he would live among the spirits until they deemed him worthy. Setsuna trained without pause, his body tested under waterfalls, his will shaped through combat and meditation. In time, he sensed the quiet rhythm of nature flowing through all things. Morgana acknowledged his progress, impressed that he had reached that state within 2 weeks. It was enough to begin the next trial. In the spirit world, she said, strength meant nothing, only will endured. The spirit he sought to tame was ancient, fierce, and far beyond his command. She would accompany him to ensure his consciousness survived the process. Blazer's distant presence pulsed with scorn but also anticipation. Setsuna met that challenge with calm resolve, intent on earning the spirit's acceptance. Morgana warned Liano that while their minds wandered beyond the veil, their bodies would remain vulnerable. Liano promised to guard them. Setsuna steadied himself, entered the same stillness Morgana had taught, and the world around him faded. The spirit realm unfolded, a horizon of fire and molten sky. Blazer emerged in full form, majestic and burning, its eyes filled with primal power. Morgana observed quietly, conceding that the creature's pride was well-earned. Setsuna could now sense the spirit's essence clearly, every spark alive with intent. Blazer tested his will, its flames roaring in defiance. Morgana wove a barrier to protect his consciousness, warning that even a flicker of hesitation could shatter his mind. Setsuna stood firm, unmoved by the heat. Spirit power, like magic, answered only to balance. He had learned that harmony, not domination, was the key. The realm trembled as their wills collided, fire against focus, pride against resolve. Back in the physical world, Liano felt the shift. The air grew dense, charged with energy. He muttered that it had begun and that Setsuna would endure. Then, an unfamiliar aura pressed against the hideout, dark and heavy, distinctly hostile. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped through with quiet ease. Liano recognized him instantly, Leo Ferre Elmcrest, the missing student. His casual tone hid an unmistakable malice. Liano's expression hardened as the air behind Leo warped, revealing another figure cloaked in black-violet energy, Zagan the 10th Dark Apostle. Zagan spoke with amusement, announcing his intent to seize Morgana and Setsuna. Leo dismissed the plan, saying his business was with Setsuna alone. Liano's grip tightened on his weapon, the atmosphere crackling with pressure. Both men radiated power, their presence suffocating. For a brief moment, Liano considered the odds, then steadied himself. No teacher from his academy would ever abandon a student. Drawing his mana blade, he faced the intruders head-on. Blazer demanded that Setsuna prove his earlier words. Setsuna steadied his resolve, reminding himself that this world was ruled by willpower. In the real world, Morgana sensed something dark approaching. The forest had already fallen under an evil force. Realizing what it might be, Setsuna urged her to go on ahead. Morgana warned that breaking the barrier could burn him by the spirit's will and risk his return, but Setsuna accepted it, determined to overcome the trial alone. She left, telling him to come back alive. Facing Blazer again, Setsuna apologized for the delay. The spirit questioned his obsession with power that was far beyond his reach, asking if he wished to destroy himself. Setsuna revealed that in the world before his regression, everything had been lost, the army manipulated by the apostles, the collapse of humanity, the death of his comrades and mentors. That grief had awakened the time spirit's power and sent him back to this era. This time, he vowed to protect what remained. Blazer found his motivation petty yet fascinating. The courage to face despair without fear intrigued him. Accepting the challenge, Blazer declared that Setsuna sought not just a fragment but the whole of his power. Shrinking to human size, he prepared for a clash of wills. Both lunged forward, fists colliding with blazing energy. Meanwhile, in the real world, Liano battled Zagan. Despite repeated heavy techniques, Zagan's strength only grew. As he struck, Morgana's alchemy doll intervened, releasing a wave of magical energy that forced Zagan back. The air trembled with mana. Liano realized Zagan's power wasn't fading but rising unnaturally. Leo joined in, launching his attacks while keeping his distance. A sudden light burst across the battlefield. Morgana had returned, fully awakened. She scolded them for their noise before preparing to engage Zagan herself. Together, she and Liano struck, yet their combined assault seemed ineffective. Morgana noted that Leo's ability nullified magic, but his decision to dodge hinted at a limitation. She theorized that his nullification required direct focus, leaving openings at close range. Leo countered calmly, noticing her attempt to strike from beneath, but Morgana was already forming an immense sphere of water overhead. Her intention was to engulf both him and Zagan in one devastating sweep. Leo admitted the scale was impressive but countered swiftly, shattering the sphere and turning the flood into a heavy downpour. He revealed that his disintegration extended even to long-range attacks. Realizing her tactics were failing, Morgana prepared her last resort. Leo taunted that it would serve as a fine farewell to the underworld and gathered a final purple orb of destruction. Just as he unleashed it, his attack was interrupted. His face met the blazing fist of Setsuna, now returned in his fiery spirit form. Morgana watched, relieved and astonished, recognizing that he had succeeded in defeating the spirit. Zagan and Liano's attention turned toward Setsuna. Liano, battered and bleeding, managed a faint smile as he watched the boy stand wreathed in searing flames so intense they should have consumed the forest, yet Setsuna kept them perfectly restrained. Zagan studied him with a sharp grin, amused by the fiery aura. Blazer's presence flared within, remarking that the foes before them seemed worthy of burning, but Setsuna stayed alert, warning him not to underestimate them. Blazer teased him for his humility, amused that the man who had bested a spirit would still speak with restraint. Moments earlier, in the spirit world, Setsuna and Blazer had traded fierce blows that shook the ground. Blazer marveled at the boy's sheer willpower even as he noticed the tremor in Setsuna's bloodied hands. The spirit wondered why his opponent was trembling yet smiling through the pain. Setsuna's grin widened, battered but unbroken, declaring through his resolve that he would win. He evaded the next strike and countered sharply. Blazer pressed with full force, surprised that a human could withstand the full brunt of his strength. Setsuna, panting, explained that Blazer's undefeated nature was his weakness. One who has never known defeat cannot understand how to rise again. Setsuna had fallen countless times before, and each failure had taught him to stand taller. That unyielding will, he said, was what led him to victory. Their final clash erupted like a storm, fists colliding in a blaze of crimson fire and spirit energy. When the dust cleared, Blazer stood silent, astonished. He acknowledged Setsuna's victory and asked when he had grown strong enough to claim it. Setsuna replied that in the midst of their battle, he felt Blazer's fierce will merging with his own, two flames becoming one. Realizing this, Blazer recognized him as an equal and entrusted his power, meeting his fist with pride. Setsuna smiled in gratitude as their spirits aligned. Now back in the present, Zagan advanced, his claws gleaming with malicious mana. Liano tried to warn Setsuna about their danger, but Setsuna finished his thought, already aware that they could drain magic from anything they touched. He knew this enemy well, the same apostle he had faced before returning to this era. Zagan's authority, the devourer of all, allowed him to absorb the mana of whatever he slashed, a power that once obliterated the entire northern kingdom and its alchemical wonders. Zagan smirked, confident that Setsuna could not win even knowing his secret. Leo, rising painfully to his feet, admitted the earlier hit had been brutal but revealed he had lessened the impact with magic disintegration. Setsuna, surprised yet impressed, noted how far Leo had come. Zagan growled at Leo to stay back, and Leo reluctantly complied. Setsuna recalled the last time he fought this monster, how he had barely managed victory through long-range tactics. But Zagan had since honed his close combat ability. One wrong step could mean death. Still, Setsuna was different now. He struck first, each blow driving Zagan back. The apostle roared in disbelief as Setsuna's movements blurred faster than his eyes could follow. The fusion of Blazer's spirit power and his own combat skill elevated his strength beyond human limits. Liano recognized the blend of techniques instantly, smiling with pride, while Morgana observed the precision of his controlled flames, astonished that he could manage such restraint in the midst of battle. Zagan suddenly released a deafening shriek that split the air. Setsuna leapt back, flames rippling around him. The apostle's grin widened as he claimed to have absorbed the spirit's fire itself. His body radiated stolen energy, swelling with power, as he declared himself the devourer of all creation. Setsuna's eyes narrowed, a faint smile forming on his face as he steadied his stance, the ground trembling beneath him. His answer came not in words but in quiet defiance, a glimmer of determination burning brighter than any flame Zagan could ever consume. Zagan lunged at Setsuna, who swiftly leapt back. A moment later, Zagan froze mid-motion, his expression twisting in confusion as his body began to smolder. He turned toward Morgana, shouting for her to lend him water magic, but his limbs refused to obey. Setsuna calmly revealed that spirit magic could not be fully devoured, even if absorbed, it would consume the devourer from within. Zagan realized in horror that Setsuna had deliberately allowed himself to be struck earlier, turning the apostle's ability against him. Panicking, he called for Leo to use disintegration magic to remove the energy. Leo mocked his desperation, reminding him that he had told him not to interfere before. With irritation, Zagan ordered him to act anyway, and Leo agreed, revealing a burn around his left eye, only to unleash a devastating attack that struck both Zagan and Morgana, shocking Liano and Setsuna. Zagan roared in fury, accusing Leo of betrayal. Leo smirked coldly, saying he had only followed his mission, eliminating his useless superior, along with Morgana. He mocked Zagan for his beast-like behavior but acknowledged his usefulness until now. Enraged, Zagan vowed to take everyone down with him for his master's cause, summoning his last strength for a suicidal attack. Before he could release it, Setsuna charged forward, his spirit-forged sword blazing with divine fire, and sliced the apostle in half. Zagan's body dissolved into nothing, leaving behind a single black gemstone that clattered to the ground. When Setsuna looked up, Leo had already vanished. Setsuna clenched his fist, vowing to find him again and defeat him without mercy. He and Liano rushed to Morgana's side. Half her body was missing from the blast, but instead of blood, shimmering water flowed from the wound. Setsuna desperately offered to heal her, but Morgana told him the attack had used disintegration magic. Her body could not be saved. Tears welled in his eyes as Liano placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Morgana smiled faintly, telling Setsuna that he had been recognized by the spirit of flame, and that she wished to entrust him with something. From her hand, she produced a silver locket containing her spirit, Wateraina, explaining that it would aid him in forming a bond with water spirits. Setsuna refused to accept her death, insisting there must be a way to save her, but her light faded and she fell silent. He cried out, grief-stricken. Liano reminded him that even the strongest could not change fate, that what mattered was to never stop facing hardship, to continue living and fighting no matter how many times one failed. As Setsuna knelt, a young girl approached and gently patted his head, teasing that he had been tricked. Shocked, he turned to her. The girl grinned, saying he shouldn't talk about keepsakes because they brought bad luck, and assured him she was perfectly fine. Setsuna stared in disbelief as realization dawned. It was Morgana, but in a youthful form. She explained that the old woman had been an alchemical doll infused with her soul and memories, her greatest creation, crafted to deceive even apostles. Lionel was speechless as she revealed that the doll was only one of many, but unlike the others, it carried her consciousness. Setsuna, still confused, pointed out that she had appeared old even in the spirit world. Morgana laughed, saying that once formed there was only a reflection of will. Removing her cap, she revealed her pointed elven ears, confirming her true nature. Lionel hesitated, awkwardly glancing at Setsuna and muttering that he should guess her age. Setsuna, realizing the danger, refused, whispering that there was no right answer to such a question. Morgana chuckled and said the correct answer was over 300 years. Both men froze, stunned. Setsuna stammered, asking if that meant she had lived through the Great Magic War. Morgana smiled slyly, offering to share what she knew for a price. Setsuna, taking her words literally, reached for his pouch of coins, only for her to laugh and wave it off, saying she had been joking. Then her expression turned serious. She said it was not safe there any longer and suggested they move toward the lake, where she would tell them about the erased history of the world. Morgana, Liano, and Setsuna stood by the quiet shore, watching ripples spread as Morgana tossed a stone into the water. She sighed, lamenting how close she had been to breaking a 90-year-old record. Setsuna could barely keep up with her shifting mood, and Liano shared his confusion, assuming she must have been under heavy stress. Morgana soon turned serious, returning to the story of the Great Magic War. She spoke of the many races that inhabit the world, humans, dwarves, and beast men, and explained how elves, blessed with long lives and an affinity for nature, often forge deep bonds with spirits. This connection allowed them to master spirit magic, which led some to be worshipped by humans. But among them was one elf who strayed from the path, manipulating the king of a human nation and teaching spirit magic to his followers to wage war for domination. That war became known as the Great Magic War. Leano remarked how dangerous blind faith and power could be when combined. Morgana continued, explaining that after countless sacrifices, the believers of elves and spirits were defeated, and since then, elves had been persecuted as beings who disturbed the hearts of men. Setsuna realized that the term, ancient magic, had been created to conceal the truth of spirit-handling arts, and Morgana confirmed it with quiet resignation. When Leano asked if she resented humans, she admitted she once had, but that anger had long since faded. Even so, she still kept her distance, for centuries of hatred had not yet vanished. Her double had been a way to hide from those who hunted elves. When Setsuna asked why she revealed her true form to them, she said that Dahanan had trusted them deeply, and after seeing Setsuna's tears, she felt it was right to show her true self. Setsuna protested in embarrassment, making Morgana and Leano laugh. As the conversation faded, Setsuna's gaze drifted to the crest on his hand, remembering the price of forbidden power used in the Great Magic War. Morgana thanked them for their help, saying they would part ways there. Setsuna expressed his gratitude, while Leano asked about her plans. She said she would go into hiding again since her location was exposed, and that they might never meet. Setsuna bowed, asking her to lend humanity her strength again when the time came. Morgana smiled faintly, telling him to ask Dahanan if such a day arrived, and mentioned that she still exchanged letters with him. Blazer appeared in his cat form, boasting that he would burn Setsuna to ashes next time, which only made Morgana tease him about getting drenched again. After their goodbyes, they all went their separate ways. On his lizard-drawn carriage, Setsuna thought back to a memory of his sister. Her words echoed in his mind. True strength was not about great power, but about how one chose to use it. He finally understood, vowing to use the spirit's power only for justice. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, Satanakia, the second Dark Apostle, declared that everything was ready. Pucker berated Leofare Elmcrest for failing to kill Setsuna and abandoning his comrades. Leo pleaded for mercy, insisting he had completed the mission to kill Morgana. When Satanakia asked if he had confirmed her death, Leo hesitated, assuming she could not have survived the attack. The Apostle's glare silenced him, his presence alone forcing Leo to his knees. A woman entered, mocking Leo for returning empty-handed and wishing he had at least retrieved Zagan's body so she could create an undead using his powers. Leo mentioned that Setsuna's knowledge of Zagan's authority hadn't been part of their information. Satanakia, unfazed, said that Setsuna must be hiding something, and they needed to reassess him. Pucker taunted that another undead had been lost too, the one called Giovanni. Satanakia turned toward the woman and asked if she could handle the matter. With a sly grin, she agreed, exhaling a trail of smoke as her figure emerged from the shadows. It was Tsukuyumi, the eighth apostle, bearer of the power to revive the dead. Leano mentioned they were about half a day away from the academy. Setsuna wondered aloud how everyone was doing. Leano laughed, saying Drago was probably pushing himself too hard with training, and Setsuna agreed. Looking up at the sky, Setsuna reflected on how he had begun to care for those around him, something he never used to do. Before, he had focused only on self-improvement, chasing the peak of long-range magic and winning battles without relying on anyone. But now, things were different. He thought of Drago, Layla, Carol, Mifune, and Morgana, realizing he had comrades he could depend on. He had learned that strength came in many forms beyond his preferred magic. The control he had trained before his return had proven just as valuable in close combat. Leano pointed out that magic control wasn't something achieved through talent alone, but through years of rigorous effort. Watching Setsuna, he could tell the young man had endured an unimaginable path, one that shaped him into the strongest mage in the world. They decided to take a break, letting the lizard carriage rest. Setsuna sat down, taking out the pendant and a small orb Morgana had entrusted to him. Blazer curiously asked about it, and Setsuna smiled after reading the short note inside, saying it would be helpful when the time came. Blazer waved his paws over the pendant, sensing the presence of a water spirit. Setsuna closed his eyes, calling out softly. A calm voice echoed from the pendant, identifying him as Setsuna Cromwell. Both Setsuna and Leano were startled, but the voice reassured them. The spirit Water Aina, said she had seen him alongside Morgana and would lend him her power if he could overcome her trial. Setsuna, remembering the ordeal with Blazer, braced himself for a tough challenge. But the spirit's next words caught him off guard. Her trial was not a battle, but simply to move her, to stir her heart. Blazer scoffed at the idea, muttering that he could never get along with her kind. Yet Water Aina playfully said she didn't dislike him. Setsuna was unsure what to make of it, until Liano placed a hand on his shoulder, claiming to have a story so moving it would surely work. He began narrating the tale of two heroes, Ordino, the indestructible blade, and Wallace, the iron wall, whose courage saved the kingdom. The story stretched deep into the night, and by sunrise, Blazer was asleep while Liano was still passionately talking. Setsuna decided they would continue the trial later, once they were back at the academy. Back at the academy, Layla and Carol sat on a bench with Blazer curled up on Layla's lap, while Drago and Setsuna stood nearby. Layla mused about the trial that moves hearts, and Drago asked if something had happened during Setsuna's trip. Setsuna said it was just a bit of training. Layla invited everyone to an art museum, mentioning she had a friend there who might help. Drago and Carol both agreed enthusiastically. At the museum, Layla's friend shared an emotional tale, but the pendant remained silent. Drago tried next, proudly showing off his hardened physique to no effect. Carol's summoning beast created a snow replica of itself that delighted everyone, until Blazer pounced on it in a fit of excitement, ending the attempt. Later, Setsuna returned to train at the sacred mana tree. Blazer praised his progress, acknowledging how far Setsuna had come in mastering his power. Setsuna smiled, saying his new technique was nearly complete. As the first snowflakes began to fall, he realized winter had arrived, and with it, the time of a coming crisis. He admitted he hadn't yet formed a contract with Water Aina and decided to put the trials on hold. When Blazer asked if his training was over, Setsuna replied that it was just the right time. The sacred tree's mana was depleted after their intense sessions and needed years to recover. Bowing respectfully, he thanked the tree for its guidance, feeling confident in his mastery of Blazer's power. As they prepared to leave, Setsuna said the long academic break was near, but there was no time for rest. Blazer asked if a major battle was coming. Setsuna's expression turned grim. He said that before his return, humanity had been defeated by the evil god, and that one of the 4 great causes of that defeat would occur in just 7 days. Blazer asked what the 4 great causes of defeat were. Setsuna explained that among the invasions by the evil god, there had been 4 particularly fatal events: the Great Plague of Dragon Silence, the destruction of the Magus army, the overnight disappearance of the royal capital, and in 7 days, the army of the underworld would begin to move. It would be a sudden appearance of massive undead forces, causing tremendous losses to both the Magus army and civilians. Blazer frowned. Undead weren't usually that much of a threat, were they? Setsuna shook his head. That would be true if they were ordinary undead, but these were once heroes, highly respected and admired across the world. He suspected the existence of a power that could turn the dead into special undead. At first, he had assumed Giovanni was behind it, but it seemed unlikely that Giovanni could command the army of the underworld. Setsuna's mind turned to the upcoming grave robbery in Eldina, his hometown. Bodies of heroes would be taken from their graves during the Saints' Festival. Initially, it had been thought that the thieves were after treasures, but Setsuna knew the real goal was the corpses themselves. He resolved to reach the royal cemetery before nightfall to stop the incident. At the cafeteria, Layla asked Drago if he was going home for the winter break. He nodded, explaining that his father would teach him the family's secret close combat techniques. Carol chimed in, saying she would spend time with Fenrir in her family's icy plains, and asked Blazer if he would come along. Blazer refused. Layla remarked on the impressiveness of Carol's family territory, thinking to herself that as an innkeeper's daughter, she could hardly imagine such wealth. Then she turned to Setsuna. "How will you spend your time?" she asked. Setsuna, caught in thought, asked her to repeat herself. Layla wondered if he was hiding something dangerous, recalling that he had returned from the last break injured. Carol whispered to Layla that Setsuna had a quiet popularity among the girls and warned her not to miss her chance. Layla blushed but denied it. Carol waved it off. Then Layla asked where Setsuna was from. He replied that he had grown up in an orphanage in Eldina. Layla noted that it was close to her family's inn. Carl, a nobleman, walked by and commented on the inn. Setsuna asked who he was, and Carl angrily introduced himself, warning Layla of the luxurious vacation she could enjoy if she joined his salon. Suddenly, With a snap of a finger, a tree sprouted from the ground near Karl, lifting him into its branches. Everyone around gasped. Setsuna recognized the magic immediately. A girl appeared, sternly warning Karl not to touch Layla. Karl protested that he hadn't yet. Layla looked at the girl and recognized her. The girl rushed forward, hugging Layla tightly and teasing her about how much cuter she had become. Setsuna, surprised, asked who she was. Layla introduced her as Roberta, a relative who had come to bring her home for winter break. Roberta explained that she wanted to help with the Saints' Festival in Eldina. Setsuna confirmed his knowledge of the festival, explaining that it involved praying to the heroes resting in the royal cemetery. He recalled that the festival had been the trigger for the grave robbery incident, as security was weak and the heroes' corpses had been stolen. Roberta, satisfied, determined that they were not a threat. Drago asked what she meant by ulterior motives, and Setsuna introduced himself, Drago, and Carol as Layla's friends. Roberta smiled, placing a hand on Setsuna's shoulder, remarking on his skills and noting she had heard about him from Layla. Layla mentioned that Setsuna was also from Eldina, and Roberta offered to give him a ride. Setsuna agreed gratefully. As the carriage moved, Layla couldn't help but notice that Setsuna and Roberta were alone together, remembering Carol's warning about his popularity. Layla expressed her wish to join the Saints' Festival, but the carriage jolted to a stop. Roberta looked out and saw a pack of demonic dogs approaching. Monsters had been growing stronger recently. She quickly threw seeds infused with mana, which sprouted into trees, stopping most of the dogs. Setsuna was impressed, realizing she had repurposed healing magic for offense. Roberta explained that by sending mana into the plants, their growth could be accelerated. Setsuna decided to help. She warned him about the danger of close combat against demonic dogs, but he assured her it would be fine. Gathering mana in his fist, he struck, defeating the remaining dogs. Roberta was astonished by his control and power. She bombarded him with questions about his training, master, and magical tools, noticing the special glove he wore. Setsuna suggested they check on the others before answering. Layla observed him, suspecting he was hiding something, and they stopped at an inn for the night. During dinner, Roberta pressed for more information. Later, Layla, unable to sleep, decided to ask Roberta to change the route so she could attend the Saints' Festival. Outside Roberta's room, she overheard her mentioning Setsuna. Roberta spoke about his possible status as a practitioner of ancient magic and mentioned arranging 10 or even 20 purification nights, asserting she would execute judgment on the spot if necessary. The cup slipped from Layla's hands when she overheard Roberta speaking about executing judgment against Setsuna. Panic surged through her, and she bolted to her room. The crash drew Roberta out, but she only saw the spilled contents on the floor. Later, Layla sat down to breakfast, while Roberta greeted her cheerfully. Layla returned the greeting, though her mind was elsewhere. She couldn't shake the memory of Roberta's words from the night before. She wondered whether Setsuna was really using ancient magic, something she had only heard of in old tales, often misused by evil magi. The thought made her uneasy, and she worried about what she should do if it were true. Setsuna returned from his morning training and greeted them politely. Roberta noted that he had been training since early morning and suggested breakfast, while also recommending the sauna at the inn. Blazer, curious as always, tilted his head and asked what a sauna was, prompting Setsuna to decide he would give it a try. Inside the sauna, Blazer stretched and muttered that the heat wouldn't break him. Setsuna teased him for being weak to heat despite controlling infernal flames. Roberta entered, sitting down beside Setsuna, noting that the sauna was mixed gender. Setsuna moved slightly away to give her space. Roberta's eyes lingered on his glove, noticing he had not removed it, and she wondered what secret it might hide. She discreetly blocked the entrance with a "No entry, cleaning in progress" sign. Roberta suggested that the glove must be uncomfortable and encouraged him to remove it, but Setsuna refused, saying it was important. She guessed it might be a gift or something he was hiding. As she reached to touch the glove, the door suddenly opened, and Layla rushed in, ensuring that Setsuna remained safe and not caught off guard. She thought it had been the right decision to keep an eye on him, believing that no matter what he was hiding, he could not be a bad person. Outside, in front of the carriage, Roberta announced they would head to Layla's home. Layla asked to accompany them to Eldina, expressing a desire to see Setsuna's hometown and help at the orphanage. Setsuna welcomed her, and Roberta silently considered that having Layla nearby might make him lower his guard. When they arrived at the Eldina orphanage, Setsuna paused for a moment, surveying the familiar place. Children ran toward him, calling him Big Brother, and one asked curiously about Blazer. Setsuna smiled warmly, feeling a wave of nostalgia, remembering how long it had been since he was last home. Thomas, the orphanage representative, appeared to greet Setsuna, expressing gratitude for his continued care of the children. Setsuna placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder, acknowledging that the orphanage was still running thanks to him, and noting how Thomas had become like a brother to him. Thomas, modest as always, explained that he was merely giving back what he had received as an orphan himself. Friendly banter followed, and Layla noticed a softer, more personal side of Setsuna. Thomas remarked on Setsuna's choice of close combat magic, noting that it seemed a difficult path for someone aiming to rise to the top in the Magus army. Setsuna reassured him confidently that he was indeed aiming high with close combat magic. Layla admired his determination, and Thomas reflected that with someone like Setsuna on their side, everything would be fine. Later, Setsuna knelt at a grave, paying respects to Sister Deborah, the founder of the orphanage and his benefactor. Without her, he knew he would not have survived or held hope in the world. Layla acknowledged the importance of Sister Deborah to him, while Roberta encouraged Setsuna to share some memories, though he declined, stating that he had business to attend to. At the royal cemetery, Setsuna observed from a vantage point, noting the lack of concern with the approaching Saints' Festival and the potential dangers. The barrier protecting the cemetery had been lifted, leaving it vulnerable to attack. The heroes resting there were high-ranking mages who had once defended the nation. If the grave robbery succeeded, they could rise as undead enemies. Blazer reassured him that their strength would not falter, no matter who they faced. Setsuna reminded Blazer not to use magic in front of Roberta, sensing that something about her seemed suspicious. He silently resolved that the decisive battle would happen the night after next and that he would fulfill the vow made long ago. Roberta asked Thomas about Setsuna's time in the orphanage, but Thomas hesitated, explaining that Setsuna preferred not to talk about it. She revealed her Inquisitor badge, making it clear that her request was no longer optional. Thomas stiffened, realizing the severity of her authority. Roberta explained that Setsuna might be dangerous, and they were investigating him. Layla, overhearing, apologized for eavesdropping, and Roberta assured her that she would not tell anyone. Thomas began recounting the night Setsuna arrived at the orphanage on a rainy evening, remembering it vividly. At that moment, a sister opened the door to reveal a bleeding woman, arrows lodged in her back, begging for help and urging them to save the child in her care. Emma was born into a humble farming family, a dreamy girl who spent her childhood believing that someday fate would grant her something greater. One afternoon, while helping with the weeding, she found herself gazing at the horizon, lost in the thought that a fateful encounter awaited her somewhere beyond the fields. That encounter came sooner than she imagined. A noble from a nearby territory passed through the village in his carriage. As his butler held a glowing magical device inside, the noble's gaze fell upon Emma. The butler murmured about the strange brilliance of the light, unaware it reacted to Emma's latent magic power. The noble, intrigued and captivated, invited her to come with him. Overwhelmed and enchanted by the sudden turn of fate, Emma agreed, wondering if this was all just a dream. She was brought to the prestigious Schneider family and given a room that seemed to belong to a princess. Yet her joy was short-lived. The noble had many concubines, and Emma was only one among them. His visits became rare, leaving her alone in luxury but starved of affection. She began to believe that bearing his child might rekindle his love. Time passed, and she gave birth to a baby boy. The noble seemed pleased at first, smiling at the infant in Emma's arms. She felt hope bloom again, until the butler returned with the same magical device. This time, the item did not glow. The noble's smile faded, and without a word, he left the child with her and walked away. That brooch was a magical tool used among nobles to gauge latent magical power, essential for ensuring superior bloodlines. The noble's interest in Emma had never been love but the power hidden within her body. When her child failed to inherit that potential, disappointment replaced affection. The realization shattered Emma. In despair, she turned her frustration toward the innocent child. Tears blurred her vision as she held a knife, whispering that if only the boy had talent, she might have been loved again. But as she looked into Setsuna's smiling face, her trembling hand loosened, and the knife fell to the floor. She wept until exhaustion claimed her. A knock came at the door. The butler entered, his tone cold and formal, announcing that he had come to take the child. In noble society, an unwanted offspring could bring dishonor. Take was merely a polite way to say, dispose. He reasoned that Emma should not be burdened and should focus instead on bearing another superior heir. Emma agreed quietly, asking for time to prepare. But when the butler returned, the room was empty. The windows stood open, curtains fluttering in the night breeze. Furious, he ordered the guards to capture both mother and child, alive or dead. Emma fled through the darkness, wounded and exhausted, carrying Setsuna in her arms. When she finally collapsed, she had reached an orphanage. The sisters there found her covered in blood and bandages, barely conscious. Lying beside the sleeping baby, Emma spoke in a trembling voice, blaming herself for bringing her child into a family that never wanted him. She imagined a simple life, working the fields, raising Setsuna with love, even in poverty. That would have been enough. Her regret turned into anguish. She cursed her foolish heart for believing the noble's affection and, with her final strength, begged the head nun, Sister Deborah, to take care of her son. Sister Deborah promised she would. No matter who the boy's parents were, she swore to God that Setsuna would grow up loved and free, that he would find happiness through his own strength. Emma smiled faintly, whispered her thanks, and passed away. 7 years later, Sister Deborah called out to Setsuna. He turned, revealing bruises and a swollen cheek. Thomas, one of the boys, rushed over in shock. Setsuna explained that during play, he had tried to stop a fight. Raka, the eldest son of the Hakkonens, had struck another child. When Setsuna intervened, Raka shoved him away using magic. Setsuna confessed that Raka mocked him, saying commoners could never match nobles because their magic power was inferior. He looked at Sister Deborah with earnest eyes, asking if that was true, if praying to God could change it. She smiled softly and told him to pray, not for help, but to swear that he would prove them wrong. His mother had been strong. He only needed to find that same strength within himself. Then she handed him a worn book, something she had kept safe all these years. It was one Emma had taken from the noble's library during her escape, believing it might help her son one day. Sister Deborah told Setsuna that if he lacked magic power, he should find another strength within himself. Curious, Setsuna opened the book she had given him and found a section titled Magic Control. The idea fascinated him, though he could barely understand the complex diagrams and formulas inside. When he asked Sister Deborah about it, she smiled and decided to show him a demonstration. A small flame appeared in her palm, and as she guided it gently, it pierced a thin sheet of paper without burning it entirely, leaving behind a clean hole. Setsuna stared in awe, realizing that even basic magic could become something extraordinary through precision. Sister Deborah explained that by controlling the flow and direction of mana, one could evolve magic beyond its normal limits. Though he was still too young to use formal spells, he could begin learning control from now. Setsuna nodded eagerly, promising to try, even if the book was far beyond his level. Sister Deborah chuckled softly, saying she would study it with him until he understood. From that day forward, Setsuna devoted himself entirely to training. Day and night, he practiced magic control, never missing a single day, even when he was exhausted. 5 years later, at the age of 12, he stood behind the orphanage with sweat on his brow, practicing once again. Thomas watched him from a distance, impressed by how far the boy had come. When asked what kind of mage he wanted to become, Setsuna said that long-range magic seemed the best match for his control techniques. If he could master both mana and elemental flow, he could reach a new height of precision. Yet, he also wanted flexibility. Once a mage underwent the rite of mastery, their mana core became fixed to a single system, so he planned to study them all before choosing. Thomas laughed, saying his explanation sounded far too serious for a child his age. Their conversation was interrupted when a boy came running toward them, shouting that Raka had been taken into the forest by Slain. Setsuna immediately ran off, ignoring Thomas's call to stop. Deep within the forest, Raka was surrounded by several students. Slain mocked her, boasting about his noble status, until a sudden scream drew everyone's attention. A boy lay on the ground, attacked by goblins, creatures thought not to inhabit the area. Panic spread among the group. Slain stepped forward arrogantly, blasting the goblins with raw bursts of mana. His followers cheered, praising his strength, but the goblins rose again unharmed. Enraged, Slain dragged Raka toward them, shouting that she should make herself useful. Before the monsters could strike, Setsuna appeared, shielding her with his body. He told Slain that simply releasing magic power without focus would never defeat an enemy. Slain sneered, recognizing him as a commoner, and ordered his friends to retreat while Setsuna fought alone. As Slain fled, his followers ran in different directions, leaving Slyan alone for the goblins. He stumbled to the edge of a cliff, terrified, when Setsuna caught up. The boy confronted him calmly, saying he hadn't come to help but to make him atone for what he had done. Slane tried to appeal to pride, offering to make Setsuna his vassal, but the words meant nothing. Setsuna's mana flared, steady, refined, and precise. Slane, trembling, accused him of using tricks to compensate for weak talent. He claimed that in the end, talent was what defined a mage. Setsuna admitted that his mana was limited, but recalled the years he had spent honing his control. The memories of endless practice flashed in his mind, late nights, failed attempts, and gradual progress. He took out a small piece of paper, infused it with mana, and let it burn in his palm, the flame dancing in perfect control. In that quiet moment, he declared through action what words could not express, that skill born from perseverance could surpass talent granted by birth. Slane's eyes widened as he sensed the strange mana radiating around Setsuna. It was bestowal magic. But how could someone who hadn't even undergone the rite of mastery control something of that level? Setsuna corrected him calmly, stating that it wasn't true bestowal magic. He was simply manipulating the mana core directly to simulate spellcasting. A mana core was the vessel of magic within the human body, a structure partially formed at birth and completed after the rite of mastery. That process allowed the core to function like an official magical circuit. Yet, in Setsuna's case, even as a child, his control over mana had been so refined that he could alter the very shape of his own core. Setsuna tossed a burning sheet of paper toward the advancing goblins. Flames erupted, spreading fast enough to form a temporary barrier. Both covered their faces from the heat. It wouldn't drive the creatures away completely, but it was enough to hold them back for a while. Slane's mind spun as he watched. He had barely managed to keep the goblins at bay earlier, and yet this boy repelled them effortlessly. Setsuna mentioned that what he used was a practical form of living magic, a light protection meant to soften their landing impact. Slane wondered if it was some kind of healing spell, but Setsuna clarified that it was still only simulated. Even so, Slane was shaken. Recovery magic within bestowal-type control? Just how many systems was this boy attuned to? Without hesitation, Setsuna grabbed his arm and sprinted toward the cliff's edge. He said they'd be jumping to escape, teasing that surely a noble wouldn't be afraid. Slane's inner protest never made it out. The two of them leapt, plunging into the cold river below. Night had fallen by the time Slane regained consciousness. A faint fire flickered nearby, and Setsuna sat by it, remarking that Slane had been out for quite a while. He called it an overreaction to something as simple as a jump. When Slane rose, his eyes caught a faint circle glowing near them. It wasn't ordinary firelight, it was a formation. Perhaps monster avoidance magic, or even something more complex. Was this, too, Setsuna's doing? The thought that a mere commoner could possess such skill was something Slane couldn't easily accept. Yet Setsuna only dismissed the idea of being called a genius. What he achieved, he said, was simply the result of daily effort. Then he added coldly that once they returned to the village, Slane would answer for what he'd done to Raka. Back at the orphanage, Thomas scolded Setsuna for his recklessness, but Setsuna brushed it off with a grin, thanking him for protecting Raka. He then turned Slane toward her, saying the Hakkinen family's search party was nowhere nearby, and Raka could decide what to do with him. If she wished, they could even return him to goblin territory. Slane tried to apologize, but Raka's response came in the form of a swift kick that sent him doubling over. She shouted for him never to come near them again. Thomas remarked that she was surprisingly capable, and Setsuna replied that it was good medicine for Slane. Life at the orphanage continued poor but content. Yet those peaceful days soon reached their end. Sister Deborah lay weakly in her bed, coughing as Thomas, Setsuna, and the children gathered around her. Setsuna, now 15, asked if there was no recovery mage they could call, but Thomas shook his head solemnly. He declared that he would aim to become a priest, to protect the orphanage in her stead. Sister Deborah smiled faintly, assuring him he could. Setsuna then announced his decision to enroll in the Magic Academy, and she congratulated him softly, tears in her eyes. He said it was all thanks to her guidance and training, and she told them both they had grown into fine individuals. Her expression turned sorrowful as she confessed her past. She had once served in the Magus battalion, fighting endlessly for the sake of peace. On the night the monsters attacked Eldina, she had failed to protect the village. Among the dead were the parents of the children at the orphanage. Cursed by the monsters, her body had rotted from within, stripping her of the ability to bear children. After leaving the battalion, she returned here, raising the orphans as a way to seek forgiveness for her failure. In truth, she said, it was her way to ease her own heart's weakness. She wept, calling herself pitiful, recalling the smiles of the children that had given her life meaning. Her voice trembled as she thanked them for those memories. Their laughter had been the core of her heart. Setsuna told her it was she who had given them their smiles back. Because of her, they had lived this far. She had been the light that guided his path. He vowed to become the strongest long-range mage, graduate at the top of his class, join the Magus battalion, and one day support the orphanage under a name she would be proud of. Her tears softened into peace as she told him she could finally rest easy. Not long after, Sister Deborah passed away. Time moved forward, and Setsuna soon entered the Magic Academy. In the present, Layla listened quietly as Setsuna's story came to an end, her eyes reflecting sorrow and admiration. Roberta, however, remained thoughtful. So that was how his control had been refined, years of hardship and discipline from a young age. It explained his unmatched precision, though one question lingered. Why choose close-range combat magic when long-range was the path to success? There had to be something he valued more than prestige, something worth throwing away his future for. Later that night, Setsuna returned to the dorms, unaware that Roberta was waiting. Her suspicion burned quietly. Ancient magic was said to mark its wielder with an evil crest. She would confirm it herself. As he approached, she flicked a sharp wooden splinter toward him. It struck his left glove, tearing the fabric. Beneath the torn glove, Roberta's eyes widened as she saw the faint burn scar on Setsuna's hand. Realization flickered through her expression as she stepped from the shadows. Setsuna called her out, calmly identifying her magic and asking why she had done such a thing. Roberta revealed the emblem of the Holy Church and declared herself an inquisitor. He was under suspicion of being a wielder of ancient magic, she said, and demanded to see the back of his left hand again. Without hesitation, Setsuna complied, explaining that the mark she saw was nothing more than a burn he had received during the Academy's joint training exercise. It was unsightly, so he preferred to keep it covered. Roberta examined closely but found no trace of tampering or concealment. Her suspicion melted into embarrassment as she apologized to him, bowing deeply for her earlier discourtesy. Setsuna urged her to raise her head. The misunderstanding was cleared, and that was enough for him. When she asked why he was there so late, he explained that he was helping patrol the royal cemetery. Every year as the Saints' festival drew near, incidents tended to occur. Roberta acknowledged his vigilance and excused herself, murmuring that Layla's affection for this man was understandable, and perhaps it was for the best. After she left, the faint glow of an orb emerged from the burn mark on Setsuna's hand. Blazer's voice echoed from within, complaining about how stifling the situation had been and asking why Setsuna hadn't dodged her attack when he easily could have. Setsuna replied that evading her would have only made her more suspicious. Letting her see the false scar was all part of his plan. He recalled Morgana's letter about the orb, a magic tool infused with alchemy and the power of a water spirit. When blended into the skin, it temporarily erased the glow of the crest, concealing it even from advanced detection. It was one of Morgana's original creations. Setsuna silently thanked her for it. With Roberta's doubts cleared, only the grave robbers remained to deal with. On the day of the Saints' festival, the streets were alive with color and sound. Roberta approached Layla, confirming that Setsuna's name had been cleared. She admitted that her misunderstanding had caused trouble for many and apologized again. Layla smiled, saying she had never doubted Setsuna's character. Roberta expressed relief, teasing that since Layla was so close to him, perhaps she should invite him to the festival that night. Flustered, Layla stumbled over her words. She said it wasn't like that, but at the academy, they had always been together, so maybe, just maybe, she wanted to spend some time with him alone during this trip. Roberta laughed lightly at her awkwardness, then softened her tone. If that was the case, she said they should make sure he saw it properly. Elsewhere, Setsuna placed a pendant, Morgana's gift, into a drawer. If it fell into the hands of the apostles, either Lady Morgana nor Waterina would be safe. It could even be destroyed in battle, so he chose to leave it behind. He called out to Blazer that it was time to leave, but the spirit played idly with the orb, tossing it toward a cabinet where it bounced and rolled away. Before heading out, Setsuna ran into Thomas. The man asked if he was going to the festival, but Setsuna explained he was only patrolling and warned him to keep the children indoors. Thomas was confused until Setsuna told him something terrible might happen. He remembered the past, before his regression, on the day of the Saints' festival, the children had vanished. They had been caught up in an incident, and Thomas himself had died trying to protect them. Setsuna's mind flashed with the memory of fire and ash, of the orphanage burning, of Thomas's charred body. He swore that this time, he would stop it before it began. As he was leaving, Roberta gave Layla a small push that sent her stumbling into his back. Embarrassed, she apologized and asked if he would attend the festival with her. Setsuna declined gently, saying he had duties to patrol the royal cemetery. Roberta tried to urge him to adjust his schedule, but Layla quickly told him to be careful instead. Setsuna thanked her, and Layla prayed quietly for his safety as he walked away. At the cemetery, 2 guards were patrolling the grounds, chatting idly about the festival. One joked about hearing the lively sounds of celebration even from such a distance, though his partner laughed at the impossibility of it, until the ground itself began to shake. The laughter died instantly. Purple magic circles spread beneath their feet, and from them, corpses began clawing their way to the surface. The guards tried to fight back, shouting in panic as the undead advanced, but Setsuna arrived in a blur. His mana-charged fist struck through the corpses like lightning, forcing them back. He ordered the guards to evacuate, introducing himself as a support officer for the patrol. They hadn't heard of any reinforcements, but there was no time for questions. Setsuna drew his twin mana blades, urging them to flee. Against so many enemies, they would only be in his way. He dashed into the swarm with blinding speed, each strike cutting through corrupted flesh. The guards could barely follow his movements. The battlefield was a storm of blue light and flying embers, the sound of blades slicing through the dead. Setsuna's expression was calm, focused. Waiting in ambush had been the right decision after all. Before the night of the festival, as Setsuna sat on his bed, Blazer spoke to him about the nature of the undead. Setsuna replied that the ones they had fought within the Legion of the Underworld had been equally strong in life and death. Ordinary undead were merely bodies possessed by wandering spirits, but this was different. These creatures retained their minds, controlled completely by the Apostle's authority. Even for an Apostle, to seize someone's consciousness so completely was unnatural. Setsuna now, while fighting the undeads, realizing why this incident had occurred 5 years before the Legion's appearance. The Apostles must have been preparing all along, stealing the wills of fallen heroes over time. These revived souls were not yet at their full strength. That was his only advantage. He had to locate and defeat the Apostle before they regained their power. Far away, the 8th Apostle, Tsukuyomi, smiled faintly while observing the disturbance. Some of the undead had already been defeated. It could only be Setsuna Cromwell's doing. She had been monitoring him for some time. He had repelled 2 apostles already, and his movements suggested he knew more than he should about their abilities, their plans, even their locations. His power was dangerous, but his insight was far more unsettling. Even so, she told herself he couldn't reach her. He had bested Zagan in close combat once, but that power had been temporary. The dead would always outnumber the living, and in this vast graveyard, exhaustion would eventually claim him. Yet something was wrong. The tremors of battle had gone still. Her expression tightened. There was no way he could have fallen so easily. Before she could move, a presence appeared behind her. Setsuna's voice cut through the silence as he emerged from the shadows, eyes burning with quiet determination. He had found her at last. The time to end her schemes had come. Setsuna advanced, his mana blade glowing faintly as he swung toward Tsukuyomi. She stood calm in the moonlight, her eyes narrowing with quiet amusement. His mind flickered to a memory, the image of Yuzuha. Setsuna asked her about Yuzuha. A faint smile curved her lips as if the thought itself entertained her. She acknowledged it easily, admitting that Giovanni, in his devotion, had always sought to create shadows of her image. Yuzuha, she said, was chosen because she resembled her. Her voice carried a trace of curiosity, as she acknowledged how quickly he had arrived, questioning the method behind it. Setsuna's focus stayed unbroken. He recalled how he had strengthened his hearing through a physical boost, tracing every echo of movement until he had followed the trail of the undead back to its center. Among the lingering traces of dark energy, he had felt something unique, the faint signature of genuine apostle magic flowing through an earring he now carried. That path had guided him straight here. Tsukuyomi seemed intrigued by his explanation, recognizing that his sharp instincts went beyond normal combat skill. She noted that Giovanni's obsession with him now made sense. Yet she still wondered what had led him to appear at this exact time. As she spoke, the atmosphere thickened. Setsuna noticed faint ripples of mana forming around them, the undead, gathering in silence, closing in from every direction. Her stalling made sense. She had been waiting for her army to assemble. Realizing her plan, Setsuna steadied his breath and raised his weapon again. He had no intention of letting her drag this out any further. But Tsukuyomi, still calm, lifted her hand. A dark circle of runes spiraled beneath her feet, and her expression shifted into a smirk as the ground shook. Two enormous figures began to rise from the soil, each cloaked in ancient armor, their presence unmistakable. The air turned heavy, their auras filled with stories of countless battles. Setsuna's heart tightened as he recognized them. These were not ordinary undead, they were the legendary pair from the old Academy tales, Wallace, bearer of the Iron Wall, and Ordino, wielder of the Severing Iron. The shield and spear that had once protected the world now stood against him, bound to the will of an apostle. The sight alone stirred memories of Liano's stories, standing for 3 nights on a narrow bridge, defending the helpless against 1,000 monsters. And now their souls had been chained to darkness. Setsuna could almost hear their echoing pride, buried deep beneath Tsukuyomi's control. She sat lazily atop a heap of corpses, surrounding herself with the undead as though enthroned upon decay, mocking his anger with cruel satisfaction. The corruption of such heroic spirits burned through Setsuna's chest. To turn the protectors of humanity into puppets was something he could never forgive. While Setsuna faced the resurrected legends far from the battlefield, Roberta had been moving with restless suspicion. Her earlier conversation with Layla replayed in her mind. She remembered how Setsuna had insisted on patrolling near the cemetery despite it being his homecoming, how his behavior had seemed uncharacteristically distant. Following her instincts, she entered his room quietly, ignoring Layla's protests. The space was spotless, too neat for someone living in constant movement. Her eyes caught something small on the desk, a blue orb faintly glowing. As she touched it, the light flickered and the crest on her hand vanished. That moment was enough. She realized what it meant, the crest hidden on Setsuna's hand, and the power he had tried to mask. Fear and duty mixed within her. Declaring her intention to restrain and question him, she ordered Layla to stay behind, though the girl's worried voice followed her down the corridor. Back at the graveyard, Tsukuyomi grew impatient. The undead shifted uneasily, and Setsuna, aware he was running out of time, closed his eyes for a heartbeat. The only way forward was through stealth. He began suppressing every trace of his mana until his presence disappeared completely. The undead, unable to sense life without mana perception, faltered and turned aimlessly. Tsukuyomi barked orders, unaware that her prey had already vanished from their senses. Setsuna's figure flickered between the gaps of shadow and light, cutting down each creature with swift, silent precision. His mind stayed steady, recalling the technique he had perfected before regression, the domain of tranquility. It was risky, but it granted him an invisible advantage. Each time he suppressed and released his mana, another undead fell, dissolving into ash before it could react. Tsukuyomi's surprise broke through her composure as she watched the tide of corpses crumble one after another. Setsuna continued step by step until the clearing grew quiet. Only the 2 legends remained before him, standing motionless yet radiating a crushing pressure. The strength emanating from them dwarfed anything he had faced before. Even without words, their presence carried the weight of history. Blazer's voice stirred faintly beside him, his spirit energy intertwined with Setsuna's own. Setsuna asked how long his body could endure if he unleashed his full strength and spirit magic together. The answer came without hesitation, 3 times longer than before, but that still meant only 3 minutes. Setsuna exhaled softly, his resolve hardening. 3 minutes would have to be enough. Walla's and Ordino's long-buried regrets deserved release, not chains. He tightened his grip on the mana blade and stepped forward as the final battle began, counting down the seconds in his mind. Roberta hid behind a tree, watching Setsuna battle the undead alone. The graveyard was crawling with the restless dead, and an eerie woman lingered at the edge of the chaos. That's a massive outbreak, and that woman, who is she? Setsuna's magic flared, ancient, forbidden, unmistakable. She approached 2 guards, asking what had happened. They admitted they didn't know why the undead appeared, but the young mage had saved them and urged her to leave before it got worse. Roberta's gaze returned to Setsuna. He had let the guards escape and faced the swarm alone. Was he really trying to do the right thing? A memory flickered, the church head's warning about ancient magic, how one mage had once destroyed a city, and their mission to protect innocent lives. Back in the present, the thought sharpened, Even a good person wielding ancient magic could bring ruin. Layla's safety weighed heavily on Roberta. She remembered herself holding young Layla and promising to be her protector. Resolute, she readied her seeds. Anyone threatening Layla would be eliminated. Tsukuyomi analyzed the undead with a cold calm. These were no ordinary enemies. Setsuna prepared to combine his double fake clone with Domain of Tranquility. He rushed Tsukuyomi, but her defenses were formidable, forcing him to switch to spirit magic. More undead surged around him, overwhelming and relentless. Suddenly, branches snared him, yanking him back. Roberta had intervened, standing between him and the threat. She reminded him that while he wasn't out of danger, she wouldn't allow Layla to lose him. Setsuna understood, but with Roberta there he couldn't fully use spirit magic, and Mana Guard was useless against Ordino's strikes. Walla's shield couldn't be broken with a mana blade. How could he push through? Tsukuyomi mocked their presence, but Roberta stepped forward regardless, sensing the stench of death too strong to ignore. The fight escalated as Roberta and Setsuna clashed with the undead, Roberta noting the enemy's strength and Setsuna feeling his stamina drain. Blazer threatened to burn everything to ash, but Setsuna refused, searching for another solution. From behind, Layla suddenly struck Tsukuyomi, revealing she had heard Waternia's warning voice. She opened the drawer with Setsuna's pendant, and through it, Waternia seemed to remind him of the promise to protect and impress her. Setsuna realized Layla's connection to spirits was strong, maybe through Waternia. She joined the fight willingly, unafraid. The three of them battled side by side, but danger remained. Ordino targeted Layla, and Setsuna realized he couldn't reach her in time. Roberta moved to protect her, taking the fatal strike instead. Layla's scream tore through the battlefield as Roberta fell, urging her to escape. At last, Setsuna unleashed his spirit magic in fury. His hair and eyes ignited with power as he scooped both Layla and Roberta from danger. Rage and determination surged through him. He would protect them at any cost, and the undead would pay for daring to threaten them. Layla's voice cut through the chaos. Roberta's thoughts sharpened. So he really was a wielder of ancient magic. Blazer stepped forward, eager to unleash his power. The undead army put up a solid fight, but the sword and shield of the legends demanded attention. Setsuna assessed them quickly, tracing the flaw, and manifested his spirit magic to strike one of the legendary pair. Soon both legends focused on him. Tsukuyomi observed coldly, noting the overwhelming strength of spirit magic. Even someone like Zagan wouldn't survive it. But undead did not tire. Until Setsuna broke her defenses, his mana would run dry first. Blazer growled, demanding a breakthrough. Setsuna shook his head, refusing brute force. There was a better way. A memory surfaced, Layano teaching him about legendary pairs. The iron wall shielded every attack, and the severing iron exploited the opening with an unavoidable strike. Something didn't add up. The legends had fought together for years, yet their coordination was sloppy, far from the fabled precision of true heroes. Setsuna acted. He broke the shield, catching both Tsukuyomi and Layla by surprise. The strongest spear and shield couldn't coexist. He would exploit that. Flames passed from the fallen legends, fueling his strike. With the weapons gone, he faced the two legends directly and gradually overcame them. He turned to them after the battle, regret and respect in his tone, apologizing for waking them from their slumber. Tsukuyomi scowled, frustrated at losing a 2-on-1 fight, but Setsuna dismissed her complaints. Her knights were gone. She tried to bluff, buying time as the undead army pressed forward, but Ordino intervened, granting him a chance. Setsuna surged, spirit magic igniting his sword, slicing Tsukuyomi to pieces. Flames consumed her torn body. He exhaled sharply, near exhaustion. Blazer nodded, impressed despite everything. Setsuna acknowledged the power of resurrecting the dead, yet human pride had outmatched even that. He checked Roberta, concern flashing across his eyes. Roberta's gaze hardened. He had used ancient magic, undeniable now. Layla defended him, but Roberta's mind raced. He had wielded forbidden power to save them and drive off the threat. Normally, the Holy Church would demand execution. What should she do? Suddenly, Roberta's own magic ensnared her and Setsuna. Even she was startled. She questioned the force. Tsukuyomi's voice echoed, skeletal and sinister. Her body transformed, webs twisting into a massive skeletal spider, towering above them. Setsuna froze. Tsukuyomi taunted, inviting them to admire her true form before death. Roberta's blood ran cold. Setsuna realized her power had been concealed all along. This was only a fraction. He tried to manifest mana, but it was useless. Even the mana blade could not pierce her form. Layla ran forward with her mana blade without hesitation. Roberta shouted, but Layla's resolve was firm. In her mind, she told Setsuna she would be his strength, whatever the cost. She would not allow him to face this monster alone. The battle opened in chaos, firelight and shadow tearing through the night. Setsuna froze for a heartbeat as Layla fell, crimson blooming beneath her. The sound around him blurred, replaced by fragments of memory. Layla laughing under the training sun, her steady hands healing a wound, her voice breaking through the noise of old wars. Each image cut deeper than the last. Her collapse shattered his restraint. Mana nearly gone, he reached past reason, drawing on the flame buried in his very life. Blazer's warning echoed, distant and useless. The fire roared to life, consuming everything, body and soul alike. His blaze tore across the field, desperate, beautiful, doomed. Tsukuyomi didn't meet the strike head-on. Instead, the creature wove a web of shimmering death, trapping him mid-charge. The thread sliced deep, burning flesh and fire alike. The ground shook as the monster's blows rained down. Setsuna's vision dimmed, breath shallow, but surrender never came. Pinned bleeding, he raised his head one last time. The enemy gathered another attack, a brilliant, pulsing orb of destruction. Then, a voice cut through the roar. Setsuna! His eyes widened. A blue light shimmered before him. Chains of water coiled through the air, deflecting the monster's strike in a burst of steam and color. From that haze stepped Layla, unbroken, alive. The wound was gone. Her body glimmered with flowing, liquid grace. Layla blinked at him, water beating along her skin like scattered gems. Setsuna asked if she was okay. She nodded, explaining that when the blade struck, her body had become water and the wound vanished. Setsuna's mind snapped to the possibility, breath barely steady. That magic, was it? A memory unfolded, Layla drifting in a place that felt like being held inside a river. She called out, lost, and a calm voice answered from everywhere and nowhere. Wateraina introduced herself as a spirit of water and offered Layla power. Layla protested, saying she hadn't earned it. Wateraina replied that she had seen one thing she had never felt before: true love. She had watched a man risk death to use spirit magic for a woman, and a woman throw herself into danger to save him. That kind of sacrifice, that finite brilliance, moved a creature that had known only endless solitude. Humanity's willingness to give everything for another kindled something in the spirit. Because Layla understood that feeling, Wateraina chose her. Then Wateraina bestowed her power and urged Layla back to the living world to save the man she loved. Layla hesitated only long enough to correct Wateraina. Setsuna was complicated, then raced back, resolved. Back on the battlefield, Setsuna observed the change coolly. He admitted that Layla had truly moved Wateraina. The spirit acknowledged it, saying the bond between them left a deep impression. Layla protested at being praised, but Wateraina cut the fluff. There was a villain to handle first. Layla's body shimmered, liquid light tracing her limbs. Wateraina explained that this was spirit magic. Roberta called out, but Layla's thoughts were private and stern. Sorry, Roberta, but she had to do this. She told Setsuna to rest and that she would handle the rest. Setsuna watched her steady resolve and trusted it. He saw that Layla could commune with a spirit without formal training and that her determination held even in desperation. He stepped back into normal form and left the fight to her, telling her to go all out. Wateraina encouraged Layla to try any technique she could imagine and promised to lend strength. Layla, who had been copying Setsuna's control exercises, formed a whip of mana and wreathed it in spirit energy. Setsuna asked what it was. Wateraina named it the Blue Whip. Layla lunged, the whip screaming through the air and striking Tsukuyomi. Blazer noted the tactic. Tsukuyomi's spider form could parry direct assaults, but unpredictable arcs were harder to defend. Setsuna added that the whip moved faster than sound, using water's inherent speed to add snap and elasticity. Layla looped the whip around one of the spider's legs and declared she wouldn't let it escape. Tsukuyomi laughed and molted, shedding an outer shell. The whip had only caught the discarded skin. She mocked them, claiming her beauty and resilience would save her. You might catch the skin, but not the whole. The spider slipped behind Setsuna and struck. He dodged, and Layla wrapped the whip around the leg again, only to see it molt once more. Layla's mind raced. Molting was the problem. Setsuna offered a plan: bind the entire body so molting would be impossible. Water Ina explained the catch. To tie the whole spider, the blue whip would have to extend massively. Unlike flame, which Brazier burned into existence, water-based constructs demanded a pre-existing volume of water. Generating that length on the fly required a reservoir. Setsuna's memory clicked into place. Laiano had told him about Lady Morgana using lake water to form a vast sphere. The solution formed at the edge of his thoughts. Setsuna called out a concise order. Layla, Blazer, Water Ina, listen up. Let's finish this with our next move. The air thickened as the battle reached its final moment. Setsuna and Layla stood side by side, fire and water intertwined, their magic radiating in perfect contrast. Setsuna's flames burned fiercely, melting the snow in wide circles around them, while Layla's body shimmered with flowing liquid light. He steadied his breath, gathering the last of his mana. Layla gave a firm nod, her determination reflecting his own. Together, they moved as one. The monstrous Tsukuyumi, towering in her skeletal spider form, observed them with mocking amusement. She was confident in her immortality, certain that her molting ability rendered her untouchable. But her arrogance blinded her to the plan unfolding before her eyes. Layla lunged forward, summoning her whip of condensed spirit water. The blue whip cracked through the air, looping around Tsukuyumi's legs and abdomen. The creature scoffed, expecting the same failed tactic, but the whip split, extending further until it enveloped her entire body, binding her from head to core. Tsukuyumi struggled violently, unable to molt. The realization hit her too late. Around her, steam began to rise as the melted snow gathered into water, fuel for Layla's spell. The heat flooding the battlefield came from Setsuna's flames, each breath he took searing the frozen ground into liquid. The trap complete, Setsuna gathered all his remaining energy into his fist, the fire swirling brighter and denser until it roared like a miniature sun. The monster tried to negotiate, offering immortality and power, but her pleas fell upon silence. The decisive strike landed, a blazing punch that ignited the water-soaked web and Tsukuyumi herself. Her body erupted in flame, the molten shell collapsing as her voice faded into the hiss of burning mana. Silence followed, broken only by the sound of melting snow. Layla's strength gave out, and she collapsed forward, caught gently in Setsuna's arms. Waternia's voice called out in concern, but Layla managed a faint smile before slipping into exhaustion. Setsuna reassured her softly and thanked both her and the spirit before his body, too, gave in to the strain. He lost consciousness, falling beside her as the battlefield grew still. Far away, within the dark halls of the Apostles, Satanakia received word of Tsukuyumi's defeat. Puka reacted with laughter, while Satanakia analyzed the report in cold silence. It was too clean a victory to be mere chance. Suspicion stirred. He ordered Puka to observe Leo closely, suspecting the existence of a spy among them. Back in the aftermath, Setsuna awoke to find his head resting on Roberta's lap. She was healing him with gentle magic, the faint glow of her spell flickering against the fading daylight. She scolded him for his recklessness, yet chose not to arrest him despite his forbidding use of ancient magic. Her voice carried both anger and uncertainty. Layla stirred soon after, startled to find herself sharing Roberta's lap with Setsuna. He assured her they were safe, then suggested they go somewhere once their healing was complete. When their wounds had finally closed, Setsuna led both women to a high vantage point overlooking the city. The view stretched endlessly beneath the twilight sky, the lights of the city flickering like countless stars. Layla marveled at the beauty, and Roberta asked why he had brought them there. Waternia teased that perhaps it was for a confession of love, but Setsuna's expression turned solemn. With quiet resolve, he told them the truth he had carried all along: he was a traveler from a doomed future. Setsuna revealed the truth he had carried alone. He spoke of burning castles, fallen towns, and an academy overrun by monsters. His words, though impossible, carried the weight of experience and loss. Roberta and Layla listened in silence, their disbelief fading as his strength and knowledge made the truth undeniable. He told them how he had used the power of the spirit of time to return, how the apostles and the evil god had brought the world to ruin, and why he devoted himself to close combat magic and spirit techniques. Roberta struggled to process it but couldn't deny what she had seen: the precision of his magic, his awareness of their enemy, and his extraordinary power. Layla, however, accepted it without hesitation, recognizing in him the resolve of someone who had already lived through tragedy. Waternia praised the emotion that bound them, calling it pure and unwavering love. Setsuna warned them that the Holy Church would never accept his story, especially the idea of time travel through spirit magic. He removed his glove, revealing a crest, and left the decision to Roberta while urging caution against the High Saint, the very woman who, in his past, had sided with the evil god. Roberta refused to believe such a betrayal, but the mention of Gustav, her new aide, unsettled her deeply. Their tense moment was interrupted by a massive bird descending from the clouds. A man stepped down, commanding presence radiating from him. Sid, commander of the Magus battalion? He had come to inspect the reported undead attack. Roberta quickly took responsibility, hiding Setsuna's involvement for now. Sid commended her briefly, then turned to Setsuna, recognizing him as the delayed trainee who was to join the battalion after the new year. Among Sid's soldiers stood a young man whose aura of raw fire magic burned like a furnace, Zappa. Once, in another time, Setsuna had fought beside him, the strongest mage of his generation. Zappa's overwhelming magic contrasted sharply with Setsuna's precision and control. Their reunion carried an undercurrent of rivalry even before a single word was spoken. A sudden corpse lunged from the shadows, catching Layla and Roberta off guard. Zappa incinerated it in an instant, his flames reducing it to ash. Blazer and Setsuna both recognized his overwhelming power. Zappa mocked Setsuna's close-range combat style, boasting that raw magic would always prevail. Setsuna, calm but resolute, refused to yield. Sid intervened, warning Zappa to restrain himself, but before he could finish, Setsuna spoke up. He requested to join Zappa's squad, a decision that shocked everyone. For him, this wasn't just training. It was the first step toward rewriting the future he had come back to change. Setsuna stepped forward and extended his hand toward Zappa, volunteering to join the same team. Zappa grabbed him by the collar, eyes burning with irritation, accusing him of picking a fight and calling him a fool for leaving school too soon. Before the situation could escalate, Sid intervened, cutting Zappa off and reminding him that strength should be proven through skill, not words. The tension eased, and the group dispersed. Layla asked quietly if Setsuna was alright, and Roberta added that training beside someone like Zappa sounded exhausting. Setsuna only smiled faintly, admitting that Zappa's strength was genuine and that the challenge would make the training worthwhile. As dawn broke, he turned toward the orphanage with them, saw Roberta off to the church, dropped Layla at her family's inn, and returned to spend the holidays with the children and Thomas. Days later, Setsuna stood by the door of the orphanage, saying his goodbyes. The children cheered, wishing him luck and telling him to become the strongest mage. He promised he would and told them to grow up true to themselves. At the academy, Carol reacted with shock when she learned about the undead attack during the vacation. Layla reassured her, though the memory of how close they came to death lingered. Drago bragged about mastering a new close combat spell and looked forward to testing it during the upcoming 3-week training with the Magus battalion. Carol encouraged them to do their best, and Layla resolved to strengthen her bond with Waternia and refine her spirit magic. When Setsuna and Layla exchanged glances, there was quiet understanding between them. Carol teased her about it, and Layla flustered in denial, only to learn that Carol herself had a secret crush. The brief laughter lightened the tension before Setsuna's thoughts turned grim again. He knew the incidents of the 4 great failures would begin with what was about to unfold during the battalion training. To stop it, he would need Zappa's cooperation, and earning his recognition wouldn't be easy. From the shadows, someone watched him. Later, while preparing for departure, Setsuna gathered his equipment, satisfied he was ready. A sudden gust of wind circled around him, but he quickly dispersed it, leaving the unseen attacker stunned. Akhtar emerged, shocked that his sneak attack had failed. Setsuna sensed the hostility immediately, asking for his reason. The answer came as rage and resentment. Akhtar had always been treated as insignificant until his gift for long-range magic changed everything. He had clawed his way up from nothing, yet Setsuna, a close combat user, continued to overshadow him. Enraged, Akhtar unleashed another volley of wind bullets, but Setsuna calmly intercepted them, his man-imbued hands slicing through the storm. Akhtar shouted in disbelief as Setsuna explained the technique mana interacting with mana, redirected through a simple strike. Furious and desperate, Akhtar attacked again, spewing wind in all directions. He declared that if Setsuna were to fall in an accident, he would take his place in the battalion and finally gain recognition. He even shouted Carol's name, revealing his obsession with her and his jealousy towards Setsuna. Setsuna countered coldly, reminding him that Carol had been devoting herself to summoning, mastering new phantom beasts every month. If he truly wanted her attention, he should become someone worthy of it rather than stooping to cowardice. From the trees, Professor Cyrus watched in silence. He had tolerated Akhtar's misdeeds for the sake of his talent, but this was too much. He noted Setsuna's rapid growth and realized that if Setsuna had chosen long-range magic, he might have surpassed everyone. A sudden noise startled him. He turned just in time to see a shadow vanish between the trees. Back in the clearing, Akhtar's attacks grew erratic. Fear began to surface in his eyes as Setsuna closed the distance between them in an instant. Seeing the mana gathered in Setsuna's fist, Akhtar braced for death. But the blow that landed carried no mana, just a clean, human punch. Staggering and confused, Akhtar could only stare. Setsuna told him the incident would be reported, that his growing list of suspicions would finally catch up to him, and that expulsion or even exile from the Magus world was likely. Before he could finish, someone stepped between them, shielding Akhtar. Setsuna froze when he saw who it was. Carol stood there, her back to Akhtar, her presence calm but firm. Setsuna's voice rose in anger, demanding how Carol could defend Akhtar after everything he had done. Carol didn't deny it, she admitted Setsuna was right, but spoke of a different time. Back in their first year, she said, Akhtar had been a commoner like her, mistreated by others yet still willing to share what little he had. He had once been kind, the sort who'd give away his healing potions even when injured himself. Setsuna fell silent, remembering that same boy. Akhtar, standing nearby, looked stunned that anyone still remembered those days. Carol continued, acknowledging that his actions couldn't be excused, but she wanted to believe that somewhere within him, that kindness still remained. She knew people would call her naive, yet she still wanted to give him a chance to make things right. Akhtar stepped forward, positioning himself between them. His voice was steady now. He said he would withdraw from the academy the next day and bowed deeply, saying he expected no forgiveness. Turning to Carol, he recalled how she had once helped him think about growing stronger and admitted that, even though his ambition had corrupted him, he had truly liked her. Carol wiped a tear, smiling softly. She thanked him, saying she was happy to hear it, because for the first time in a long while, he sounded like his old self. Then, almost shyly, she added that there was someone she already liked. Akhtar exhaled, shoulders slumping in quiet resignation. He turned to Setsuna and told him to give his all during training, to live the dream he could no longer chase. Setsuna promised to carry his hopes forward. As Akhtar walked away, Cyrus watched from a distance, unseen, his expression unreadable. The next day at the Magus Corps Western Branch, Zappa called for Valerie to hurry up. Valerie responded promptly. Zappa walked ahead, teasing about slow pace, instructing to stand tall and appear sharp for incoming trainees. Valerie said it didn't matter if others underestimated them, and Zappa acknowledged but insisted they straighten up upon arrival. Trainees lined up. The instructor explained the kingdom's Magus battalion was the strongest force on the continent, with trainees serving as full members for 3 weeks. They expected great results, noting 3 trainees from Elmridge, Setsuna, Drago, and Mifune. Corps members commented on the batch. Formation magic seemed decent, close combat trainees were questionable, and one supposedly weak trainee had even clashed with Zappa. The instructor announced team assignments, with trainees stating their desired units. Zappa thought about Sid's unit, wanting a quiet, easygoing member, ideally Mifune. Setsuna requested to join Sid's unit. Zappa noted this internally, knowing placements depended on upcoming tests. The instructor summoned golems for an assessment. Trainees took turns attacking, with scores recorded: fire 382, bats 212, water 197, another trainee 403, one failed with 0. Mifune used ice to score 522. Valerie observed Mifune's formation magic with neutral interest. Zappa commented, and Sid approved. Drago's close combat punch scored 791, impressing corps members. Next up was Setsuna. Zappa suggested putting him against a demon-type golem. The announcer hesitated, warning it was too strong for a trainee, but Zappa insisted early challenges were necessary. Valerie, watching, noted the demon type could fly, and Setsuna would be stuck on the ground using close combat magic, seemingly at a disadvantage. A magic circle appeared, and a winged golem emerged before Setsuna. He smiled. Corps members doubted a close combat trainee could take it down, even seasoned troops struggled with this type. Trainees whispered he might give up. Mifune wondered what Setsuna would do next. The Corps gossiped about Setsuna's upcoming test, confident that close combat magic couldn't fare against a flying enemy. The announcer signaled the start, and Setsuna moved with blinding speed, his double blade slicing the golem to pieces in a single strike. The golem collapsed. Valerie stared, astonished at how quickly it fell. The system failed to register a score. Setsuna thought he might have overdone it, but this was fine. The battalion valued eliminating threats efficiently over flashy numbers. Valerie wondered if the equipment had malfunctioned, but Zappa explained that Setsuna had broken the system with sheer power, his score easily over 1,000. Corps members muttered that real missions wouldn't be that easy, while Valerie worried the training would be tougher than expected. The next day, Zappa criticized Valerie for moving too slowly, and Valerie apologized. Zappa teased about their ability to instruct and confirmed that Valerie had been put in charge of trainee instruction. In Sid's office, the unit captain explained that the current batch included problem students, particularly Setsuna. Han from Ise Magus Academy had casually scored over 700 points, and if they clashed with Zappa, it would be problematic. Valerie acknowledged responsibility for training both Setsuna and Han. Setsuna and Han approached, greeted Valerie, and followed for a tour of the facility. Valerie explained that the kingdom's Magus battalion gathered elite Magi with access to advanced magitech, housing, and resources. Each unit had 5 members. Trainees would join as the 6th and 7th. Starting the next day, they'd participate in regular combat missions as warm-ups for special operations. Setsuna recognized familiar faces, while Valerie explained that those performing well would receive an officer's recommendation, highly sought after across the continent. Setsuna recalled how desperate he had been in the past. Valerie nudged him to pay attention, prompting Setsuna to focus. Some Corps members gossiped about Valerie, questioning their abilities as an instructor and mocking them. They threw a man-infused stone at Valerie, who dodged and accidentally bumped into Han. Valerie quickly moved on, continuing the tour. Setsuna noted the Corps' lax discipline. When a member challenged them, Setsuna kicked a stone back, infused with mana, cracking the wall behind. The Corps approached angrily, but Setsuna remained calm, claiming he was just a close combat mage. Valerie expressed gratitude for the protection, slightly embarrassed. Han teased about being defended by a trainee. Valerie concluded the tour for the day. Later, Valerie practiced formation magic on a circle. Setsuna approached from behind, noting the impressive firepower. Valerie explained the casting time was too long for rapid deployment. They had chosen the spell for its sheer power to avoid underestimation, but worried it might have been the wrong move. Setsuna reflected that no one had yet mastered the proper use of that type of magic. Valerie shared their family history, revealing that despite coming from a line of battalion commanders, they had initially shown no real talent. Determined not to tarnish their family name, they enlisted and had trained relentlessly. Setsuna praised their perseverance, finding them admirable. Valerie, standing in the center of the magic circle, cast a spell creating a field of blooming flowers. It was simple, meant to calm the heart. Setsuna admired its beauty and suggested using the spell in tomorrow's combat mission to prove themselves. Valerie hesitated but agreed to try, and Setsuna offered a secret training session to prepare. Valerie began the briefing, explaining that Setsuna would be joining the SID unit for actual missions. The team would now face real combat. Monsters were ranked on a star-based danger system, something Setsuna already knew from academy lessons. Goblins and undead were basic 1-star threats, while the Death Lord from the dungeon had been a 4-star. Valerie clarified that the Magus battalion normally handled 3-star and above, and that their current mission involved a monster sighting in the wetlands, a training operation meant to transition them into live battle conditions. Once inside the combat zone, Sid took command. He and Zappa moved ahead, leaving the rest to provide magical support and protect the trainees. Setsuna quietly shared with Valerie the intent to prove they were strong enough to stand on their own after the previous night's training. Valerie's expression held the same determination, a silent promise to demonstrate the strength inherited from a lineage of light magic. Setsuna reflected on how remarkable Valerie's mana reserves were, easily among the battalion's finest. Even being able to cast Hecaton Bolt during practice had proven that much. With better control, that power could reach extraordinary levels. The ground suddenly shifted. Something coiled around Setsuna's leg. Reacting on instinct, Setsuna sliced through it before the grip tightened. A tentacle retracted into the murky water, revealing an octopus-like monster emerging from the swamp. The group immediately recognized the threat. The creature was a monster Dagon, a 3-star monster known to hunt in groups. Its tentacles lashed in unpredictable motions. One of them caught Valerie before anyone could react. Setsuna focused mana into a physical boost, lunging forward and cutting through the thick limb. Sparks of energy trailed from the strike as Zappa released a burst of yellow light from his circle, landing a direct hit. The monster barely responded. Fire magic was ineffective against aquatic foes. Sid began forming another spell, but Valerie stepped forward instead, signaling to take over. Zappa protested, pointing out the risk and the difficulty of hitting such a fast target with Hecaton Bolt, but Setsuna intervened. Magic, after all, could only grow through trial and effort. Sid weighed the choice, then gave a brief nod of approval. Valerie formed a new circle. Flowers began spreading across the muddy ground. Zappa frowned at the sight, unable to understand the purpose. Setsuna waited, recalling a conversation from their earlier training. Phantom Garden could serve as the foundation for simultaneous casting. The spell consumed little mana and covered a wide area, making it ideal for layering another spell inside. Valerie's expression shifted with realization. Moments later, lightning erupted from within the illusion. The Dagon convulsed as the concealed Hecaton Bolt struck from inside the Phantom Garden. It was a fusion of two magics that neutralized each other's flaws. Sid recognized the technique immediately, impressed by the precision and creativity. Setsuna observed in silence, remembering a time before regression when that same spell had never reached its potential until combined with another. More Dagons emerged from the surrounding swamp. Valerie steadied their stance, preparing another cast, but Zappa unleashed a wave of fire toward the approaching monsters. The flames split their formation apart. He followed up with another large-scale attack, his typical reckless style creating devastating results. Sid prepared his own strike, while Han advanced from behind, cleaving through one of the creatures with measured power. Sid watched his team closely. The stealth-based enchanted gear, the coordination between long and close-range magic, and above all, Setsuna's adaptability stood out. Fighting in swamp terrain usually crippled close combat, yet Setsuna's results matched those of ranged specialists. His battle instincts and creative spell combinations were beyond standard training. Once the final monster fell, Sid called the operation complete. He acknowledged the team's success, noting Valerie's spell customization and mana control as particularly exceptional. There was still room to improve, but the potential was clear. Valerie accepted the praise with quiet gratitude, but a sudden jolt of pain crossed their expression. Sid noticed and stepped closer, suspecting an injury from when the Dagon's tentacle had struck earlier. Valerie quickly dismissed the concern and left, insisting on handling it alone. Zappa muttered something under his breath about Valerie's tendency to act distant after battles. Away from the others, Valerie removed the coat and loosened the uniform to inspect the bruised ribs. The pressure bandages underneath had held. A rustle came from behind. Han stepped into view, expression unreadable, speaking softly about something that had felt strange yesterday when catching Valerie's body, and now simply confirmed what instinct had already told him: she was a girl. Locked away in a quiet, dimly lit room, Valerie sat on the edge of the bed. Outside, voices murmured through the corridor, whispers that pierced through the locked door like blades. The gossip had spread quickly. The heir of the Light family, the one expected to uphold generations of honor, had failed to graduate from the Magus Academy. Servants whispered in pity, neighbors spoke in disdain. Every conversation echoed with the same tone: disappointment. The Light family, once noble and feared, now stood on the brink of disgrace. They said the family's downfall had begun with tragedy. Both parents, gone too soon. A lineage left without guidance. And now, with their heir having failed, it was only a matter of time before the proud Light name faded into ruin. Down the hall, a younger sibling stood listening in silence, trembling with a mix of fear and resolve. That night, when the manor had gone still, the soft snip of scissors broke the silence. One lock of hair after another fell to the ground. Before dawn, the heir's reflection in the mirror was gone, replaced by someone new. Han's tone shifted then, from curiosity to control. He didn't shout. He didn't threaten. He simply reminded Valerie what exposure would mean, how fast everything would crumble if anyone found out. Then came the demand. Her silence in exchange for his advancement. Her achievements, her recognition, her victories, all to bear his name instead. Valerie agreed, her expression drained of color. From that day onward, the balance between them shifted. She began taking on the paperwork Han was assigned. In combat, she stepped back so he could land the final blow. During evaluations, her words faltered, her confidence dimmed. Setsuna noticed. He noticed the fatigue in her eyes, the hesitation in her magic, the small winces that appeared when Han was near. Their teamwork, once fluid, had become awkward and uncertain. In missions, she moved slower, sometimes shielding others recklessly, as if her focus was no longer her own. During one encounter, she even placed herself between Setsuna and a monster's strike, creating an opening for Han to claim the victory. Zappa's reprimand afterward was harsh and direct, his voice cutting through the tension like thunder. Valerie said nothing in her defense. Later, Setsuna found her in the courtyard, quietly polishing Han's boots. The scene didn't make sense, not for someone of Valerie's rank, not for someone with her pride. Han brushed it off casually, claiming gratitude, pretending it was nothing more than respect between seniors and juniors. But the truth was written across Valerie's face, exhaustion and quiet shame. The tension finally snapped during training. Words turned sharp, and magic flared before anyone could intervene. Han struck with power far beyond what a trainee should possess. The blast of mana shook the ground, forcing Zappa to step in and end it immediately. His scolding left both standing silent, Valerie with eyes lowered, Han hiding a smirk. The following day, the ringing of a bell summoned all units to the plaza. The commander's voice carried through the open air, announcing the upcoming missions. The trainees listened, their expressions split between excitement and dread. Among the listed operations, one stood out, the Rhodes Island investigation. A routine mission on paper, yet something about the name made Setsuna's heart tighten. Memories from another life surfaced unbidden, the same mission, the same island, and a massacre that followed. In that past, everyone from the SID unit had been wiped out. Only Zappa returned broken and half dead. And now, history was moving toward that same point once again. Zappa had said that everyone on Rhodes Island was slaughtered by unknown monsters that once inhabited it. The Mage battalion was dispatched immediately, but when they arrived, the creatures had already vanished. What they found instead was a dead island, lifeless soil, no survivors, not even a trace of movement. Then the monsters returned, accompanied by the appearance of the evil god. They toyed with the bewildered battalion, overwhelming them completely and leaving devastation behind. It became known as one of the 4 great causes of their defeat, the annihilation of the Mage battalion. The mystery behind those monsters had to lie on Rhodes Island. Before the regression, Setsuna had been assigned elsewhere, but this time, the mission would be different. This time, he would uncover the island's secret and bring everyone back alive. The commander addressed the assembled units, explaining that assignments for special missions would depend on merit. The upcoming mock battles would decide it. Each squad was expected to demonstrate strength and cohesion before the final selection. Confidence and rivalry charged the air. Drago declared their team would not lose, while Mifune returned the challenge in kind. Setsuna watched their competitive fire with a quiet smile. He had already set his sights on the reconnaissance mission to Rhodes Island. That one, he would win. On the night before the mock battles, Setsuna and Blazer communicated with Layla and Wateraina through the blue orb. Layla asked about their progress with the Mage battalion, and Setsuna assured her that the training was going well. Layla, in turn, had grown more comfortable with spirit magic. Wateraina observed that Layla lacked refined mana control but had channeled immense emotion, grief and anger that had awakened multiple spirit spells. Still, she seemed lonely without Setsuna, a truth that made Layla flush in embarrassment. Wateraina continued, remarking that it was rare for a single person to encounter so many spirits. For a human with such a bond, she mused, perhaps even the spirit king Bifrost could be met someday. Blazer reacted to the name, recalling the legend of the Rainbow Spirit King, a savior of all spirits who, despite countless ages, had never been seen. Setsuna wondered silently if such a being truly existed. If the Spirit King's power could be borrowed, it might turn the tide against the evil god. Before the connection faded, Layla asked about his squad. Setsuna replied calmly, saying there was no problem, though privately he admitted the tension between Han and Valerie still lingered. Something about Han's magic felt off as well. Blazer muttered about the boy with disdain, but Wateraina chided him for being too eager to burn those he disliked. Blazer only smirked, saying that her warning had the opposite effect. Setsuna could only sigh. By morning, the squads gathered again. The commander explained the terms of the mock battle. A special formation spell had been cast over the field, amplifying healing magic so that injuries would recover completely. It would not restore life, however, carelessness could still be fatal. Each squad would consist of 5 members, including trainees. Victory could be achieved by knocking opponents from the ring, incapacitating them, or forcing surrender. Sid, as captain, laid out their formation. He and Zappa would handle the main offense. Setsuna and Han would provide rear attack support, while Valerie would manage defense and coordination. The formation was balanced and efficient, one that made use of each member's skills while ensuring the trainees could still contribute. Setsuna thought about the many captains he had served under, realizing how rare it was to find one who commanded both competence and respect. Their first opponent was Diaz's unit. Mifune noted their poor luck facing Setsuna so soon, but Setsuna replied that Mifune's teleportation magic was exactly what they needed to be cautious of. The ability to move freely between formations made for devastating surprise attacks in team combat. Mifune shrugged, saying there would be little chance to use it under Diaz's command. Diaz silenced him, ordering his subordinates to stay back and focus on long-range support. His formation relied on 3 ranged Magi to suppress opponents from a distance, while a summoned beast held the line defensively. Sid analyzed it quickly, a strategy of layered offense and magical cover. Diaz scoffed, calling Sid reckless for relying on close combat. Setsuna recognized the arrogance instantly. Before the regression, his own squad had used a similar formation, but theirs had been built to enhance each individual's talent. Diaz's leadership, by contrast, stifled his team. He had no eye for potential. Diaz mocked Sid again, calling him a rookie and dismissing Setsuna as an unimportant bug on the battlefield. Sid took the insult without reaction, only glancing at Setsuna to signal the start. Setsuna stepped forward. His eyes sharpened as the air around him shifted. The long-range Magi raised their staffs, confident in their superiority. Setsuna's mana flared along the blade in his hand. The idea that ranged Magi were the stars of every battlefield, that misconception ended here. As the horn signaled the start, the mock battle between the arrogant Diaz squad and the peerless close combat Magus began. The mock battle began. The Diaz squad opened a glowing magic circle, summoning a massive metallic beast to the field. At the same moment, Diaz unleashed a stream of fire in Sid unit's direction. Setsuna advanced fearlessly, his mana blade cutting through the dust and heat as he closed in on the creature. Sid's voice rang across the formation, ordering an interception. Setsuna's strike met the summoned scorpion head-on, the clash ringing like steel on steel. Its armor gleamed, harder than golem stone, a beast known as the phantasmal demon scorpion. From a distance, Diaz watched with sharp calculation. The close combat fighter on the front lines was fast, dangerously so, but even that explosive speed wouldn't be enough to pierce such a shell. The beast's durability was far beyond anything a trainee could shatter. Yet, despite his confidence, something was wrong. He noticed his squad's advance faltering. 3 long-range Magi, coordinated and relentless, should have overwhelmed the enemy. But Sid and Zappa held their ground without yielding an inch. Diaz's frustration grew. They weren't supposed to last this long. He barked for composure, certain the tide would soon turn. The opposing squad was bound to run out of mana first, he'd see to that. But before he could press the advantage, a sudden explosion of light erupted near him. An unexpected strike forced him to defend himself as Mifune teleported in to cover his position. The attack had come from Han, a move Diaz hadn't anticipated. Mifune steadied the defense, remarking quietly that no matter how well someone hid, their mana could still be sensed, and located precisely. It was exactly the kind of tactic Setsuna had been using earlier. Diaz attempted to regain his composure, declaring victory too soon. But Mifune knew better. The outcome was far from settled. Meanwhile, Han observed Setsuna's duel with the scorpion beast. The rhythm of his attacks told a story. His mana reserves were average, but his precision was unmatched. By focusing all of his power into one concentrated point, he drew out explosive strength far beyond his natural limit. Han realized he must have done the same during the placement exam. Diaz mocked the idea of close combat magic, but Setsuna's next move silenced him completely. Setsuna charged his mana blade and struck the scorpion square in the chest, aiming for a single point. The earlier flurry of slashes had merely been a setup, distraction for this decisive moment. The blade burst with concentrated mana, releasing a charged projectile that tore straight through the creature's armored shell. The metallic body collapsed in fragments, its summoning circle flickering out. Diaz stared in disbelief. The impossible had happened before his eyes. Even Han found himself frozen, astonished that a single strike could pierce a phantasmal beast's shell. Diaz attempted to call his formation back together, shouting for a reform, but his team barely had time to react before Setsuna closed in. One by one, they fell under the blunt force of his blows, the air itself shaking with impact. Seeing the chaos, Han made his move. He rushed toward Diaz, deciding to take the head of the general himself. Diaz retaliated, summoning a surge of flame, but Han's spell curved midair, cutting through his guard and striking him directly. The impact sent Diaz crashing to the ground, his robe torn open, consciousness fading. Mifune exhaled heavily, shaking his head at the predictable end. He had warned them not to underestimate Setsuna. The announcer declared the result. The Sid unit stood victorious. Frustration rippled through Diaz's fallen team, but the crowd was already roaring. Whispers spread among the onlookers. The close combat Magus had shattered Diaz's formation single-handedly. Even Zappa, the renowned powerhouse, had been overshadowed. The Sid unit was becoming the talk of the battalion. After the match, Setsuna turned toward Han, his gaze sharp. He demanded to know the nature of that last attack. The trajectory had shifted mid-flight, something impossible for a standard long-range spell. Han brushed off the question, pretending not to understand. When pressed again about the unnecessary robe he had donned before casting, he claimed it was for caution, to prevent a counter. Zappa stepped between them, frustrated that they were arguing after a victory. Han stayed silent, but his eyes flickered with calculation. He couldn't afford anyone growing suspicious. If Setsuna was beginning to suspect too much, he'd have to act soon, and carefully. Setsuna's focus shifted briefly to Valerie, catching their quiet, uneasy expression at the edge of the field. Before he could dwell on it, Drago placed a hand on his shoulder. Drago reminded him that they were facing his unit next. Their captain, Cha-Cha, respected the strength of close combat fighters, and Drago was eager to prove himself after their last encounter at the academy. Setsuna returned the gesture with a firm nod. Both clenched their fists and bumped them together, a silent vow of rivalry and respect. Setsuna's thoughts sharpened. The next battle would decide who claimed the mission they wanted most. For Radha's Island, for the investigation, he couldn't afford to lose. The Sid unit and Cha-Cha unit faced each other under the arena lights. Setsuna noticed a young woman at the head of the opposing formation. So that was Captain Cha-Cha. Her unit's arrangement placed Drago in the rear and every type of magic user in front, a forward-heavy formation that radiated confidence. A mischievous glint crossed Cha-Cha's face as she taunted her subordinate, prompting Drago to grin and shed his uniform top. The air around him thickened with mana. He announced the technique his family had guarded for generations, invoking the name of his secret art. The spell ignited within him, and his muscles swelled, glowing crimson as mana coursed through every vein. Setsuna recognized the flow immediately. Drago was circulating raw mana through his entire body, forcing it into a rhythm that would shatter most human limits. His physique hardened like forged steel. Setsuna smiled faintly, drawing his mana blade once again. The energy coiled around him like a living storm. The announcer raised their hand, signaling the next round. The mock battle between Sid unit and Cha-Cha unit began. The announcement echoed through the arena as the match between Team Sid and Team Cha-Cha began. Drago charged forward first, a blur of muscle and motion. Setsuna narrowly avoided his punch, but the passing force scraped his face, the air itself trembling from the pressure. He knew that taking a direct hit from that power could end the match in a single blow. Seizing an opening, Setsuna caught Drago's arm and drove a kick toward his face, channeling a surge of physical boost through his body. But Drago tore his arm free with raw strength, forcing Setsuna back. Every exchange left Setsuna struggling against an overwhelming force. He shifted behind Drago, aiming for an undefended spot, but even that failed to land with any effect. From the sidelines, Han launched a precise strike, mocking Drago's clumsy aggression. Drago ripped a slab of flooring from beneath his feet and raised it as a makeshift shield, blocking the blow. Reckless, but effective. Setsuna analyzed the fight as it unfolded. The new spell, Hercules, enhanced physical strength to unnatural levels, a crude technique for most mages, yet devastating for someone like Drago, whose body had been honed since childhood. With nothing but muscle and magic, he was overpowering them all. Setsuna felt the pressure mounting. It had been a long time since close-quarters combat pushed him this far. Across the field, Zappa unleashed a wave of fire, only for Drago to crush the flames between his hands, scattering embers like sparks against stone. Zappa bristled and unleashed another attack, but Drago stood firm, his body glowing faintly from layers of enhancement magic. Cha-Cha roared from behind, her regenerative spell keeping her strength unbroken. The stacked buffs from her formation made her recovery nearly instantaneous. Sid, observing the field, recognized the pattern, an ancient warrior formation, long forgotten, revived through modern magic. It was a bold move, centering on Drago's brute power. The tide began to turn. Sid's formation weakened under the pressure, forcing him to act. Gears of light appeared above him, shifting and aligning as he prepared his magic. If the match would be decided by a single point of failure, then he would wager everything on Setsuna. In the fray, Setsuna faced Drago head-on. There was no time to build a proper spell. The opposing team's coordination had given Drago overwhelming support. But he trusted his allies. Zappa's flames flared higher, signaling a new assault. Their teamwork caught Cha-Cha's side off guard. Two of her teammates shouted warnings. Drago was too far forward, their defense collapsing. Behind them, Han appeared like a shadow, cutting off their support line. The formation shattered. Han's attack came at perfect timing, but Drago anticipated it, turning with uncanny awareness. Setsuna recognized the rhythm immediately. The instincts of a former battalion captain kicked in. Battlefield awareness was second nature. He charged in, catching Drago's arm once more. With a surge of power amplified by Hercules, he pivoted and slammed the giant to the ground. The impact thundered through the arena. A glowing mana blade stopped just short of Drago's face, marking the end. Drago struggled, disbelief written across his features, but the match was over. Cha-Cha's frustration echoed faintly before the announcer declared Sid's squad victorious. The crowd erupted in mixed awe and confusion. Mages weren't supposed to fight like that, yet no one could deny Setsuna's strength. Setsuna caught his breath beside his fallen opponent, acknowledging that Drago was no ordinary fighter. The throw had been risky. Even he hadn't fully controlled the amplified power behind it. Drago, still grounded, swore he wouldn't lose the next time. Setsuna could only nod, already anticipating the rematch. By the end of the day, all mock battles concluded, and Sid's squad stood undefeated. The privilege of choosing the first special mission was theirs. Later, Zappa asked which mission they would take, but Sid remained non-committal, promising to decide by morning. Setsuna suspected he might choose another, and knew he had to speak with him that night, to push for the Rodus Island investigator mission. The halls were quiet as Setsuna made his way to Sid's office, his thoughts drifting to Han and Valerie. It was a good chance to discuss both. He knocked, waiting for permission before entering. Inside, the room was lined with books and maps. What caught his eye, however, froze him in place. 3 versions of Sid occupied the space at once. One wrote calmly at the desk, another stood by the shelf examining reports, and a third sat on the table, reading in silence. Setsuna stared, his mind catching up to the impossible sight. Sid was known as a long-range mage. Yet here he was, divided into 3 bodies, each perfectly synchronized. The realization struck like a spark in still air. Whatever magic this was, it went far beyond anything Setsuna had seen in the academy. Setsuna stared, trying to make sense of the sight. Captain Sid split into 3 bodies, each moving with precise purpose. The illusion of multiplicity snapped like a prism under inspection. Sid was no trickster using simple glamour. When Setsuna hesitated, Sid beckoned him to help himself to tea, but the captain's tone was practical, hands already full with reports and strategy. Sid explained the nature of the phenomenon without ceremony. The threefold presence was the result of a rare branch of magic, cloning granted by a consented ally, and wielded through a unique system called copy gear. Sid borrowed spells from others, stockpiling up to 3 types at once, and keeping them for a single day. The magic was powerful, but limited by short retention and Sid's own modest mana pool. It left him useful and overburdened in equal measure. People offloaded tasks on him because his convenience made their lives easier. Setsuna realized the captain's workload was heavier than it appeared. When Setsuna stated his request to join the Rodus Island investigation, Sid raised an eyebrow, expecting the usual plea for royal escort duty instead, promises of prestige and advancement. Setsuna admitted there were promotions to be had, but something else had priority. Sid read aloud the dossier the standing Sid handed across the table. Setsuna Cromwell, orphanage raised, Elmridge Academy student with exceptional aptitude who chose close combat magic despite expectations. The captain, curious and quietly sympathetic, asked what drove him. Setsuna felt the old despair flare briefly, the memory of a ruined future vivid and raw. He answered plainly, anger. Someone was trying to steal what mattered to him, and he wanted to expose and crush those schemes with his own fists. It was why he had chosen close combat. Sid absorbed the confession, then acknowledged Rodas Island's mystery and risk. The captain admitted he had already considered sending his unit there. Setsuna's earnestness landed like iron. At that moment 2 figures stepped in, Daniel the summoner and Iris the steady healer. Their arrival broke the room's tension with awkward chatter about trivial things, about a heart-shaped chocolate Captain Cha-Cha had made and Sid's clumsy decision to break it up and share it with the unit. The banter was human and ordinary, a small reminder of what everyone here fought to protect. Daniel and Iris also mentioned that Cha-Cha's unit would accompany Sid's team to Rodas, concern more than celebration, confirming that they would not go alone. Setsuna felt the weight of it. These were people he had to keep alive. He excused himself, and Sid offered a quiet aside about Zappa's rough exterior. Setsuna left, passing the training grounds where Zappa stood with Valerie. Zappa unleashed scorn at Valerie, declaring she was a liability and attempting to discharge her from the unit. The threat escalated as Zappa raised a magic circle, preparing to land a punishing blow meant to wound enough to remove Valerie from duty. Valerie answered with steady resolve, confessing a duty to protect family and insisting she would not be cast aside before it was fulfilled. Confidence returned to them like iron found after bending. She formed her own circle in reply, ready to stand their ground. The duel seemed inevitable until Setsuna stepped between them, intercepting Zappa's flame with a slice of his mana blade. He argued up close that Valerie's determination had been proven and asked Zappa to trust her one more time. Zappa spat a warning, fail on Rodas and Setsuna's evaluation would suffer as well, then turned away, still sharp but restrained. Sid gathered the team, Cha-Cha's unit chirping their presence, Daniel offering a wary comment on the coming danger. Sid gave the final order. They would set sail for Rodas. Daniel, recalling Rodas as a once peaceful hot spring retreat, hoped for a peaceful arrival. The wish sounded thin against the reality looming ahead. Beyond the harbor, on that island of horror, the land lay soaked in blood. Corpses and severed limbs floated in a crimson pool, and among them, a creature reveled, maw dripping, a monstrous calm in the slaughter. The scene was a grotesque, living echo of what had once happened there, and of what might come again. Leo stood among the remains of what used to be a house, his left eye now hidden beneath a mask that covered the burnt area surrounding it. The place had completely vanished, leaving behind only ash and the faint smell of smoke. He realized that the witch Morgana had not died after all. The signs were clear now, she had moved her base, outwitting him completely. He muttered to himself that he had been thoroughly deceived. High above him, Pooker hung upside down from a tree branch, watching quietly. The creature spoke from its perch, mentioning that the Magus battalion had departed to investigate Rodas Island. That was the same place where the Legion was advancing with their plan. Pooker wondered aloud whether the investigation team would be annihilated before their mission even began. Leo's thoughts drifted as he remembered Setsuna. The boy had gone to train with the Magus battalion. A realization crept into Leo's mind. Could Setsuna be part of that very investigation team? Before he could think further, a sharp gleam cut through the air. A kunai knife struck the ground beside him. Leo jumped back, startled, demanding to know why Pooker had attacked him so suddenly. Pooker accused him of leaking information to Setsuna, claiming that traitors needed to atone with their lives. Leo sighed and asked if it really had to end that way. The tension thickened. Leo's mana flared to life, surrounding him like heat from an unseen fire. Leo's face became marked with red lines as power surged through him. The two stood facing each other, apostles locked in opposition. Leo thought briefly that a battle between apostles might be the first of its kind in history. Far across the sea, Daniel and his companions had already left the continent. It had been just over an hour when Rodas Island finally came into view. Sid stood at the front of the vessel, scanning the horizon. He noticed enormous bird-like figures in the sky, creatures that shouldn't exist there. Rodas Island, he recalled, was home to around 300 people and known for its natural beauty, hot springs, and peaceful life. The volcano at its center had long been dormant, and no particularly dangerous monsters were known to inhabit it. Yet something about the scene ahead felt deeply wrong. Daniel admitted that the island had an eerie atmosphere. Sid reminded the team of their mission, to search for survivors and investigate the situation. He warned that combat was possible and told everyone to stay alert. Setsuna silently reflected on what he knew. In the past, Sid's unit had been wiped out on Rodas Island. Zappa, who survived, could recall only fragments, being attacked by mysterious monsters. Now that those same creatures had reappeared alongside the evil god, Setsuna suspected the apostles' involvement once again. Sid continued his briefing, explaining that these special missions were extremely dangerous. Every year, more than 30% of trainees failed to complete them. He told everyone to prioritize their safety above all else, even if they were aiming for an officer recommendation. Acting alone could get them killed. Setsuna gave a sharp nod of understanding. Zappa turned to Valerie, warning not to hold the team back. At the same time, Iris told Han not to try to rush ahead either. Daniel, uneasy, remarked that something didn't feel right. Iris brushed it off, though Setsuna soon noticed the wind had disappeared. The air was unnervingly still. Then it struck him, it wasn't the wind that had stopped, but the ship itself. Without warning, the vessel lurched violently. Zappa shouted in alarm as the crew caught sight of an enormous sea serpent rising from the waves. He couldn't believe such a creature, a 3-star monster, could exist in these peaceful waters. Valerie stepped forward to confront it, preparing to attack. Sid readied his magic, identifying lightning as the creature's weakness. His spell struck the serpent, forcing it back into the sea. Setsuna followed up by slicing through one of its tentacles with his mana blade, only to realize too late that they were surrounded. Dozens of sea serpents encircled the ship. Zappa created a magic circle, launching bursts of fire at them. The serpents retaliated, battering the vessel with their massive bodies. The impact threw Daniel overboard, but Sid managed to catch and pull him back. With urgency in his voice, Sid ordered Daniel to summon the divine bird. They had to abandon ship and escape immediately. Daniel hesitated, glancing toward Cha-Cha's unit, whose ship was also under attack. Sid shouted for him to trust them. If both teams went down together, no one would be left to mount a rescue. Valerie, straining with effort, announced that her formation magic was collapsing. Han reported that the ship wouldn't last much longer. Sid gathered everyone under a protective barrier. Within the glowing shield, he commanded Daniel to get everyone aboard the divine bird. As the summoning circle flared to life, the bird appeared, allowing the team to escape into the skies above the raging sea. Setsuna looked down in frustration, cursing their situation. But peace didn't follow. A massive shadow loomed overhead. Setsuna looked up, his face darkening beneath the shadow's presence. Hovering above him was a monstrous bird with a human face. Han's voice trembled as they realized there were more, entire flocks of those twisted creatures closing in. Zappa readied his weapon, shouting that they were being swarmed. Setsuna moved ahead to intercept them, preparing for combat as Sid made a grim decision. Escaping through the air was impossible. They would have to descend to the island below. The divine bird landed roughly on the shores of Radis Island. Sid quickly assessed their situation. With monsters in the sea and the ship destroyed, escaping would not be easy. It was clear that they had been lured here deliberately. Iris worried about Cha-Cha's unit, whose ship had been left behind, but Sid reassured her that they were skilled enhancement-type mages who could likely swim to shore if the distance wasn't too great. Zappa agreed, though his expression was tense. Iris hoped aloud that they could regroup soon, but Sid decided they had no choice but to move forward on foot. The group advanced inland, surrounded by the unsettling sounds of the jungle. Iris commented on how strange it was to think this place had once been a tourist destination. They moved through thick undergrowth, and Daniel's voice shook as he admitted it felt like they had stepped into a nightmare. Valerie's steps slowed, tension clear in their movements. Iris noticed and tried to comfort them, pointing towards something ahead. Among the twisted trees stood large flower buds. She told Valerie that it wasn't all bad, perhaps something beautiful could still bloom here. But as the bud opened, beauty turned to horror. The petals peeled back to reveal rows of teeth. Setsuna shouted in alarm as the monstrous flower snapped shut, consuming Iris whole. The island was alive with horrors. Even the flowers had become predators. And on this cursed ground, Iris had become the first victim. Setsuna's blade flashed, slicing through the monstrous flower that had swallowed Iris. The bud split open, and Iris fell free, landing hard but alive. She pushed herself up, shaking from the close call. Though she had managed to shield herself at the last moment, the impact had still left her rattled. She began to heal her own injuries, quietly reminding herself that as the team's healer, she could not afford to be the first to fall. Valerie exhaled in relief, and Daniel noted how the island's creatures were proving far more diverse and aggressive than expected. Sid agreed, remarking that it was as though everything on this land existed solely to harm humans. Daniel hesitated, glancing toward the mist-shrouded trees. The thought of retreating to regroup with Cha-Cha's unit crossed his mind, but Sid's eyes were fixed on the sky, where the harpy-like shapes still circled. Retreat was only an option if escape was even possible. A sound suddenly cut through the forest. Everyone tensed, magic ready to strike. But what stumbled from the trees was not a monster, it was a boy. He collapsed to his knees, his small frame trembling and covered in wounds. Valerie rushed forward, concern overtaking caution, and Iris began to heal him immediately. The boy could barely speak, his voice breaking as he tried to explain that he was looking for his little sister. Sid knelt beside him, asking for his name. The boy called himself Jonel. He explained that his village had been attacked by monsters unlike any they had ever seen before. In the chaos, the adults had focused on getting the children to safety, but he had been separated from his sister, Sepin. His plea was desperate. She was the only family he had left. Setsuna placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, silently acknowledging that retreat was no longer an option. Sid agreed and ordered the team to prepare for a rescue mission. In the name of the Mage Corps, they would save every survivor still trapped on the island. The group echoed their assent with resolve. Jonel told them that the village was located near the island's center, about half a day's journey through the forest. Iris warned him gently not to overexert himself. Her healing could mend his wounds but not restore his strength. He nodded in gratitude. Their path led them past the quiet lake and deeper into the forest, where the underbrush grew thick and the sounds of unseen creatures echoed all around. A rustling nearby set everyone on edge. Valerie turned sharply, ready for an attack. A flash of fur appeared, and for a moment she relaxed. It was only a rabbit. But Zappa snapped at her not to let her guard down. Sid adjusted a strange pair of glasses, his body faintly illuminated by blue energy. Through them, he sensed the creature's magic. It was weak but unnatural. Setsuna warned the others that this species rarely appeared alone. His warning came too late. A wave of small monsters burst from the bushes, surrounding them. Setsuna's mana blade cut through the swarm, Zappa unleashed flames, and Daniel summoned a beast to counterattack. The creatures kept coming, biting and clawing with poisonous fangs. Daniel cried out as several latched onto him. Setsuna recognized the danger, their venom built up quickly, and with so many of them, paralysis was inevitable. Sid activated his copy gear, channeling restorative magic through it while ordering the others to unleash wide-area attacks to push the creatures back. Explosions of fire and mana filled the clearing as Zappa and Han struck in unison. When the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with scorched remains. Zappa exhaled, thinking the battle was over. Han spotted one last straggler creeping towards Setsuna. A faint smirk crossed his face as he decided it wasn't his problem. Before the creature could strike, Valerie moved in and finished it off, drawing a glance of mild irritation from Han. Jonel watched the group in awe, remarking softly on their strength. Daniel, still recovering, tried to lighten the mood with a half-hearted joke. Setsuna turned toward Sid, asking about the strange glasses. Sid explained that they were a magical tool designed to estimate a creature's threat level based on its aura, movements, and physical form. It had proven useful already. Looking skyward through the lenses, Sid noted that the bird-like creatures circling above registered as 3-star threats, the four-legged beasts as 2-star, and the man-eating flower from earlier as 1-star. Sid handed one of the lenses to Valerie, assigning them to support duty. He then ordered the group to make camp before nightfall. The forest would be far more dangerous after dark. They would rest, then continue toward the village at full strength come morning. As the others prepared the campsite, Setsuna stayed close to Jonel, telling him quietly that he could stay by his side if he was frightened. Jonel hesitated, then nodded and thanked him. Together they built a small fire. The boy cast nervous glances toward Han, whispering that the man seemed intimidating. Setsuna reassured him that there was nothing to fear. Inwardly, though, Setsuna recalled how Han had seen the monster behind him earlier yet chose not to act. It was Valerie's quick intervention that had saved him. When night fell, they gathered around the flickering fire. The forest crackled with distant sounds, both natural and unnatural. Jonel spoke about his sister, voice trembling. She was easily frightened, he said, and was likely somewhere alone, too scared to move. Setsuna assured him that they would find her soon, telling him that he was a good brother for holding on despite everything. Sid listened quietly before asking if there was any way to recognize her. Jonel told them that Sepin wore a red pendant, a birthday gift from him. Setsuna repeated the detail under his breath, vowing silently that they would find her no matter what. Far away, under the same moonlight, a lone silhouette, a faint red pendant glimmered, blood-stained hands as she chews raw fish. The girl's body was covered in wounds. Night settled over the camp while the fire crackled quietly, its glow touching the tense faces gathered around it. Daniel reassured Jono that the village would bring answers and that they would likely find his sister once they reached it. The boy nodded, grateful but still visibly shaken. Sid assigned the night watch and placed Valerie on duty, and Valerie responded firmly, ready to comply. When the others began to settle, Han approached Valerie with a cold, predatory confidence. He remarked that things had been going a little too well and that Valerie needed to remember their precarious position. He made it clear that he still held the threat of exposure, the truth about Valerie's hidden identity, and could use it at any time. Valerie answered that enough cooperation had already been given, and that there were far more urgent dangers on this island. Han dismissed the concern. He insisted that his power made the monsters meaningless and promised a bright future for himself once the training ended. He declared that he would secure a letter of recommendation, rise through the ranks, and once he achieved that success, he intended to take Valerie as his wife. He framed it as a solution: marriage would supposedly prevent Valerie's family from falling into disgrace. His hand closed around Valerie's arm as if sealing that promise by force. Valerie jerked free, shaken, furious, refusing to accept the claim. Just as Han's threat sharpened, Setsuna stepped out from the shadows and demanded that the confrontation stop. Valerie turned toward him in surprise, while Han glared with rising hostility. Setsuna admitted that he had suspected blackmail from the beginning and understood now that Han's behavior was tied to the real nature of his magic. Han scoffed at the accusation and dismissed the attempt at discrediting him, calling it a weak psychological attack. He turned away, but inside his thoughts churned with unease, uncertainty about how much Setsuna truly knew, and a growing conviction that Setsuna could not be allowed to leave the island alive. When Han disappeared into the darkness, Setsuna turned back to Valerie, asking what had happened. Valerie hesitated, caught between relief and fear. For a moment it seemed possible to speak the truth, but the consequences felt too overwhelming. Valerie apologized, unable to reveal more, and begged him not to involve the rest of the squad. Any trouble might jeopardize the mission. Setsuna accepted that explanation, though his concern was clearly personal rather than tactical. He assured Valerie that he would help if anything happened and asked not to be shut out. Valerie steadied herself and thanked him, relief softening the tension around their shoulders. Morning broke with pale light spilling over the trees. Sid gathered the group and reminded them that the village should be reachable by midday. Iris warned them to proceed cautiously, unsure of what awaited. Setsuna and Han walked near each other, tension thickening the air between them. Daniel tried to lighten the atmosphere, talking about finishing the mission quickly and enjoying a hot spring afterward, but Setsuna barely responded. Something felt wrong. The forest was unnaturally silent. Sid stopped the group just as monstrous birds with human-like faces burst out of the treetops, fleeing from something deeper within. Zappa was confused. Those were 3-star monsters, yet they were running. Sid immediately called the formation. A heavy rumble surged through the ground as a massive creature stormed into view, a chimera with the heads of a goat, a lion, and a gorilla, its back bristling with a living serpent. Valerie checked it with Sid's glasses and confirmed its rank, a 4-star monster. Iris realized the fleeing creatures must have been terrified of it. Sid ordered it taken down quickly, but the chimera charged with incredible force. Daniel summoned a beast to fight, only to watch it be crushed instantly. Setsuna rushed in with his mana blade, but before he could follow through on the attack, the chimera was suddenly smashed under an enormous shadow descending from above. The ground shook as the true monster revealed itself, a towering creature with a massive human-like frame, thick tusks jutting from its jaw, a trunk curling from its face, and a skull shaped like a triceratops. Valerie checked its rank and went pale. It was a 6-star monster. Sid understood immediately. The 3-star birds had not been fleeing from the chimera at all, they had been fleeing from this. Setsuna recognized it too, the very monster responsible for annihilating the Mage core in his past life. The giant hurled the crushed chimera aside like shattered debris. The corpse slammed into Daniel, sending him collapsing in pain as Jonel cried out in panic. Setsuna dashed forward and slashed at the monster's foot, but its hide was impossibly thick. The creature tried to stomp him flat, and Setsuna barely managed to leap back. Sid ordered Iris to heal Daniel, insisting that a combined attack might be their only hope. Iris rushed to do so. Valerie stiffened as the shadows shifted again. Zappa saw it too. More of the towering 6-star beasts stepped out from the dark, their heavy silhouettes closing in from all sides. They weren't facing one, there were many. Iris, trembling, turned to Sid for the next order. The ultimate monsters of the island had arrived, encircling them completely. The air thickened with despair as the squad braced themselves, swallowed by an overwhelming threat that no one knew how they could survive. Setsuna recognized the towering creature instantly. The massive body, the thick hide, the trunk curling from its face, and the triceratops-like skull crowned with tusks. There was no mistaking it. The thing was a Gorfant, a 6-star monster infamous for its overwhelming strength and for resisting even the strongest long-range magic. In his past life, it had been the scourge of the Mage Corps. The team formed a tight circle, magic overlapping in a coordinated barrage. The ground shook beneath their feet as spells struck the monster from all sides. Valerie remained in the formation with the others, channeling power through the staff. Her breathing grew uneven, a sudden nosebleed streaking down her face as the strain built. She warned that she couldn't maintain it much longer, her voice tight with effort. Before Setsuna could respond, Jonel began to panic. The boy's eyes darted wildly, his trembling finger pointing past the battling mages and into the distance. Setsuna tried to calm him, promising that they would find a way out of this alive. But Jonel wasn't reacting to the Gorfant, he had spotted something else. His breath caught as he recognized a familiar figure darting beyond the forest. He called out to her, reaching forward in shock. Sepin was alive. The boy tried to break formation to follow her, but Sid immediately stopped him. Breaking formation now would be suicide. The Gorfants were too strong, and the circle was the only thing keeping everyone alive. Even so, the pressure on their line began to falter. Zappa stepped forward then, his tone blunt but his intent unmistakably protective. He insisted that everyone move ahead without him. Valerie protested, claiming they would stand and fight with him, but Zappa shut the idea down sharply. Valerie, after all, had responsibilities waiting outside this island, a family that needed rebuilding. Throwing their life away now wasn't an option. Setsuna understood the intention immediately. Zappa always sounded harsh, but beneath that sharp edge lived a stubborn loyalty. He never wanted to see a comrade die, even if he hid that sentiment behind a wall of gruffness. Zappa announced that he would stay behind and cover the rear. If the weak stepped forward now, he claimed, their deaths would only haunt him later. This was a challenge fit only for someone like him. Sid issued the new order without hesitation. They would break off while pursuing Sepin's direction. Zappa would hold the line and secure the escape route. The squad answered in unison, even as the ground thundered once more behind them. Setsuna lifted Daniel onto his back and fled with the others while Zappa launched himself at the approaching monsters, bellowing for them to come at him. The squad pushed through the forest until Jonel reached a cliff's edge overlooking turbulent water. The boy explained that he had seen his sister disappear beyond the tree line, then pointed downward in disbelief. From that height, survival shouldn't have been possible. Before they could question it, the cliff beneath their feet gave way. A violent aftershock from the battle tore the earth apart, sending the entire unit plummeting into the water below. They hit the surface in a churning crash. Far away, an unseen figure watched their descent with a quiet, pleased smile. The observer noted that the group's magic had synchronized beautifully, enough to compensate for their individual shortcomings. But their voice twisted with curiosity as they wondered how the group would fare once separated. This island, after all, was their personal testing ground, filled with monsters crafted solely for the efficient extinction of humanity. The real experiment had only just begun. Setsuna drifted far from the others, carried by the current. When he surfaced, he found himself near a volcanic stretch of land. The water was warm, familiar, almost comforting, and he remembered that this island was rumored for its hot springs. Before he could orient himself, he was surrounded by surviving three-headed chimeras. Their goat, lion, and gorilla heads snarled in unison as the serpent tail hissed behind them. Setsuna readied himself, knowing he needed to regroup as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Iris was fighting off a sky thick with massive owl-shaped monsters. There were too many, but she forced herself to stay calm, reminding herself that teamwork was their only hope. She looked around for Han, terrified and calling out, only to let out a final scream. Han heard her cries and smiled to himself as he fled through the forest. He had no intention of helping her. In his mind, this was simply where her journey ended. Valerie faced their own struggle, surrounded by monstrous fish-like creatures churning through the warm water. Nearby, Sid's voice cut through the chaos as he battled the same species, calling for Valerie. They tried to pinpoint each other's locations over the noise. Valerie followed the direction of his voice into a cave, expecting the captain, only to be greeted instead by the flock of monstrous human-faced birds lurking in the shadows. The creatures beckoned with eerie mock warmth, coaxing Valerie deeper. Valerie recoiled in horror, a scream tearing from her throat. Sid turned toward the sound, instantly distracted, and that brief lapse sealed his fate. A Gorfand emerged from the mist behind him and struck without hesitation. Sid countered with bursts of electricity, fists tearing into the creature's hide, but nothing pierced its defense. Blood filled his mouth as he realized the harsh truth: tricks and technique meant nothing against a creature of this caliber. Only those born with overwhelming talent could challenge such a beast. Zappa's face flashed in his mind for an instant. Sid dismissed the thought, wishing for something he wasn't would only waste time. Instead, he steeled himself. As commander of the Mage Corps' Western Division 6 platoon, he would show this creature what pride looked like. He activated the copy gear's overdrive. The gears materialized above him, spinning with crackling energy. He wove together a healing spell that converted his remaining life force into magic, a formation spell to enhance the power output, and finally a long-range incantation that drained everything he had left. A triple-system composite spell, Lightning Spear, launched from his hands with devastating force. The first Gorfand collapsed, its body scorched and unmoving. But the victory vanished instantly as two more emerged from the shadows. Sid staggered, depleted, and collapsed unconscious as the creatures prepared to crush him. Then a fist wreathed in blazing mana crashed into the Gorfand's skull, knocking it back. Setsuna landed in front of Sid, Valerie held securely in one arm. He set Valerie down beside the fallen commander, eyes burning with spirit fire and hair lifting like rising flames. Blazer's presence surged around him. The fire spirit urged him not to hold back. Setsuna agreed. The time to go all out had come. Setsuna carved through the battlefield with a flaming mana blade, the air cracking under each swing. The Gorfand, massive, plated, and furious, staggered as burning cuts opened across its hide. Setsuna forced it back, driving the beast toward a break in the terrain. The creature bellowed, then stilled as a faint human-like murmur drifted from above. A cluster of winged creatures circled overhead, their bodies feathered but their faces disturbingly human. They floated low with eerie calm, insisting that further struggle was pointless. Setsuna recognized the tactic immediately. They mimicked speech to pull prey into submission. It was a mistake they made often. Close combat was their weakness. Flames flared. Wings ignited. The flock fell and shredded, burning fragments. The Gorfants lunged again. Setsuna surged upward, carving through limbs and plating until only one remained, towering, trembling. Landing on the creature's massive head, Setsuna steadied the mana blade between its eyes. The memory of countless past battles with this species pressed sharp and cold against the back of the mind. The despair they once caused was returned in a final sweeping blaze that split the monster cleanly in half. Silence followed. The flames softened. Setsuna's form faded back to normal. Valerie and Sid lay on enormous leaves, the fire reflecting faintly across their unconscious faces. Setsuna checked for a pulse along Valerie's neck and finally breathed out, alive. A faint sound stirred. Valerie blinked awake, dazed but responsive. Setsuna leaned closer, asking if there was pain, offering help, only for Valerie to brush the concern aside with stiff insistence. Sid soon awoke as well, breathing heavily but grateful, though confused by how such monsters had been defeated. The explanation remained unspoken, and Sid let it go. The priority was regrouping. Zappa emerged next, stumbling from between the trees, badly wounded. Han followed closely behind. Zappa claimed the earlier monsters had simply matched well against his strength. Han explained that the stealth robe had allowed an escape from the monsters, but the maneuver had left Iris separated somewhere in the chaos. Sid tallied the missing, Jonelle, Daniel, Iris, and stressed the need to locate Cha-Cha's unit as well. Han then mentioned the village he'd passed, and Sid considered whether it might be Jonelle's. Preparations began immediately. Sid assumed only he and Setsuna were fit to move, but Valerie insisted on joining despite the risk. Han guided the way toward the valley. The forest thickened, and for a moment the group stretched out in a staggered line. Han's pace shifted, too light, too precise. Setsuna didn't notice, but Valerie did. As Han's magic gathered behind Setsuna, Valerie threw herself into the attack's path. The strike hit full force, tearing through fabric and exposing the tight bandages wrapped across Valerie's chest. Han's voice dropped into a cold snarl, reminding Valerie of the supposed obligation, an unspoken threat tied to family, but Valerie rejected it entirely. Protecting someone who had saved their life mattered more than any burden imposed by fear. With no other choice, Valerie revealed the truth, The academy had rejected her brother, so Valerie had secretly taken the exam in her brother's place and entered the Royal Mage Corps to restore the family's honor. Setsuna accepted it without hesitation, promising secrecy and refusing to let Han continue the threats. The mana sword lit once more. Han cursed the defiance and vanished into thin air. Setsuna warned Valerie to stay still and listen for the shift in the air. A small construct dropped from above, a bird-shaped creature made of translucent glass, its wings shimmering with enchantment. Setsuna caught the creature mid-strike. The design made sense now, not a true ranged spell, but an invisible golem propelled forward and manipulated through trajectory changes. Clever, but weaker than legitimate ranged magic. The glass bird was hurled toward Han's hood, snapping the fabric back and exposing the face beneath. Blazer's voice echoed faintly, recognizing the scent of Zephyrian clinging to Han, a clear sign of spirit magic. Setsuna understood immediately. Spirit users channeled borrowed mana into their bodies, restricted by the nature of their chosen spirit. Just as Setsuna specialized in close-range fire magic, Han wielded wind-based enchantment, a discipline once feared in the Great Magical War. Valerie watched as the wind-wrapped golems sharpened with invisible blades. The sight defied everything Valerie believed. Spirits were supposed to be legends, not living bonds. Han shifted targets and lashed out at Valerie again. The hit sent Valerie tumbling backward toward the cliff's edge. The ground vanished beneath her feet. Valerie fell. Setsuna moved, but Han blocked the path with a quiet, vicious confidence. Saving Valerie would expose Setsuna's back. Fighting Han would doom Valerie to the ravine below. The golem waited for the slightest opening, ready to tear into whoever chose incorrectly. There was no dilemma for Setsuna. There was only one right answer. Setsuna went after Valerie. Setsuna caught Valerie mid-fall, pulling her into a tight hold as they dropped. Han struck immediately, forcing Setsuna to block with his blade while still cradling Valerie against him. Han took the sight as confirmation, amused that Setsuna had chosen a comrade over his own survival. His next strike sent them plunging downward, and he watched the fall with a sneer, already deciding that 2 deaths at once would be convenient. Then something in the movement below made him freeze. Setsuna hung on by a single finger, supporting not only his own weight but Valerie's as well. Han stared in disbelief at the impossible strength in that one trembling hand, just long enough for Setsuna to surge upward, haul both of them to solid ground, and land with Valerie. A faint red glow pulsed beneath the surface of Setsuna's arms and shoulders. The instant he steadied himself, Han recognized the technique. Drago's muscle enhancement spell, copied in a heartbeat. The realization sent a shock of panic through him. Setsuna stepped forward, telling Valerie to rejoin the others. Valerie understood immediately. With the worsening injury, staying would only weigh him down. She slipped back, breath tight with frustration, but trusting him. Han tried to cut her off before she retreated, only to have Setsuna intercept the blow. The clash rang out, sharp and final, an unspoken promise that the fight would not be shared. Han hurled blades of wind wrapped in his invisible golems. Setsuna met each one with seasoned familiarity, dismantling their rhythm as if he trained against this style for years. He pointed out the flaw openly. Han had poured everything into imitating ranged magic, leaving his true craft underdeveloped. The criticism hit a nerve, and Han lashed out harder, refusing to accept that someone could see through his techniques so easily. For a moment, Setsuna vanished into the still air. Han tried to summon more golems, only for the spirit within him to intervene, an icy reminder of the contract he'd never fully earned. The spirit refused to lend any more mana. Han argued, demanded, tried to force the issue, but the pact held firm. The shift in power was all Setsuna needed. He appeared behind Han, triggering his own spirit form with a burst of fire that lit the cliffside. Han tried to retreat, convinced he could keep Setsuna at range, only to falter as Setsuna closed the gap with speed that defied reason. Setsuna demonstrated what true spirit-infused melee looked like, striking with blazing force that tore through Han's defenses. A final flaming blow sent Han rolling across the ground and over the edge of the cliff. Setsuna watched the fall, knowing the wind magic would keep the man alive. Han would not die, not yet, but the threat was over for now. Blazer asked if they would pursue. Setsuna declined, choosing instead to rejoin Sid and the others. Far below, Han dragged himself upright, cursing everything, the spirit, the pact, his own limitations. He demanded more power, and the spirit responded coolly, offering another chance at the test. Han's memories flooded in, the childhood shaped by nobility in name only, a life spent under stronger houses. a father who reminded him daily that those without talent existed only to die for honor. He had stolen that ancient artifact, survived Zephyrian's trial, risen to the top of Isay Academy, and yet here he was, still not enough. Desperation drove him into a cavern hidden beneath the cliffs. Rows of sealed containers lined the chamber, each holding a dormant Gorfant suspended in glass. Before he could speak, a cloaked figure stepped out from the shadows and greeted him, unexpected, but calm, as though Han's arrival had been anticipated in some alternate plan. The figure welcomed him to Legion's workshop, the domain of the Apostle, and then asked the only question that mattered to someone who had clawed for power his entire life. Did he want more? Leo rested his back against a tree, reviewing the concept of gravitational manipulation, control over the pull exerted on anything one physically contacted. Nearby, the upper half of Pucker's body lay mangled beyond recognition. Leo acknowledged that Pucker's ability had been formidable, yet it meant nothing against the person Leo had become. What was done could not be undone, and although the planned moment had arrived far too early, he accepted that it was now time to act. Setsuna, in his estimation, was almost certainly dead. If Legion, fifth of the Apostles, had reached him first, then Setsuna was either granted a mercifully quick death or repurposed as another test subject. Still, Leo allowed himself a final thought: if Setsuna had survived somehow, then that alone would reshape everything. Han, elsewhere, found himself staring at one of Legion's twisted creations, a grotesque figure with multiple faces, clustered arms, and blood-slicked flesh that throbbed with unnatural life. Legion took notice of the horror on Han's pallid face, amused by the reaction. Han demanded to know who or what could create something so hideous, but Legion only dismissed the question as misdirected. Han's true wish was obvious: he sought power, and Legion offered it freely, extending a hand adorned with long, predatory nails. Han recoiled at the implication that accepting the offer meant becoming another monstrosity like the one before him. Legion taunted him further, listing every path Han had already burned behind him. He had no unit, no comrades, and nowhere to go. Han felt the truth carved through whatever pride he had left. Everything had fallen apart because of Setsuna, at least, that was the belief he clung to, and if Legion could grant him strength, then nothing else mattered. Zephyrian tried to intervene, warning that accepting Legion's power would sever their pact permanently. Han silenced him at once, unwilling to hear another word of restraint, and stepped toward the only future he believed he had left. Meanwhile, Sid considered the likelihood of survivors in the village and divided the group into pairs to conduct a thorough search. He chose Zappa as his partner, leaving Valerie to accompany Setsuna. She agreed without hesitation. Setsuna quietly hoped they would find Cha-Cha's unit, Jonel, and especially Sepine. Valerie echoed the hope, mentioning Jonel and his sister with concern. A weakened section of ground crumbled beneath Valerie's foot, and Setsuna caught her before she slipped. His reassurance flustered her briefly, but she steadied herself and they continued. Soon after, Jonel appeared, relieved and trembling. He claimed to have seen Sepine entering a cave but admitted he had been too frightened to follow her. Valerie questioned his fear until he repeated the image he had witnessed, wings sprouting from Sephine's back when they last saw her on the cliff. Setsuna made a quick decision. Valerie was instructed to take Jonel back to Sid. The cave was too dangerous for a child, and too uncertain for a group. Valerie questioned his intent to enter alone, but Setsuna refused to risk losing Sepine again. Jonel thanked him quietly before leaving. As Setsuna descended toward the cave, he reviewed the troubling details. Sepine was just an ordinary child, so how had she survived the monsters? Why did their group always split whenever she appeared? The possibility of an apostle lurking inside became harder to ignore. Blazer encouraged him to unleash his full strength. After all, that was why Valerie and Jonel had been sent away. Setsuna acknowledged it wordlessly. Far behind them, Zappa scolded Valerie for letting Setsuna go in alone, though Sid quickly decided they should follow and support him. Before they could act, Han emerged from the trees, his expression twisted with new confidence. Zappa met him with open hostility, calling out everything Han had done, but Han brushed aside the accusation. He wanted one thing: Setsuna's location. Zappa refused, prompting Han to declare that he would simply kill the rest of them first and present their mutilated corpses as a message. Crushing the glass bird in his palm, he discarded the last remnant of his old magic. A glowing yellow magic circle opened before him, and he hurled flame toward Zappa with impossible ease. Zappa reacted in shock. Han had access to ranged magic despite being an enhancement mage. Valerie reminded him that no mage could wield more than a single branch, Yet Han reveled in the impossibility, claiming it no longer applied to him. Sid activated his magic, gears spinning above him, urging them not to falter. They still outnumbered Han. But then an extra arm burst from Han's back. Sid recognized the technique at once, formation magic. Another arm tore free, and Valerie stared in horror. Han's new body, a fusion of branches and limbs, had become something monstrous. With 4 arms and 4 branches of magic at his disposal, he hurled his attack towards Sid's unit in a destructive display of newfound power. Han unleashed a barrage of spells 3 or 4 at a time, each one drawn from a different magical branch. Zappa immediately recognized the impossible flow of mana, stunned by the realization that Han truly was wielding multiple branches at once. Sid's expression tightened as he caught sight of the grotesque arms sprouting from Han's back. Those limbs, he explained, belonged to the mages who had once guarded the island. Han had torn away their strength and affixed it to himself. Valerie stared in disbelief, horrified by the violation. The sight repulsed her. The act felt like an insult to life itself. Han reveled in their reactions, boasting about the power bestowed by Legion. With several branches of magic at his disposal, he maintained a seamless rhythm of offense and defense that ordinary spells couldn't breach. Sid asked Zappa whether he could pierce that conjured shield, and Zappa stepped forward, determined to do so. He raised 3 magic circles and began a complex chant, drawing on his vast reserves of mana. Valerie watched in awe as the spellwork layered and built upon itself. Sid understood the risk. Attribute magic grew stronger with each stack, and if Zappa managed to complete the incantation, the spell would be devastating. Han, sensing danger, attempted to crush the technique before it fully formed. A 5th arm erupted from his back, and Zappa cursed as he felt the pressure of its incoming strike. Before the blow could land, Drago threw himself between them, muscles surging under enhancement magic. Sid recognized him instantly, and Cha-Cha appeared as well. Their unit had found Iris and Daniel and secured them elsewhere. Relief flickered through Valerie, though Cha-Cha's focus snapped back to the immediate threat. Sid ordered them to buy time for Zappa's spell, though facing Han directly would not be easy. Han taunted them for thinking the 4 of them could stand against him. Above Zappa, a massive swirling fire sphere signaled the nearing completion of the spell. Zappa assured him they were enough, to Han's surprise. Zappa's 3-element combination magic surged forth, but Han revealed even more arms, 8 in total, each channeling a different branch. The counterattack disrupted Zappa's aim, sending the fire sphere hurtling off course. Han jeered as Zappa fell, claiming superiority as a mage who had embraced every branch, boasting that he had surpassed humanity, and would use his power to turn those who once looked down on him into tools. Sid grimly assessed the situation. With Han possessing so many arms, a direct confrontation was hopeless. Valerie, from the rear, had noticed something. She whispered her observation to Sid, proposing a tactic. Sid found merit in it and allowed her to begin. Valerie struck the ground with her staff. A magic circle unfurled beneath her as she started a long incantation. Han suspected it was their final resort and refused to let her finish. He advanced immediately, but Drago stood firm before her, refusing to move. Han's flames burned through him, sending him crashing to the ground, but he bought Valerie the time she needed. Her spell completed just as Han stepped onto an enormous, flowered formation. He scoffed at the attempt to chain spells against him. Sid reminded him of the nature of his magic, letting the realization sink in that the visible spell had been only a copy. Lightning cracked beneath Han, shooting upward and engulfing his body. As he burned, he cursed the irony of losing to those he had intended to use as tools. Valerie answered with a calm clarity. His downfall stemmed from the fact that he had fought alone. A brief memory passed through her mind, her whispered plan to Sid, explaining that no matter how many arms Han possessed, he still had only one mind. If they attacked from multiple angles, they could force his focus to fracture and expose an opening. She had also explained that her spell was not the finishing blow. Sid seized the moment as Han froze. He signaled their chance. Cha-Cha prepared her strike. Zappa resumed his chant. Han trembled with denial, insisting the situation was unfair, confessing the fear of living and dying as a tool like his father. Valerie acknowledged that he must have had reasons for the path he chose, but those reasons did not justify treating others the same way. He should have spoken against the injustice he experienced rather than inflicting it on others. Zappa's combined magic detonated again, the Apollonic ray. Something small fell during the blast and shattered on the ground. Zappa picked up the remains, inquired if that was the item required for spirit magic. Han lamented that if he had been strong enough to bond with a spirit like Setsuna, perhaps he could have walked the same path. His voice faded as consciousness slipped away. Zappa stared in shock, processing the revelation that Setsuna had formed a spirit bond. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Setsuna moved forward alone and found a young girl waiting in the darkness, bat wings unfurled at her sides. He asked if she was Sepine, and the girl's mouth stretched open to reveal sharp teeth before she lunged at him. He shifted backward just in time, causing her to stumble past him and fall. As he watched her struggle to get up, a frown touched his face. Her movements were clumsy. She was far too weak to be an apostle, and there was no malice in the air around her, only fear. He raised his hands and offered a warm smile, assuring her he meant no harm, that he was here to help the people of the island. The girl's eyes filled with tears as she asked if that was really true. He gently patted her head, telling her she must have endured so much alone, and asked what had happened. Through trembling breaths, she explained how monsters had appeared without warning, dragging villagers off to a place where their bodies began to twist in unnatural ways. She had slipped away only because the creatures weren't watching. Setsuna soothed her, telling her that her brother had been worried sick about her. Her expression froze. She corrected him quietly. Whoever was pretending to be her brother was not her sibling. Her real brother had died in front of her while trying to help her escape. She couldn't understand who the impersonator was. Setsuna pieced the situation together quickly, then asked her to stay hidden in the cave. His comrades were in grave danger, and he had no time to lose. Outside, Sid was checking on the others, sending Cha-Cha to inspect Drago's condition. Valerie rushed to the fallen man while Junel clapped nearby. His smile was off, too serene, too admiring, as he celebrated their victory, praising the way they had overcome a stronger opponent through strategy and cooperation. Something in his voice unsettled Valerie. Before anyone could react, Junel's arm distorted into a sharp, elongated blade that shot straight into Valerie, piercing her. Zappa's cry echoed across the clearing as he demanded to know what Junel was doing. Sid's suspicion sharpened into certainty. The boy standing before them was no longer Junel. He was Legion, the apostle Han had mentioned. Legion confirmed it freely. He admitted to turning the island into a monstrous laboratory. The story he told earlier had contained truth, he said. Sepine was indeed valuable to him because she had survived fusion with a monster while retaining her humanity. Losing her would be inconvenient. Zappa's rage boiled over, but Legion offered only casual amusement. From his arm emerged Junel's true face, weeping and calling out for Sepine. Legion explained his ability, life fusion, and how it allowed him to consume other life forms entirely. Junel was now part of him. Sid studied Legion through his glasses, trying to gauge his mana, but the readings defied comprehension. Legion was stronger than the six-star beast they had encountered earlier, a being beyond normal human limits. He spoke almost pleasantly, expressing fondness for humans, admiring their potential. The coordinated battle they had fought moments earlier had fascinated him. To understand humans better, he wanted to experiment on them. He gathered several magic staffs from the ground, artifacts taken from Sid's unit. Cha-Cha recognized them at once, horrified to realize they belonged to her missing members. Legion casually mentioned that Iris and Daniel were now in his laboratory as test subjects. He advised them to give up and cooperate. Zappa attacked with a burst of fire, but Legion only laughed. The flames passed through him, scorching his body, yet he stood smiling. He admitted he felt pain but claimed not to be weak-minded enough to care about biological impulses. His skin darkened. Zappa noticed the change and realized he had grown dragon skin to adapt to the attack. Legion pointed out that his body simply chose the optimal defense instinctively. His arm then shifted into a massive claw aimed at Sid. The blow shattered the captain's shield instantly. Toxic pollen spread across Legion's arm, coating Sid and beginning to take hold. Legion explained that no mage could prepare for the traits of countless different monsters fused into one being. He slammed Sid into the ground, injuring him badly, and stated simply that he was far stronger than any of them. Cha-Cha ran towards Sid, only to be seized and constricted by a tentacle. Zappa shouted at Legion to stop and launched more fire, but the apostle was unimpressed. He pointed out that Zappa had only been using basic spells up until now, likely having reached his limit. Zappa looked around, the fallen bodies of Sid, Valerie, Cha-Cha, Drago, all of them defeated or dying. For a moment, he wondered if this was now a battle to the death. He steadied himself, declaring that the real fight was only beginning and began forming his three-element spell. But Legion lunged forward, identifying a weak point instantly. A slash tore through Zappa's arm, the one holding his staff, before he could complete the chant. Legion suggested surrender, claiming he didn't want to damage such a valuable potential test subject. Zappa glared back, refusing to yield even with one arm ruined. He raised his remaining arm, gathered what mana he could, and vowed to kill the apostle. Above them, Legion descended in full force. And as Zappa's final attack ignited, it remained unclear whether it would be enough. Zappa hurled 3 bursts of fire at Legion, each one landing with enough force to tear a head from the creature's body. He believed no being could survive such an injury, but the truth rose before him as a fresh skull cracked its way out of Legion's neck. Legion showed no disappointment, only the certainty of something built to endure. Scales formed a pattern across his face, and shark teeth lined his new jaw. Zappa whispered his realization that the creature was invincible. Legion swept a massive claw toward him, but Drago caught the limb with his battered arms. Zappa tried to stop him, warning that his body had already taken too much damage, but Drago insisted he wouldn't need to hold on for long. He smiled through the swelling on his face, trusting that Setsuna would arrive. Setsuna burst in from behind and split Legion's body cleanly in two. Drago collapsed, relieved, telling Setsuna he would leave the rest to him. Setsuna stood before both him and Zappa, mana sword drawn, ready to take the fight. He asked Zappa to protect the others. Zappa tried to warn him, but Legion had already leapt onto a tree branch, fully reformed. Setsuna surged forward, understanding the situation instantly. A tentacle from a sea beast pushed out of Legion's body, and Setsuna cut it down. Legion countered with a heavy, clawed arm and managed to grab him, but Setsuna sliced himself free with mana-reinforced strength. He wondered just how many creatures had been fused to create this abomination. Legion marveled at Setsuna's mana control, especially from a close combat mage, and questioned whether such skill was really enough to defeat Sagan and Tsukuyomi. Blue mana rushed across Setsuna's body as he realized the truth. Legion was another apostle. Legion introduced himself as the 5th apostle of Vindrake and acknowledged Setsuna Cromwell at last. Setsuna tightened his stance, muscle enhancement magic reddening his arm, aware of the opponent's formidable nature. He launched forward and delivered a blow powerful enough to drive Legion into the ground. Legion welcomed the idea of a one-on-one and leapt deeper into the forest, drawing Setsuna after him. He taunted him for not attacking from afar and demanded a demonstration worthy of further study. Setsuna shifted into spirit form, accepting the challenge, but warning that Legion would not have the chance to research anything. He unleashed a flurry of punches, tearing holes through Legion's unstable body. Legion admired the force of spirit magic and admitted he had already burned through 100 lives meant for his master's descent. Even so, his body still held more than 10,000 monsters. Tentacles from numerous creatures thrust out of him, promising to reshape into whatever form was needed to kill Setsuna. Setsuna realized spirit magic had a time limit and pressed the attack, but Legion sprouted massive wings and carried himself into the air. Setsuna jumped after him, but was struck back by an aerial blow. Legion lectured him on the limitation of melee magic. All strength meant nothing if he could not land a hit. Legion and 2 monstrous heads then combined power into a devastating attack called Sacrifice Spout. Setsuna slipped away and dropped back into his normal form, hiding among the rocks to buy moments he desperately needed. Legion began searching, assuming Setsuna was only stalling. Hidden below, Setsuna planned his next move. He needed a way to reach an airborne target. His eyes fell on Zappa, and on Zappa's arm, restored. Zappa explained that it was the work of the captains. A flash of memory passed through him. Zappa checking the wounded, telling Cha-Cha not to rise yet. She ignored her own injuries and reattached his arm with advanced healing magic. He wondered how she still possessed so much mana. As her spells connected, she realized he was healing far too quickly. Sid awoke then, offering the remainder of his mana. He reminded them Legion was holding villagers and comrades captive, a task only the strongest mage of the Western Royal Corps could face. That meant Zappa. In the present, Setsuna agreed they could not waste the captain's final strength. If they worked together, they might end this. But Zappa first demanded honesty. Could Setsuna truly stand against that monster using spirit magic? Setsuna confirmed he could. Zappa admitted he couldn't overlook a criminal even if one had saved his life, but harming his comrades was something he could never forgive. He offered a deal. If Setsuna defeated Legion with that magic, he would let the rest go. Setsuna accepted, calling the offer exactly the kind of logical compromise he expected from Zappa. The comment irritated Zappa, who complained that Setsuna never treated him like a senior as he did with the others. Setsuna only smiled, thinking of the years they had fought side by side. Zappa brushed it aside and handed him something, insisting he would need it to finish the fight. A light glinted in Setsuna's hand, and he stared at it in surprise. Zappa handed Setsuna the item he had taken when Han was defeated, assuming it was something capable of casting spirit magic and trusting Setsuna knew how to use it. Setsuna closed his eyes and called upon the wind spirit, Zephyrian. A voice answered, questioning whether he was prepared to face the trial. Zappa sensed a shift and felt uneasy about helping someone use spirit magic, but with Legion still rampaging, there was no time for hesitation. He promised to buy Setsuna time. Setsuna agreed and let himself fall into complete focus. His consciousness slipped into another realm where Blazer stood beside him. He wondered if this place was the realm of wind and what kind of spirit Zephyrian truly was. Blazer made it clear he didn't like the spirit, though Setsuna pointed out he said that about everyone. Blazer urged him to judge for himself, because the spirit would appear soon. Zephyrian manifested and declared the trial. Setsuna had to find the exit hidden somewhere within an endless labyrinth of wind. Setsuna questioned whether there should be some kind of worthiness check first, but the spirit explained he observed humans constantly, and enjoyed granting power to talented people just to see how they used it. Blazer exposed the spirit's true nature, describing him as someone who enjoyed watching humans grow drunk on power and crumble under it. Setsuna realized the spirit did not care who received his power as long as they were capable. He accepted the challenge, and Zephyrian opened the path. He stepped into the shifting labyrinth. Even if the maze was infinite, he knew there had to be a path. The flow of mana guided him like wind currents, and he followed their movement with certainty. Zephyrian watched in amusement, impressed by how quickly Setsuna understood the labyrinth's demands. Setsuna sensed the structure of the maze, and noted that an ordinary mage would wander here forever. But then the path split. One direction carried gentle, calm mana, the other pulsed with the storm's violent energy. The calm path should have been correct, but something felt off. A spirit trial would never be that simple. Han had only accessed half of Zephyrian's power, which meant the true answer lay elsewhere. He called out into the winds, declaring that Zephyrian sought someone with the will to face the storm and the strength to overcome it. Zephyrian confirmed it. If Setsuna wanted all his power, he needed to break through the raging tempest and find the true exit. Outside, Legion grew bored with the fight and mocked Zappa, assuming his spells were nearly exhausted. Zappa refused to yield and unleashed Skunk Fog, banking on Legion inheriting not only the strengths but also the weaknesses of the many demonic creatures fused into him. Two serpent heads emerged and pinned Zappa against a rock wall, cornering him as Legion declared the game over. A sudden whirlwind tore between Zappa and the serpents. Through it stepped Setsuna, now green-haired and transformed by Zephyrian's blessing. Legion immediately noticed the change in his presence, and grew eager to claim him as a test subject. Setsuna took to the sky with newfound wings and struck Legion across the face. Legion reeled at the realization that he could fly. Zappa watched in awe, finally seeing the true power of a spirit mage. Setsuna formed a blade of concentrated wind, the Stormbringer, and launched an attack. Legion barely kept pace with the overwhelming speed, noting only that the strike lacked the full impact of Setsuna's earlier fire magic. He assumed Setsuna would not waste his life force again. But Setsuna shifted instantly into fire spirit mode and called for Blazer. Blazer responded with equal excitement. Setsuna sensed the fiery energy beneath the ground. Rodus Island was famous for hot springs, which meant magma surged below. He drove a burning fist downward. Blazer's flames burst forth, the heat ripping open the earth. Lava surged up from the depths, carried by the force of Setsuna's blow. The magma-coated punch hurtled toward Legion, leaving his fate hanging on the edge of that blazing impact. Legion's body was swallowed by the rising lava. Setsuna immediately grabbed Zappa and leapt into the air, lifting them both above the molten surface. As they hovered, they looked down into the churning magma. Zappa remarked that no living organism could survive such heat, and admitted he was glad he had bought Setsuna enough time. Setsuna's expression shifted sharply. A dark, energy-soaked mass began rising from the lava. Legion emerged, twisted and ravaged, admitting that the attack had cost him half the creatures fused into his body. Furious, he declared that all remaining life forms within him would now be devoted to killing them both. His new form was monstrous, nothing but bone, jagged limbs, and a grotesque fusion of nearly 10 different creatures. He roared that they would never leave the island alive and unleashed Sacrifice Spout Squall. Setsuna and Zappa broke apart to evade the barrage. Zappa recognized that Legion still held tremendous power and realized he couldn't dodge forever. He counterattacked with fire magic, but Legion's altered body had adapted once more. Falling into magma had rendered him resistant to extreme heat, making any fire spell useless. Now a skeletal chimera with 3 heads and countless tentacles, Legion continued regenerating. Setsuna, still in his wind spirit form and airborne with his sword drawn, observed that Legion's wounds were healing instantly. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to cut him down at all. Legion taunted him, claiming that no trick would work anymore. Setsuna landed beside Zappa. Zephyrian's voice echoed, warning him that even spirit magic wouldn't be enough to defeat this strengthened version of Legion, and Blazer's fire held no effect now that heat resistance had been obtained. Setsuna explained that he had noticed something earlier. When Legion emerged from the magma, a crystal-like core sat at the center of his body. The core would shatter when an apostle was fully annihilated. It had to be the source of Legion's power and life force. If he could destroy it, it would end Legion and every monster fused into him. He asked Zappa to create an opening, even for a moment, so he could land the decisive blow. Zappa understood but questioned how Setsuna would reach the core now that Legion had grown even stronger. Setsuna insisted he could do it, though it was a gamble. He had a technique that could finish Legion with a single strike if executed successfully. Zappa gave him a confident thumbs up and declared he would create that opening, even at the cost of his own life. The gesture triggered a memory in Setsuna. In his previous life, he had fought beside Zappa, who gave him that same thumbs up, urging him forward in the battle against Vindrake. The memory of that moment resurfaced painfully. He thought of how they had fought through hordes of demons in an attempt to prevent the end of the world. His ally had promised to clear a path for him, telling him to focus on finding a way to defeat Vindrake. Setsuna smiled bitterly in the present. He had failed to save the world back then, but this time, things would be different. He shifted fully back into his wind spirit form and readied himself. He told Zappa it was time. Zappa sprinted toward a cliff's edge and called out to Legion, announcing that he had a proposal to make. Legion finally located Zappa, only to find him standing with his hands raised and his staff dropped at his feet. Zappa announced that he had a proposal and claimed he was surrendering, insisting he would cooperate with any experiment if spared. Legion immediately saw through the act, recognizing that Zappa was merely stalling for time. Zappa responded with mocking confidence, pointing out that all of Legion's experiments had been failures. Every monster had been defeated and even Sephion was now under Setsuna's protection. Legion had boasted endlessly about his research, yet here he was, cornered and struggling. If anything proved his failures, it was the current situation. Legion realized Zappa was intentionally provoking him and immediately grew wary. But a sudden flash of electricity cut through the air. A massive bolt struck him head-on. Zappa had used Legion's own horns as lightning rods. Though the attack landed, Zappa sank to his knees, exhausted. Legion noted his weakened state and searched for Setsuna, suspecting the diversion had been pointless. Zappa pushed himself to continue. He needed Legion distracted just a little longer. He tried to muster one final spell behind his back. Legion declared that no matter what plans humans devised, they could not defeat him. He ridiculed them as nothing more than test subjects doomed to be crushed by the envoy of the death god. Just as he moved in to finish Zappa, something slammed into him with full force. A summoned beast had struck him down, Han's final contribution. Han denounced Legion's view of people as disposable tools before collapsing. Legion dismissed the attempt as futile. Zappa seized the moment and launched his attack, but Legion leapt away, irritated by their persistence. Setsuna arrived then, his presence marked by a surge of immense blue energy. Zappa's efforts genuinely impressed him. He now understood why Zappa carried the reputation of being the strongest mage in the Western Branch. Blazer immediately sensed the overwhelming intensity of Setsuna's gathering power and begged him to stop, knowing what he was attempting. Setsuna, however, had resolved that there was no alternative. Legion suddenly stiffened, finding himself unable to move. He saw Jonel's face emerge on his own malformed body. Jonel was resisting, fighting from within, begging Setsuna to save Sephion. Setsuna acknowledged that although Legion had claimed Jonel's body, the boy's spirit remained unbroken. Furious, Legion rejected the notion, seeing Setsuna as nothing more than a test subject. Setsuna shifted into his fire spirit form, ready to stake everything on a single strike. Legion quickly recognized the target, his core. But he believed his final form was impervious. Neither fire nor wind could pierce the transformed armor of fused creatures surrounding it. Setsuna drew his sword of flames in one hand. Blazer pleaded with him again, sensing the danger. Setsuna silently apologized. There was no turning back. He summoned the wind blade in his other hand. Legion realized Setsuna's intent. The combination of both elements would drastically amplify the attack's power, but the magical force involved was beyond what any mage should be capable of controlling. Setsuna ascended high into the air, spirit wings carrying him upward, both elemental blades drawn. Legion could hardly comprehend what he was witnessing. He declared that he ruled over life itself, certain that no unfamiliar magic could threaten him. Setsuna raised both blades, channeling the full strength of wind and fire spirits. He vowed to free every soul Legion had exploited. Then, combining both powers into a single devastating technique, he unleashed his final attack, Crimson Tempest. The Crimson Tempest tore through Legion's perfected body, shattering even the core he had believed untouchable. He staggered in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his ultimate fusion had failed. Setsuna, returning to his normal form, told him the truth he had ignored. He had fused bodies, but never their wills. That was where his research had always been doomed. As Legion's form collapsed, the trapped souls within him drifted upward, freed at last. Jonel's fading spirit thanked Setsuna and entrusted Sephion to him before disappearing into the light. With the battle finally over, Zappa exhaled in relief. Setsuna credited their victory to Zappa's endurance, and the two exchanged a worn but triumphant fist bump. Blazer, furious about Setsuna combining his fire with Zephyrion's wind, lashed out at him, while Zephyrien calmly admired the new technique and seemed more amused than offended. Around them, the creatures Legion had created began to dissolve, their borrowed power fading with their master's death. Setsuna noticed it immediately and lifted Han onto his back. The nightmare of Lodi's island had finally ended. With Legion's experiments halted, the Gorfants that had once annihilated the Royal Mage Corps vanished as well. Sephion was rescued, along with the Corps members and islanders imprisoned in the facility. The disastrous future Setsuna had once witnessed had been averted. Sid's and Cha-Cha's units survived because of the actions he had taken. Once the injured captains recovered, they departed the island. A rescue ship arrived days later to protect the remaining inhabitants and begin rebuilding. Sephion later stood quietly over Jonel's grave, offering him her gratitude. Returning to the Royal Mage Corps, the team received commendations and letters of recommendation for their work on Lodi's island. Their long training was complete, and preparations began for their return to the academy. Before they could leave, a man knelt desperately before Sid and Zappa. Setsuna and Valerie arrived just in time to see him bowing in apology. It was Valerie's older brother. Blaming himself for her joining the Corps, he begged to take her place, offering to serve in her stead. Zappa dismissed him instantly. Valerie had proven herself valuable to Sid's unit, while her brother had even flunked out of the academy. But Valerie stopped him. Grateful for her brother's sincerity and determined to grow stronger herself, she requested that they both be allowed to serve. She bowed alongside him, insisting she found purpose in the Corps. Zappa could only sigh as Sid stepped in. Sid announced that he had been promoted to commander of the Western Branch and had been planning to make Zappa captain. With a new vacancy forming, Valerie's brother could join as a trainee. The siblings were overcome with relief as they accepted. Setsuna quietly noted that the Light family might finally regain its former honor. Zappa, now captain, warned the brother that he had no tolerance for weakness. The new recruit accepted eagerly, even offering to polish Zappa's shoes, only to be refused in embarrassment. Later, Sid called Setsuna to speak privately. He first reported on Han's condition. Stripped of his ancient magic and shape-shifting abilities, he was under strict supervision. Though guilty of several crimes, the disappearance of the crest from his hand meant there was no longer evidence of his most serious offense. He might escape the death penalty. Then Sid shifted the conversation to Setsuna himself. From the very beginning, Setsuna had seemed aware of the unnatural events on Lodi's island. Sid demanded to know who Legion truly was and how much Setsuna knew. Standing before him, Setsuna finally decided to reveal everything, the truth about the enemy threatening their world, and the ultimate calamity that still awaited them. Setsuna now wore the item recovered from Han's body, a small charm that allowed him to call the wind spirit in his left ear as an earring. Sid listened in heavy silence when Setsuna finished recounting what he knew. The headmaster of Elmridge Academy had warned the royal mages during an emergency meeting, but hearing it again from someone who had fought an apostle firsthand left a deeper weight on him. Apostles, servants of Vindrake, the death god, intent on bringing about the end of the world. Having witnessed Legion's power himself, Sid trusted Setsuna's words without hesitation. Setsuna continued, outlining the next looming threat, the Silent Dragon's calamity. The ancient dragon that guarded the holy city would be slain, its blood corrupting a water vein and wiping the city off the map. Sid immediately began planning. The Mage Corps would increase patrols and keep watch over the dragon, reinforcing its protection before the apostles could strike. Setsuna thanked him and described the final, worst disaster, the capital's sudden disappearance. The nation's largest city erased overnight. That event was still 2 years away, leaving them room to maneuver. Sid suspected the apostles were already making subtle preparations there and promised to send scouts at once. Setsuna felt relief at his decisiveness. Sid surviving this timeline was a blessing. But eventually, the inevitable question came. Sid wanted to know how Setsuna possessed such detailed knowledge of catastrophes that hadn't happened yet. His insight was too precise to be coincidence. Setsuna answered plainly. He had come from the future to stop humanity's extinction. Sid believed him without wavering. The Corps existed to defend humanity and maintain peace. If Setsuna fought for that dream, then Sid would support him wholly. Hours later, in the bustling camp preparing for their departure, Captain Cha-Cha pulled Drago into a tearful farewell, insisting he return after graduation. Zappa cornered Setsuna soon after, arguing that school would only hold him back. He should drop out and join the Corps so they could form the strongest team in the entire organization. Setsuna promised to consider it, after graduating. Valerie approached to thank him as well. Setsuna returned the gesture, only for her to correct him. Her true name was Vanessa Light. He promised to remember it. Far away, Leo read a paper bitterly yet delighted. Setsuna had survived. Stronger than ever. Perfect. The ideal pawn for his future plans. With 2 cores already in his possession, everything was proceeding as he intended. The paper on the floor beside him lay smeared with blood. When Setsuna returned to the academy, Layla greeted him with bright relief. The headmaster had also returned and was requesting their presence. Setsuna welcomed the opportunity. There were things he needed to discuss as well. Inside the headmaster's office, Liano commented on the adventure Setsuna had just endured and asked him to recount everything. Setsuna explained the battles, the apostles, Legion, and the catastrophe he had averted. The headmaster agreed it had been grueling but praised him for warning the Corps. It was only the beginning, however. The apostles would now move more boldly. He also commended Layla, who had learned spirit magic during their time apart. Liano informed them he had been traveling with the headmaster, preparing for the eventual war against Vindrake. A full-scale conflict could erupt at any moment, and both students needed to be ready. Setsuna thought back to the timeline he had escaped, the orphanage children lost, his comrades dead, the world collapsing. Protecting everyone this time felt unreal. To safeguard that fragile peace, he declared his resolve. He asked the headmaster for permission to form a pact with the time spirit. The headmaster summoned his own spirit. A ripple of energy filled the room as the spirit of time manifested. Chronoboros. Setsuna was awestruck at its presence. The spirit already knew of his journey and his purpose. If he wished for a contract, he would have to face the trial. Waterina and Layla stepped back to bear witness. Chronoboros revealed the challenge. Setsuna would face an opponent he subconsciously believed he could never defeat. It was the trial of transcending the impossible. Setsuna accepted without hesitation. A silhouette appeared at the far end of the white, timeless space. Setsuna stepped forward to see who it was. Layla gasped. Setsuna froze. The figure standing before him was himself. His future self. Layla noticed the lone figure standing across the arena and recognized the familiar stance. She quietly pointed out that it looked like Setsuna himself. Liano studied the magic crest forming around that distant version and realized it was the Setsuna who once specialized in long-range combat, the one from before his return to the past. Even the headmaster grew curious, wondering what kind of mage that alternate path had produced. Layla's unease grew. The ranged Setsuna radiated a cold, sharp intensity that felt far more intimidating. Liano wasn't surprised. In that timeline, Setsuna had been fighting Vindrake every day, pushing himself to extremes. But the Setsuna standing with them now was a master of close combat magic. If he could somehow reach his other self, he stood a real chance, but getting close was the challenge. Setsuna understood that instantly. He needed to close the distance. The future version attacked first, unleashing a barrage of fire magic. The current Setsuna raised his mana sword, cutting through the blasts that would have burned him on slightest contact. Layla remembered he had sliced through similar attacks before, but the headmaster reminded her that this opponent had identical mana reserves and identical control. Fire magic dealt damage even if barely grazed. Setsuna realized his other self was tracking his movements with magic detection. So he suppressed his presence, casting a silent zone, and circled for a blind spot strike. He lunged for the exposed back only for his blade to bounce against a flawless defense. The impact threw him away. Layla cried out as Setsuna hit the ground. The headmaster watched calmly, declaring that the ranged Setsuna truly lived up to the title of greatest mage in the world. Even he wouldn't be able to defeat that version. Layla wondered if that meant Setsuna had no hope of forming a contract. Chronoboros dismissed her fear, promising that the trial would allow Setsuna to challenge himself as many times as needed. Waternia backed him. Setsuna was far from giving up. And she was right. Setsuna staggered up, deciding that if he couldn't evade the attacks, he would deflect them. He angled his mana blade and redirected the incoming spells, allowing himself to advance with minimal harm. But the future Setsuna began weaving something far more dangerous. Liano recognized the technique, compound casting. Spell after spell layered into place with surgical precision. The headmaster counted them under his breath, amazed by the flawless control. He had never seen so many elements shaped at once. Setsuna recognized it as well. That mixture had been his signature technique as a ranged mage, a 6-element combination, elemental burst. Layla couldn't understand how such a powerful mage could still not defeat Vindrake back then. The headmaster explained that all magic failed before magic disintegration, except close combat techniques that required no incantation and activated too quickly to be erased. Liano added that although ineffective against Vindrake, the ranged Setsuna was still monstrously skilled. And defeating someone like that in melee seemed nearly impossible. Chronoboros then revealed the cruelty hidden behind the trial. The projection they were watching had already repeated dozens of times. Setsuna had fought himself again and again. Layla felt her chest tighten. Setsuna would never surrender, but losing over and over, how many times could he endure it? Time passed. No one knew how long. Eventually even the headmaster wondered if the trial had finally broken him. But Setsuna lay in the dust of the spirit world, battered, clothes torn, body bleeding, still forcing himself upright. He had lost count of the battles. Thousands perhaps. Yet somewhere in that endless cycle, he had begun to read every move of his other self. His melee magic had been useless at first, but now he was finally beginning to grasp the rhythm. He rose with a determined breath, deflecting the barrage of elemental shots. He apologized in his mind for making his other self wait so long. As he stepped forward, one of his eyes shimmered gold, the mark of his resolve. This time he would prove it. Close combat magic could surpass a ranged mage. The headmaster watched the shift in Setsuna's stance with growing uncertainty, unable to understand what the sudden change meant. Layla stared, startled by the sight of his right eye shifting into a different color. Liano froze as well, recognizing something far more significant in that golden glow. Setsuna steadied his breath, focusing on the sensations rising within him. What he needed to do now was exactly what he had done once before. He murmured to himself that he could finally see it, the flow of mana itself. Liano realized what had awakened within him, the war god's eye. Layla could hardly believe it. Liano explained that long ago, a blind close combat mage had been revered as the war god, a man who, while standing at death's door, had gained the ability to perceive mana streams directly. His legend spoke of a golden eye, but such a state was said to require decades of training, a lifetime of battles, and the peak mastery of a warrior who had survived countless fights. Setsuna understood the mechanism instinctively. Close combat magic was the only magic system that strengthened the body by circulating mana internally. By channeling that same principle into the optic nerves, he had gained the ability to see mana itself. But that refinement required such delicate precision that it bordered on the techniques known in martial arts as Qigong. Chronoboros observed all of this in awe. Within the timeless realm of the trial, Setsuna had fought without pause, without rest, and without the limits of a normal lifespan. What should have taken years or even decades, he had accomplished here through unending confrontation with himself. The trial meant to challenge him had become the forge that elevated him. Lionel considered how unusual this path was. A typical close combat mage spent most of life hardening the body and mastering martial technique, only turning to mana control after reaching the limits of physical growth. Setsuna, however, had already mastered mana control in his previous life. Now, with the body in its prime, he had aligned every aspect, mind, technique, and physical form perfectly. Lionel could only envy him. Setsuna had become the ultimate close combat mage. Setsuna acknowledged the truth within himself. His discipline might lack reach, but inside its limited zone it possessed the potential for absolute dominance over mana. It allowed him to cut through any spell and push straight toward his opponent. What he had achieved now was the perfected form of close combat magic. Layla could only watch in stunned admiration. Across the battlefield, the future Setsuna began forming incantations again. The headmaster recognized the signs with dread. It was the same devastating spell as before. Waternia felt the surge of danger as well, calling out in alarm. Setsuna braced himself. The 6 elements were intertwining again, being held together until the final moment. But this time, he could see every line of mana weaving through the spell. He focused and declared that he could see it all. With a single decisive strike, he cleaved through the elemental burst and scattered its power. The spectators erupted in excitement as the impossible unfolded before them. Setsuna leveled his blade at his future self. The ranged version raised his hands with a quiet, knowing smile. Setsuna told him he was close to proving that he would defeat the evil god with this power. Lionel burst into laughter, triumphant. The headmaster acknowledged the truth. Setsuna had surpassed the strongest version of himself. Layla's voice trembled, filled with pride. Chronoboros declared that Setsuna had passed the trial. Layla realized this meant Setsuna now carried 3 spirits. Lionel added that with the war god's eye, he could fight the high-ranking apostles on equal footing, perhaps even greater. Setsuna agreed, but reminded them that his final goal was the destruction of the evil god far beyond the apostles. To achieve that, he needed to form contracts with even more spirits. The headmaster had expected exactly that answer. He explained that there was a perfect place for Setsuna to continue forging new contracts, the hidden elf village known as the Valley of Spirits. Layla was astonished. She had never imagined such a place existed. The headmaster assured her it was a top-secret location, unreachable through ordinary means, but he had a way to get them there. A knock interrupted him. He allowed the visitor inside, and Zachary entered while supporting an injured man. They brought word claiming to be from the Holy Church. The wounded messenger held out a letter addressed to Setsuna, sent by Lady Roberta. Layla was surprised to hear Roberta's name. Setsuna unfolded the letter and began reading. The message spoke of the highest-ranking priest of the Holy Church, the great saintess, and warned that there was something urgent Roberta needed to tell him. Layla's eyes caught the dark smear on the paper. It was blood. A tremor ran through her. Something terrible had happened to Roberta. Zachary offered to take the wounded messenger to the nurse's office while Layla lingered, troubled by something she couldn't ignore. She turned to Setsuna, reminding him that he had always tried to save everyone he could. Yet despite that, he hadn't spoken a single word about saving the great saintess. Setsuna replied with a calm certainty that she was far beyond saving, and that was why he had never once uttered the death god's name until now. Roberta hid behind a pillar as the great saintess, eyes veiled and staff in hand, walked with an air of solemn purity. When she removed the cloth, tears streamed from her eyes as she recited the divine command to preserve the beauty of the world, vowing never to cease her prayers for eternal human salvation. Gustav stood beside her, claiming to have someone important to introduce. A dark fissure tore open in midair as Satanakia, the second apostle, stepped out. The saintess recognized the name from earlier reports and questioned whether the strange power before her was the death god's. Satanakia explained the nature of dimensional rupture, an ability that ripped open space itself. Purging knights stormed in, rushing to protect the saintess, but Satanakia's raised hand carved invisible slashes through the air. The knights fell in an instant, their blood scattering across the marble floor. Roberta could barely comprehend what she had witnessed. He had torn open space while simultaneously cutting the knights apart. The saintess realized the truth and confronted Gustav, who revealed his true form as Valum, the 11th apostle, capable of assuming any form at will. His transformed body shifted, 3 distinct heads turning as he demonstrated the grotesque nature of his power. Unshaken, the saintess opened a glowing book and calmly recorded both apostles' abilities. She explained its nature, the book of truth, her divine gift. The world was written within it, and by altering its text, she could rewrite reality itself. She challenged them to test their powers against her. Satanakia, intrigued rather than intimidated, commented on her formidable ability and declared she must meet his master. A portal opened, and Vindrake stepped through. The saintess froze. Vindrake, the god she worshipped, stood before her, revealing that he was the true creator. Roberta, hidden behind the pillar, felt her world collapse as he proclaimed that the death god was the one who had created them. The saintess begged to understand why he sought to destroy the world he had fashioned so beautifully. Vindrake answered with serene indifference, explaining that humanity's prosperity, if left unchecked, would eventually corrupt and ruin his garden. The world was beautiful now, and he intended to preserve that beauty through purification. Satanakia added that the saintess's book of truth was a gift granted for that very purpose. Marianne, the first apostle, had originally held such authority. The saintess's despair set into silent acceptance. She acknowledged her selection and surrendered to her creator's will. If the extinction of humankind was divine love, she would offer her body and tears in devotion. Her eyes closed and reopened transformed. Her irises burned red, the whites of her eyes turned black, and dark tears streamed down her face. Realizing how catastrophic this revelation was, Roberta fled, determined to warn Setsuna. Though a knight stepped in to shield her, urging her to escape, she ran with healing magic flowing over her wounded arm, desperate to reach safety. Layla could barely speak. The great saintess and apostle. Layano grasped the terrifying implication. Their enemy was nothing less than the god of this world. The headmaster recognized the magnitude of the threat, and presented the person who would guide Setsuna to the elves' hidden village in the Valley of Spirits. Morgana appeared, greeting Setsuna with a knowing smile. She acknowledged his growth, having long believed in the potential he had now clearly realized. Setsuna was stunned to see her Morgana, the witch, had returned. And now, with the path ahead turning toward the elves, the question finally emerged: which spirit would Setsuna form a contract with next? Morgana looked fully restored. Her body returned to its former state, and she explained that healing herself had been easy. She admitted that she would not normally bother guiding anyone to the village of spirits, but Danan had pleaded on Setsuna's behalf, so she was willing to make an exception. Setsuna thanked her with genuine gratitude. Behind Layla, Waternia quietly manifested, the spirit hovering with anxious eagerness, prompting Layla to ask if she could join them as well. Morgana agreed without hesitation. A few days later, after the headmaster arranged a temporary leave of absence for Setsuna and Layla, the three of them departed. They rode lizard-drawn carriages across a region where the sunlight never reached, the skies smothered by unbroken layers of cloud. Layla shivered from the cold as Morgana announced that they had arrived. The landscape seemed barren, offering no sign of a hidden elven village. Morgana retrieved a peculiar lantern and held it up, explaining that after the Great Magic War, the persecuted elves had relocated their homes. The lantern summoned a swirling blue portal, and from its depths a dragon emerged, causing Layla to falter in astonishment. Morgana assured her that this was merely the beginning of the surprises. They mounted the dragon, rising into a sky that parted to reveal a floating island suspended high above the clouds. Morgana named it the Valley of Spirits, and reminded him that humans had not been welcomed there since the war. If he wished to enter, he owed her gratitude. When the dragon landed, Layla marveled at the floating island and asked how such a thing was even possible. Morgana casually explained that it was supported by a magic tool of her own invention. Before they could continue, 6 flaming arrows streaked toward them. Setsuna immediately called upon the war god's eye, meeting the attack with mana-infused precision. He deflected the arrows with only his fingers and turned one of them back toward the attackers, driving them to a halt. A line of white-haired elves stood ready with drawn bows. They demanded to know why humans had entered their sanctuary. Morgana, reverting to her youthful elven appearance as she removed her cap, revealed her pointed ears. The elves immediately recognized her and apologized with deep reverence. Morgana explained that she had brought guests and wished to meet with Lucia, the queen of the valley. The elves reacted with surprise before escorting them to the palace. Inside, Queen Lushenlime Testos sat with regal composure. Morgana greeted her informally, but Lucia insisted on formality and expressed frustration at Morgana's return, more so because she had brought humans with her. She demanded an explanation, already suspecting it would be troubling. After hearing the full story, she declared that the claim about the creator god attempting to destroy the world was impossible to believe. Even if it were true, she argued, the destruction of selfish humans had nothing to do with the elves. She recalled their history of persecution following the last great magic war and refused to forget the suffering humans had inflicted upon her people. For that reason, she denied Setsuna the right to undergo any trial within the shrine of the Great Spirit. Setsuna stepped forward, addressing her with respectful firmness. He insisted that the threat of the evil god concerned more than just humans. Apostles targeted all wielders of spirit magic, meaning the valley itself would inevitably be discovered and attacked. To demonstrate, he removed his glove as Blazer emerged in a condensed Titan form. Lucia immediately recognized the Great Spirit. Setsuna revealed that he himself had nearly been subjected to an inquisition engineered by the apostles. They used any means necessary, and even armed with spirit magic, fighting them was perilous. Lucia dismissed this, claiming that only Setsuna's lack of skill had made the battles difficult. Layla reacted, but Lucia continued, declaring that humans were fundamentally incapable of wielding the true value of spirit magic. Even during the war, their unrefined attempts had caused needless casualties. Setsuna countered with a reminder that the war itself had been sparked by the ambition of a single elf, not humanity as a whole. Lucia reacted with fury, insisting that such a fact did not justify persecuting her entire race. Darkness erupted around her, spiraling outward and forming a cage of malevolent energy around Setsuna. Morgana recognized the power of a dark spirit as Lucia launched the attack. Setsuna, activating the golden glow of the war god's eye, located the core of the spell and cleaved through the imprisoning darkness with a precise strike of man-infused strength. Lucia was stunned by how easily he had dismantled her magic. Setsuna explained that close combat magic, when refined, allowed one to perceive a spell's core and destroy it directly, proving that the human use of magic continued to evolve. Lucia attempted a second attack, only to be interrupted by her attendants calling out to her in alarm. Even Morgana acknowledged that the situation was far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Morgana's house was quiet as Setsuna, Layla, and Morgana gathered around the table, the weight of their failed negotiations lingering in the air. Setsuna noted that discussions with the queen had collapsed entirely, while Morgana dismissed it with a weary remark about Lucia's stubborn nature. Layla tried to suggest persistence, but Setsuna rejected the idea, uneasy about letting the situation stretch on. What should have happened years later? The great saintess's defection was already shifting because he had altered the four great causes of defeat. The apostles were moving differently in this timeline, and Morgana pointed out the obvious truth: no one could predict what would come next. Setsuna wrestled with how to convince Lucia to allow him into the shrine. Morgana believed Lucia already understood they would not leave easily and would likely force a test of strength, with the outcome deciding the matter. Setsuna could only think of how a victory would worsen the resentment between humans and elves, complicating the cooperation he had hoped for in the fight against the apostles. Layla rose from the table and slipped quietly out of the house. Water-Ina questioned her destination, and Layla admitted that witnessing the trial of the time spirit had made her understand the burden Setsuna carried, fighting endlessly, from the destruction of the world until now, without rest. It might have been necessary, but the weight of it still pained her. She reached for the fruit in the nearby tree, pulling them down with her mana, hoping to prepare something comforting for him. She had cooked with the same fruit before at her family's inn, and she intended to make baked sweets that might ease his heart, even a little. As she gathered the last one, nearby elves spotted her and rushed forward, recognizing her as the human Morgana had brought. By the next morning, Setsuna sat with Morgana in the palace, troubled that Layla had not returned home the previous day. Lucia approached, cold and direct, instructing the humans to leave the Valley of Spirits. Setsuna refused, explaining the weight of humanity's future resting on him, asking again for permission to take the trial of the Great Spirit. Lucia saw through him immediately. He would not leave no matter how firmly she denied him. With a sigh, she allowed a single chance, a battle against her, victory earning access to the shrine, and defeat meaning immediate departure. Setsuna hesitated only briefly before realizing he had no other option. Lucia made it clear she granted this chance only because of Morgana, emphasizing her belief that elves and humans could never coexist. As Setsuna and Morgana followed her outside, they came across an unexpected scene: Layla at a table with several elves, busy with trays of baked goods. Lucia stopped in confusion. One of the elves proudly presented something freshly baked, and Layla eagerly asked the children which version they preferred. The children chose the elves' creation, and Layla accepted her loss with a laugh, acknowledging the 3 centuries of cooking experience she couldn't match. The elven cook returned the compliment, intrigued by the unusual sweetness Layla had managed to draw from the fruit. Setsuna and Lucia were taken aback by the easy harmony before them. When Layla noticed Setsuna, she rushed over, explaining how the chef had discovered her while she was experimenting with the fruit and had challenged her before she even realized what was happening. Morgana could only note how the situation had transformed into a cooking competition. Layla then offered her tray to Lucia, who accepted it, and the elven children immediately tugged her back to join them. As Setsuna tasted the sweets, he quietly observed how lively and cheerful the atmosphere felt. Morgana reminded Lucia of her earlier claim that elves and humans could never coexist and admitted she understood the sentiment. Yet she questioned whether judging others solely by race differed at all from the way humans had wronged the elves. Setsuna stepped forward and extended his hand, asking for Lucia's strength to help save the world. Lucia sampled the sweets, found them unexpectedly pleasant, and finally reached out to clasp his hand. She allowed him to address her as Lucia and agreed to guide him to the shrine. Setsuna, relieved, thanked her and then thanked Layla as well, grateful that she had chosen to accompany him. Layla felt her heart warm at his smile, savoring that small moment. As Setsuna walked ahead with Lucia, Water Aina teased Layla about whether it was time for a confession. Layla knew it wasn't. Anything she said now would only burden him when he already carried so much. She would speak her feelings only after the battle with the evil god was over. Water Aina accepted her resolve, and Lucia finally announced that the shrine of the Great Spirit lay just ahead. Far away, Satanakia completed preparations for the next phase. All their hidden plans, laid in anticipation of their lord's descent, had been disrupted. Mercy was no longer an option. She ordered a simultaneous attack across all regions, declaring that Lulu and Cruel would suffice to complete the death curse of the ancient dragon deep in the temple. The remaining apostles were to cross dimensions and begin the purification of the world. No matter how powerful Setsuna was, he would not be able to stop every part of their design. Inside the shrine, Lucia explained that the three great spirits of light, thunder, and ice were enshrined here, each guarding a trial distinct in nature and difficulty. Setsuna would need to choose carefully which path to take before stepping forward. Layla turned to Morgana for guidance, but Morgana had already grown tense. A report had just arrived from the alchemical observation doll she had left on the surface. The apostles were beginning to move simultaneously across various regions, and several among them were the most dangerous. Setsuna immediately insisted that the trial be postponed. They had to hurry back. Morgana stopped him, stating firmly that what was unfolding was the start of an all-out war between humanity and the apostles. Their opponents were beings capable of interfering with the laws of the world, and above even them stood the evil god. Setsuna, as the world's trump card, needed far greater power. Without completing the trial, he would never even touch the evil god. Far away, shouts erupted as knights confronted an unexpected intrusion. Somehow, apostles had reached their position, and terror spread at the sight of them. Cruel, the sixth apostle, and Lulu, the fourth apostle, revealed their authority, the cursed eye of killing, which inflicted a death curse on those who met their gaze. Elsewhere on campus, Carol wondered aloud if Drago would eat well today, only for strange sounds to cut her off. Apostles descended upon the academy grounds. Gigantes, the seventh apostle, appeared with Dantalion, the third. Dantalion's authority allowed the summoning and control of a monstrous army from another world. Chaos consumed the academy. Carl cried out as the teachers and the headmaster rushed in, the latter mounted on his white dragon, joining the desperate battle to repel the apostles. Dantalion commanded his demonic army to devour everything, declaring humanity's hope doomed to vanish beneath their advance. Meanwhile, Satanakia oversaw the broader campaign. Cursing the ancient dragon in the temple depths and assaulting the Magic Academy were both progressing without issue. The next target was the Magus army. With them destroyed, humanity's greatest fighting force would fall. When Gustav asked about their own mission, he announced that they would proceed to destroy the royal capital, the center of humanity's power. Back at the valley, elven knights identified intruders and opened fire. The apostles pressed forward, clashing against the defenders. Lucia confronted them directly, determined not to allow them any further. Satanakia immediately recognized Morgana, the witch of the forest, and the woman who had traveled with Setsuna. From that, he concluded Setsuna must be present as well. It was more ideal than he had planned. He had originally intended to eradicate the elves and destroy the royal capital separately, but now he could bury Setsuna, the greatest threat to their designs, at the same time. Layla realized that the apostles intended to destroy the royal capital while being here themselves. Morgana suspected the truth behind Layla's observation. Satanakia already seemed aware of what was happening outside. When he demanded to know Setsuna's location, Lucia informed him that he was occupied, offering herself as Satanakia's opponent instead. Satanakia accepted the challenge without hesitation. Layla called upon Waterina for support. At the same time, the great saintess appeared, invoking ancient magic and condemning Morgana as a heretic. Morgana, unable to support more than one person at once, instructed Waterina to remain with Layla and prepare for battle. She then unleashed her arsenal of magic tools, each one infused with mana and crafted by her own hand, against the saintess. The saintess paused, recognizing that her tome of sealed truth could not control anything without knowledge of its true name. Morgana assumed this would give her an advantage, since only she knew the original names of her creations. But the saintess calmly revealed that she had already analyzed one of them and recovered its true name, proving the impossible was within her capability. Morgana understood immediately how overwhelming this opponent's strength truly was. Still, she drew out more tools, masking her fear with a taunting remark about taking their time until the main star arrived. Inside, her thoughts were far less composed. She knew the saintess's power was hopelessly beyond her own. The only thing she could do now was buy time for as long as her life allowed until Setsuna returned.